engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader.
Good morning. Hello. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello. Good morning.
We started as a very small self-help group of women who had a common vision of touching the community. We partnered with Uraia Trust and a program called Women Voices and Leadership Project, and we were given some funds to capacity build, to strengthen our organization, and to prepare some manuals and policies that would be guiding us in our activities. One of the things that really pushed us ahead was the development of a strategic plan, which we did a 10-year strategic plan, and we trained 25 participants during the development of that plan. The volunteers, QEPS members, the staff, and myself. So our consultant who was helping us in development of the strategic plan was able to sit down with the organization management. We went through our activities and our programs, and we came up with a document. After that, we were able to develop a resource mobilization plan, which was to help us know how we are going to sustain ourselves once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPS, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who are taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization, and they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to develop a policy advocacy strategy with the help of a consultant on the same, and also 25 participants were trained, and they were given an opportunity to input, to ask questions, and to walk the journey with QEPS.
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment.
We started as a very small self-help group of women who had a common vision of touching the community. We partnered with Uraia Trust at a program called Women Voices and Leadership Project, and we were given some funds to capacity build, to strengthen our organization, and to prepare some manuals and policies that will be guiding us in our activities. One of the things that really pushed us ahead was the development of a strategic plan, which we did a 10-year strategic plan and we trained 25 participants during the development of that plan. The volunteers, QEPS members, the staff, and myself. So our consultant who was helping us in development of the strategic plan was able to sit down with the organization management. We went through our activities and our programs, and we came up with a document. After that, we were able to develop a resource mobilization plan, which was to help us know how we are going to sustain ourselves once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPS, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who were taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization, and they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to develop a policy advocacy strategy with the help of a consultant on the same, and also 25 participants were trained and they were given an opportunity to input, to ask questions and to walk the journey with QEPS.
Mwangaza ni kundi ambao iko na watu kama 1000 wa mama na pia wasichana. Tumejiunga pamoja tuweze kusaidiana kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya kwa mambo matatu. Moja wapo ikiwa ni uongozi wa kina mama. Jambo la pili ambalo tunafanya kuhakikisha tumepunguza dhuluma ama vita vya kijinsia. Kuna jambo la tatu ambalo tulikuwa tumeangazia kwa kuona mama ameweza kufundisha jinsi ya kuleta chakula kwa meza, na economic empowerment, kupunguza dhuluma.
Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. So first of all, we advocate for the rights of deaf women and deaf girls in different spheres of life. For example, health, education, politics, economic empowerment, and stuff like that.
The main cause of us coming together as an organization is because we felt the impacts of climate change, which brought a lot of issues which affected girls and women. Na tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri sana tukae kwa pamoja na wamama ili tuweze kupata suluhisho na tuweze kusikika katika nchi yetu ya kwamba tuko na mashida fulani na tuone kama tutaweza pata suluhisho.
We are a youth serving women-led organization, and our core aim is to address issues on female genital mutilation, child marriage, and any form of violence towards women and girls.
As a result of the resource mobilization plan, we were able to come up with an idea of table banking where members save and get loans, and the interest is pulled back into the organization to help in funding some organizational activities. And as a result of the same, we were also able to get the Urgent Action Fund on top of the Uraia funding, which was a plus for us because we were able to do campaigns against FGM practices in Kirinyaga County.
Sisi kama Mwangaza Women and Organization tuliweza kupatana na Crown Trust, wameweza kutupeleka training ya total gender law, wameweza kutupeleka training ya uongozi wa kina mama na pia ya kuhifadhi ama kuchunga katiba ya Kenya.
One of the things what we were addressing was on youth, on matters dialogues among the youth, because we realized that youths are the backbone of this community, and they're the only generation that will make a decision in ending FGM. So through the WVL support, what we were addressing was reaching out to the young people, particularly the young women and the men. And what we were doing was to train them to be champions at their own community level. So what we did is we did a training for the young people, and they were and we targeted the entire county, where we trained 20 young people, and the young people were also to cascade the same. So ours was to create a movement of young people across the larger county, where they'll become champions and change makers in at their own level. And one of the things that we were able to do is that through the young people we trained, we cascaded, and we were able to create a network of over 400 young people across the county, which is an ongoing process, and everybody is doing change at their own capacity.
And through the training, we had like 40 deaf women. So we trained them in leadership mostly, and they were able to understand what is leadership, and once they become members, their responsibilities. I think it was 3 days. We had this for 3 days, and they were able to understand lots of the things, and then they were able to join the organization after that.
In the preliminaries of need assessment through Mwaro, they realized there was a lot of school dropouts. Girls would become pregnant at early age, and then even if they tried to bring them back to school, there was a lot of stigmatization, and that led to, after training through Crown Trust, Mwaro Group recruited patrons who would form girls' forum in the schools, and that addressed the issues that girls were facing. Mwangaza have been able to recruit boy champions right at school, so that they become the protectors of girls. And with that, it has really brought a harmonious community that is addressing its issues together.
Kwanza kabisa, wasichana walikuwa wanaathirika sana. Tulikuwa tuna experience gender based violence in irate, school dropouts, early pregnancies, early marriages, na hayo mambo yote ilikuwa inatokana tu ni kwa sababu ya tulipofanya investigation tukaona ya kwamba inatokana na mambo ya poverty na lack of knowledge. So tukaona ni vizuri tufunzane kama wamama na tujaribu kuona ni nini itatusaidia. Na tukaona ni vizuri tukue na income generating activities ambayo itasaidia kina mama ili waweze kuaccess income kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia mafamilia zao na wasaidie wasichana wao. Tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri tufanye kazi na government yetu, sub county government, kwa sababu tuliona kuna policies ambayo tutatengeneza kama wamama, na ni lazima tuhusishe hawa ndio iweze kukua strengthened na hawa government yetu, kwa sababu tuliona tusipochulisha serikali yetu itakuwa tu hata watu wa community wataona hakuna kitu ambayo hawa mama wanafanya, na tulipochulisha serikali yetu walifurahi sana na wakaungana pamoja na sisi na wakaboost mambo yetu iende mbele.
Imeweza kusaidia Poweo kuestablish structures, basic structures like the policy documents na kununua baadhi ya mitambo ambayo inasaidia katika kuendeleza mipango zake kama computers. So kitu moja ambayo nasema tumefaidika ni katika kujenga ile structures ya Poweo. Kwa sasa tunaweza jivunia kwamba tuko na policy documents kama the finance policy, finance and procurement. At the same time tumetengeneza policy document ya human resource and leadership succession. Kunao ambao wameweza kupata ile nomination kwa viti vya kisiasa. Kunao baadhi ya watu ambao wameenda mikutano kubwa especially ile meetings ya kujadili mipango za county kama CID development, public participation kwa mambo ya budget development. Na ukiona hapo ndani hautakosa kuona tunda la WVL project. sababu ile confidence level among our mothers and young girls imekuwa juu.
When we got the Women Voice and Leadership project, it has been an eye opener to us kwa sababu tumeweza kupata funding kutoka organizations tofauti na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu tulijua mambo ya kuandika hata proposal, tulipewa trainings tofauti ambayo imetu strengthen katika Baran Women Group, na hata tukiandika sasa proposal inaenda tu tunapata pesa, na baada ya hiyo project ya Women Voice and Leadership tuliweza tena kupata funds kutoka Canadian Funds for Local Initiatives, that's from the Canadian High Commission, na tukaweza kupata kutoka NetFund ambayo walikuwa wanatusupport na mambo ya environment, na tena tukaweza kupata award from FIMI, International Indigenous Women's Forum for Environmental Conservation 2020. Hiyo imeweza kusaidia sisi sana kama wamama, ionekane ya kwamba leadership yetu hiko, na hata serikali yetu wametutambua na hata wametupea tukue advisory committee yao kwa sababu ya leadership yetu ambayo wameona ya kwamba inaendelea mbele.
Through raia ni mambo mengi sana tumepata kujua na kujua haki zetu. Tena kuna hii mambo na land, kuridhi shamba imekuwa ni tatizo katika maisha ya mama aswa sana ambao wanafiwa na mume wao. So utakuta ya kwamba mama anahangaika wakati mume wake anafiwa, so wale relatives wanakuja wanacraft kila kitu, lakini through raia tunajua kwamba mama ana haki zake ya kumiliki hata shamba na kujua steps ya kufuata ili uweze kumiliki title deed ya shamba yako.
Yeah, so from this training, I feel like after we left, we also did an M&E just to evaluate the impact that we had, and we were able to understand that when we were doing this training, the members were able to go back and empower other people in their communities. And we felt like there are other people who had been left behind who really also felt like they want the similar training. So we were just looking into how to manage the resources so that we can be able to train more people and how to save the resources or make best use of the resources. So, and also we were able to understand what we were the expected problem and what eventually came as a challenge. Other few members were able to go back and even implement some of the things they had learned, how to save resources, how to make good use, and maybe if you make a plan and in case an emergency or something unplanned crops up, how to sort that. I feel that was well learned. And we've been able to carry out different activities. We've been able to start sign language training in some places, and I think that through that we've been able to even have more funds to run our office better.
I am one of the beneficiaries of Afya Africa. I took part in the trainings that they were doing in Narok Town, where I was able to talk about my stories, and pia nikaweza kujua that kuna wengine uko nyumbani wanaweza saidika na ile masomo yenye nimefunzwa na Afya Africa. So nikawa nafanya kazi kidogo na Afya Africa huko kwa community, kwa mashule, niweze kufunza wasichana kuhusu FGM, female genital mutilation, mental health, teenage pregnancy na vitu vingi. Nimeona impact mingi kwa sababu kitambo hakuna siku venye ungeenda waambie babako unataka kurudi shule akubali. Hawako wanaona umuhimu ya msichana. Lakini saizi through the trainings zenye tumepitia na Afya Africa, tunaenda tunarudi tunaelezea mama zetu huko nyumbani umuhimu wake, na pia tumeweza pia sisi wenyewe kama wenye tumeundergo hiyo training tunapeleka hiyo training yenye tumefunzwa huko kwa community kufunza madada zetu wenye hawakuweza kukuja hiyo training, na nimeona imewasaidia wengi. At least pregnancy mimba za mapema saizi si sana, hata kama Narok tuko juu lakini unaona at least wenye unaongelesha wanasikia. Hiyo training imesaidia sana. Hata mimi kuna vitu mingi sikuwa najua. Nilikuwa tunaona kama tu vitu ni normal. Kupitia ile masomo yenye tulifunzwa na Afya Afrika, mimi binafsi nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa mashule, nafunza wasichana, pia nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa makanisa, na pia kufunzana tu nyumbani, kufunza marafiki zangu, na pia wale wenye tunatoshana kirika nawaambia hivyo. Nimeweza kuona hiyo mafunzo ikifanya kazi, kwa sababu siku hizi saizi hakuna msichana mwenye rafiki yangu mwenye nimeongelesha kuhusu hiyo masomo anaweza itikia saizi kupitia FGM ama hizo teenage pregnancy.
Tangu siku hiyo tulipofanya partnership through Women Voice and Leadership Program, tulifanya mambo tofauti. Hata sisi tukakaa kama wamama, tukakuwa na resource center. Tumeweza kufundisha wamama maneno ya leadership, na saa hii nikiongea tuko na resource centers 5 ambayo zimekuja under Paran Women Group, na kila resource center iko na groups karibu 27. Tulifundisha wamama maneno ya women rights na girls. Tukasema wakishachua rights yao wataweza enda maofisi, na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu hata saa hii kila mama amechua haki yake. Tuliweza kusema ni vizuri tukue na mafundisho tofauti ya wasichana ili tuweze kukua na suluhisho ya kufanyia wasichana wetu ili waendelee na masomo yao, na tukue na haki ya kujua ya kwamba hata mtu kama anataka kuchukua msichana fulani kwa force, tuko na steps ambayo tunaweza kupitia na tunaweza kutetea huyo msichana mpaka tuone ya kwamba amefaulu katika maisha yake.
Samani sisi hatukuwa tunafanya kitu, tulikuwa tunakaa tu tunangojea wazee wetu atuletee kila kitu, lakini leo sisi tumearefuka kabisa, tunajifanyia kazi yetu. Utajilimia shamba yako kama eka moja peke yako, na umeshikana na wamama kufanya merry-go-round. Siku hizi hauwezi omba mzee pesa kama zamani.
The business training was very, very beneficial. It was good. So it taught us women how we can manage our businesses, how we could do the many things the challenges that we face as women in business. So, and then it also happened another time we were invited for a training, and as we were training, I learned so much, and the issues that I've not been doing well, the areas I've failed in my business, I was able to learn and improve on them. So when I went back out there to my business, I really tried. I implemented what I'd learned, and I've seen a great improvement in how I manage my business today.
From the trainings that we've had from Afya Africa, there are various changes that we've seen in the community. First of all, we've seen the decline in the practice of FGM in various areas that FGM was being practiced, and this is largely because of the trainings that have been happening and going through. And the second change is that the girls are now getting informed about their rights. They're also getting informed about issues of FGM, and because of that has led to the decline in the issues of FGM, because the young girls now are trying to refuse FGM, and they are hitting the hotline number because they don't want the issues of FGM. So that is a change that we've seen in the community because of the trainings of Afya Africa. And on the part of women and men, we've seen them getting more exposed, understanding the effects of FGM in the community, and we've seen even more women coming out who are survivors of FGM to speak about the scars that they've gone through, and that is an effect of the training, because even the older women now are coming out and they are advocating, and they are speaking about the effects of FGM, and they are becoming agents of change in the community, and they are also taking the battle against FGM to the communities and educating even other women who are not educated.
communic education, wakati nilienda nikapata hiyo elimu, hata na sasa niko na nguvu kule mashinani, nimesongea mbele ya umati ya wanaume. Kwa sababu huko mbeleni sisi Wapokot, mama hawezi simama kwa mkutano. Leo hii ninaweza fika kwa gavana na niombe kenye inahitajika kwa area yetu na ifike. Kama juzi tumekuwa kwa public participation. Nimekuwa mmoja yao ya Kapenguria ward ambaye niliwakilisha hiyo ward kwa public participation. Na naona kama imefaulu kwa sababu tulikuwa na shida ya challenges tu yetu ya ward yetu, na naona kama hatutakuwa na hiyo shida tena, na hapo mbeleni hakuna mama ambaye angeweza kufika na kupeana ujumbe ya ward.
We were able to be invited to a public participation forum for the CIDP project in Kirinyaga County, where we gave our views on what we would like seen and handled in the gender aspect of our county.
Tumeweza kukaa kwa meza, tunajadiliana mashida yetu. Tumeweza activity ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea. Tumeweza kukaa chini sisi wenyewe, tumeandika memorandum of understanding, tumeandika petitions kwa both the national and the county government kwa ile mashida ambayo tuliona inatukuba. Tuliweza kukaa chini na viongozi, tunawapea, tunaongea, tunaambia ni kwa nini tunapea, then wana sign, wanakubali wao wenyewe. But kama hiyo mashida tuko nayo watakunja ground, waangalie, then watekeleze.
From the trainings I attended, the first one was how to make a strategic plan. I've learned that in every group you have to have a long-term plan on how to conduct your project, even if it is an organization. Secondary training on advocacy. I've been able to identify problems in the community. I've been able to direct people on how they can express their rights in different organizations. I've also attended a program on risk management, because in every organization there have to be risks. So I've been able to identify the risk and be able to be prepared in the future on the ways how you can solve those risks.
Some of the young people that we trained, and I'll give an example. We had a young lady by the name Sereti Nabala. Sereti is an FGM survivor, and she was one of those girls who could not open up before the public. And after we trained her, Sereti's esteem went up, because she had self-esteem. She could not speak before anybody. She could not even share her story. But after we trained her and we engaged her severally, Sereti was able to start her own organization in Narok West, and currently she's working with young girls and women in Narok West, and she's making a good impact. Just the other day, she was awarded by the anti-FGM board as a female champion in Narok County. Out of the capacity strengthening from crew, we were able to attract more funding from Forum Civ, where they supported us. Recently, we're implementing a project with USAID, and all of this relates to what crew did from the beginning, training us, having us on board, and working with us the journey. So with the work we've been doing, we've been able to create a big movement of women and girls in Narok County. And out of that, through the support of, just as a continuation of our work, Africa was able to develop the Narok anti-FGM policy, which we recently launched. And this came about from the work we've been doing, from the gaps we acknowledged. And so currently Narok County is the second county in the hotspot counties with an FGM policy awaiting implementation.
As of now, I think the only thing I am comfortable doing is talking about women issues and ensuring that women know what they require, they know their rights, they know their responsibilities, they believe in themselves, they know they can go so far, because hapo kitambo we used to believe that we are limited, but now after this I am able now to talk to women and tell them you're not limited. What a man can do, a woman can do better. We can go far and encourage them to pursue everything they want in life. Yeah.
Women Voice and Leadership started in 2019, February. That is when the grant was formally approved, and it has been able to contribute towards the enjoyment of women's rights and also progressively contributing to gender equality through working with the women rights organizations and women movements in Kenya.
It's very critical to us. I mean, what we want is to create this dispensation and this space where we will actualize women's right and women's voice as we try to beat up support drums for our sisters.
How best can we be able to approach strategies for mitigation of violence against women, or be it teen pregnancies or elimination of retrogressive progress in an innovative way that speaks to the community that they seek to deliver services for.
We have been convening women to ensure that the women's movement is continuously giving pushback in regards to the implementation.
And the ultimate goal is to see enjoyment of these rights by women and girls, and also institutionalized improvement of women rights organizations and movements, strengthened capacities of women rights organizations, and also the networking and alliance building efforts that are able to sustain a healthy women's movement in Kenya.
After the WVL project, as QEPs, we've been able to achieve a lot. We have been able to prepare policies and manuals that guide us in our day-to-day activities. We were able even to start our own table banking project through the resource mobilization training, and members are actively giving towards the sustainability of the organization.
When you come to the coast, you'll see very many marginalized communities. Like we have many problems with the girl child. There's early pregnancies, early marriages. Then within the coastal regions, you also find there are quite a lot of defilement cases that at times go undocumented or are discussed within communities and left at that. And I've also felt the need to empower our community.
When you involve women much on politics or leadership, there is a lot of parts that they can help, because whatever happens, a woman is a backbone of a society.
We realized how many gaps we have in the organizations, from the structures, the systems, how we run things in our finance, just basic things. But this is something that we're all learning as we're going along. So of course there's some things that we had absolutely no idea.
We now feel that we have that capacity with the continued training from the WVL project. We feel that our organization is now strong. We have the policies. The board members are able to meet regularly. The staff members are able to meet regularly and come up with plans on how they are going to address issues that affect women and girls.
We've been able to also notably see a lot of vibrancy and also efforts towards a sustained women's rights movement that has been able to also provide platforms both at the local level, that is at a grassroots level, national level, and also regional level, to advance advocacy efforts and also networking and alliance building support.
We also provide a lot of legal support because part of eliminating and mitigating gender-based violence entails reporting matters of violation and abuse. And so in the process, we capacity build them on how to refer survivors of gender-based violence.
We are able to be facilitated to go and reach girls in rural areas, to women in rural areas, and empower them on sexual reproductive health, gender-based violence, especially sexual harassment. Yeah.
So we are happy that through the WVL project, we have knowledge products that can be used for harnessing evidence. So we get to leverage the voices of women and the contributions of women to the economy.
We got a meal officer, we got an HR officer and a finance officer with better way of documenting our progress.
We've also notably seen improved programming, and this is seen at scale-up opportunities and sustaining impact at scale. So we've seen organizations, especially women rights organizations at local level, being able to sustain their impact at scale, and also being able to scale up their programming and deepen their different programming areas with the interventions they're doing.
We have capacity build the staff, the board members. The staff is now able to do what they know, what they need to do. You also need to look for partners who can make you move forward so that you are able to run the organization without financial strain.
Tena wameweza kutufanyia capacity building kwa staff, ambayo tumeweza kufundishwa maneno ya communication, maneno ya human rights, maneno ya resource, kwa sababu staff wameweza kupata capacity buildings mingi, na ndio imetusaidia katika ofisi yetu.
The knowledge and skills they are gaining are not just for them, but it's also for them to be able to understand how to design, how to run the office, how to manage projects that would then lead to sustainable development.
So for us, it's really a very big impact to see that these women have moved from one stage to another until they are able to express themselves. They can even be able to speak on behalf of other women. They are able to speak on behalf of their children, especially in the area of advocacy.
We are looking upon women rights organizations and movements in Kenya to really push the safeguarding of the gains that have been made within the constitutional frameworks that are able to support women's leadership and voice and agency.
One of the areas we still would like to work on is to capacity build, continuous capacity building of WROs, to the extent at which now they will be able to apply for bigger grants, in terms of understanding the trends in the NGO world, understanding the different ways of managing resources and optimal use of resources, and how can they put this in their budgeting.
The women rights organizations have also increased in their financial management capacity by digitizing their financial systems, and we have seen a lot of growth in their financial management of the funds that we have sent to them.
One of the things that I've actually done with the WROs and our tenant is to attach them to our resource mobilizations manager, so that their capacity built in raising their own funding.
Looking for donor funds, so most of the time they have to ask who funds you. So for us, our first project, we appreciate that the WVL project, we applied for funding, they did capacity assessment and due diligence, and we had a lot of strengthening, organizational strengthening systems. Whoever wants to come and fund MWAP is confident that their resources are going to be put into good use.
So we are calling upon our partners to be able to look at partnership opportunities that are able to bring them even further to work together and see how they're able to tap and leverage the already existing support from Women Voice and Leadership and beyond within the support to ensure that we continue progressively contributing to gender equality and the enjoyment of human rights by women and girls.
For me, it's also hearing women who had never had an opportunity to step in class, being able to be the problem solvers, being able to be the ones who are now spearheading projects, and something that I'd never even imagined, and now here they are, just with their own wisdom and wit, being the solution to the issues that are taking place in their community.
So thank you to the WVL project, for the partners, to the women rights organizations, to the networks, to the coordinating partners, and to Global Affairs Canada for making this possible. Our capacity has been built as partners. The capacity of women rights organizations has been built, and we look forward to the work that will be done moving on.
Women Voice and Leadership started in 2019 February. That is when the grant was formally approved, and it has been able to contribute towards the enjoyment of women's rights and also progressively contributing to gender equality through working with the women rights organizations and women movements in Kenya.
It's very critical to us. I mean, what we want is to create this dispensation and this space where we will actualize women's rights and women's voice as we try to beat up support drums for our sisters.
How best can we be able to approach strategies for mitigation of violence against women, or be it teen pregnancies or
check.
One, two, one, two. Tuli, 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 Siwenande Tuli 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 Siwenande Siwenande Siwa Siwenande Siwenande Siwa Tamta Tamta Siwenande Siwenande Siwa Tamta Tuli 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 Siwenande, Siwenande, Siwa Tamta, Tamta Siwenande, Siwenande, Siwa Tamta, Tamta Siwenande, Siwenande, Siwa Tamta Tuli, Tuli Tuli, 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 Siwenande, Siwenande, Siwa Tamta Siwenande, Siwenande, Siwa Tamta, Tamta Siwenande, Hi Siwa Tamta Tuli, Tuli Tuli, 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 nande, siwe nande, siwa. Siwe nande, siwe nande, siwa. Siwe nande, siwe nande, siwa. Tamta, tamta, siwe nande, siwe nande, siwa. Tamta.
Dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, 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 dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, shangwe kule oh, shangwe kuta shirikio, 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 heko kule oh, heko kuta shirikio, heko kule oh, heko kuta shirikio, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, oh mama, ayaya, ayaya, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, dinesi ponono sa, sasete gwin, oh mama, ayaya, Ayayaya, oh mama. Ayaya, ayayaya, dinesipono no sa. Sasetegui, dinesipono no sa. usachemene kuti nini newe ndicho kutungamira usachemene kuti nini newe ndicho kutungamira usacheme nini newe ndicho kutungamira usachemene kuti nini newe ndicho kutungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira paradiso usachemene kuti nini newe ndicho kutungamira 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 usachemene tungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira tungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira tungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira tungamira tungamira mira tungamira mira ndicho kutungamira.
A round of applause for the Nairobi Chorale. Good morning. Good morning once again. Good morning. Hello. How are you? You don't look like you're good. Fine, let's stand up for a word of prayer. Wacha na tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, tunakuja mbele yako asubuhi ya leo tukiwa na wingi wa shukrani. Bwana, tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya siku hii. Tunasema ni asante Bwana kwa sababu umetuamsha tukiwa wazima na umetuleta tena katika kongamano hili. Asante Bwana kwa wageni wote ambao wameweza kufika siku ya leo. Asante Jehova kwa kila mtu ambaye ameweza kufika. Asante kwa hao mama ambao unawapenda. Jehova, tunajua unapenda wamama kushinda kila kitu, na wamama walifuata Yesu Kristo katika kila mpango yake. Kwa sababu siku ya leo Bwana, tunakuja kwa ajili ya masomo ya leo. Tunaweka panelists wetu mbele yako. Bwana, utaweza kuwapatia hekima na wingi wa maneno ambao wataweza kutueleza. Jehova, waongoze, na Baba, tutakapokamilisha na kila kitu iende sawa sawa, tutaweza kurudishia shukrani na sifa, kwa sababu tumeomba ya machache katika jina la Yesu Kristo ambaye ni Mwokozi wetu. Amen.
Asante sana Esther. No, don't sit down. We'll do the national anthem. Thank you very much, Nairobi Girls Chorale. Yes, imagine. It's only this VIP table clapping for them. Yani, you guys are not appreciating them. Great. Let me. I want to appreciate the presence of the UN Country Director, Ms. Anne Mutavati. Thank you very much. Please, Anne, stand so that they can see you. Thank you very much for coming. I also want to appreciate the presence of Honorable Beatrice Elachi, who has again joined us today. And all other people present who are here. Professor Judy Waudo, I can see, and she was here very early. Quite a number are here. And Board of Crown Trust, the Board of Directors. Thank you everybody for coming. Also for our women who came in. Please clap for yourselves. Hata ingawa mlichelewa tumewangoja, lakini ni sawa. We'll have that discussion later. I'll do a quick recap of the sessions yesterday. We kicked off at 10 with the arrival of our chief guest, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Gender and Affirmative Action. Our first speaker, Daisy, who took us through what the Women Economic Forum is all about, and of course thanked all the guests for attending and convening the event, because this forum is really to help women recover from the shocks of COVID-19. Our second speaker was His Excellency Christopher Tonley, the Canadian High Commissioner. He noted that it was an honor to be among women who are leading efforts in boosting Kenya's economic recovery. He had a quote, "When women thrive, economies thrive," and it's just good business sense. Our third speaker, Mr. Bernard Moseti, the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at Care Kenya, gave us a commitment that Care Kenya commits to be a partner in the Women's Economic Empowerment Intervention. Then we had a speaker from Akina Mama wa Africa. She was joining us online, who emphasized that it was vital to address the root causes of economic injustice, and it requires a deeper focus on the oppressive structures for those living at the margins of society, such as neocolonialism, patriarchy, capitalism, and neoliberalism. We had Professor Judith Waudo, the lead at Kenyatta University WeHub. She noted the theme of the year was in line with the mandate of the WeHub and spoke of the need for advocacy to take center stage in research processes and for stakeholders to share their processes, challenges, and advocacy gains from county to regional level. The fifth speaker, Elizabeth Obanda, the team leader from the Women Economic Empowerment Team at the UN Women, and she had a number of asks, called upon the government to increase budget allocation towards women's economic empowerment, the private sector to increase the financial resources allocated to developing and enhancing women-led social and development enterprises and promoting gender-sensitive supply chains, civil society to advocate continuously for the economic empowerment of women and to hold the government accountable, all stakeholders to leverage technologies, innovation, and digitization to accelerate the empowerment of women. Their commitment as UN Women was to collaborate with the government and all actors working towards women's economic empowerment. Dr. Mary Mbithi, the Director of Research at the University of Nairobi WeHub, noted that there were 3 issues to global economic development, namely poverty, hunger, and food security. She explained that the WE 2022 report indicated it will take 132 years to attain gender equality, and noted that a lot of strides that had been made in Kenya, but a lot still needed to be done. Our PA State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action in the Ministry of Public Service, Veronica Nduva, informed us that the President promised that the Women Enterprise Fund was being remodeled and will be put on a digital platform with short-term credit and innovative products which will conform to the 5 key priority areas. She encouraged participants to nominate the forum and those involved for the Trailblazer Awards. And we'll be putting that link later so that you can actually participate and nominate the people who you'd want to receive the award. The keynote address from our chief guest, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender and Affirmative Action, noted that women's economic empowerment was at the heart of the development agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government, as envisioned in their charter. Therefore, this conference was timely. She also noted that the economic recovery efforts were against a backdrop of global economic slowdown, underpinned by the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, which had elevated global inflation and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, she noted that the government had put in place the following measures to promote inclusive growth and enhance women's participation in the labor market. She also mentioned that the Kenya Kwanza government has put in place measures to promote women in micro and small enterprises and allocated 50% of the 50 billion Hustlers Fund to women-owned enterprises, including also the other funds of Uwezo Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, and the Women Enterprise Fund. She reiterated that the government is fully enforcing the access to government procurement opportunities that will require all public agencies to reserve 30% of procurement opportunities for women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. Kenya's digital highway, superhighway master plan of the government is a noble area of focus, and she mentioned the importance of technology and digital trading in boosting women's economic empowerment, which cannot be underscored. And today we'll actually be having a session on the digital and technical innovations that women can actually be taking advantage of. She noted that this conference echoed the initiative of maximizing the participation of women in key sectors of our country's economy and took cognizance that the thematic areas in this conference will enhance the genesis of the visionary women's economic empowerment. Honorable Beatrice Elachi gave a vote of thanks to our CS for gracing the occasion and committed that women in Parliament will support Honorable Aisha Jumwa regardless of their political affiliations due to the non-partisan nature of women. And she said, sisi wamama hatuna chama. Our first panel of the day was on women's economic empowerment priority areas, which was done by Elizabeth Auma, a researcher at the WeHub, which had several panelists, Dr. Meroka Mutua from the UON, Dr. Jane Kamwanga, the coordinator of Wimuranga, and Dr. Regina Mwatha from the Kenyatta University. And the topics of discussion were priority areas for women's economic empowerment, strategies that can be employed to ensure that women have equal access to resources and opportunities, especially in male-dominated industries, challenges that women face, have faced in their quest for economic empowerment and how they can be addressed, and how public-private partnerships can be leveraged to promote women's economic empowerment and the role the government can play towards this regard. The second session was on the Women, Economic Justice and Climate Action, which was moderated by Najuko Juanita from Akina Mama wa Africa, and the panelists included Jacqueline Nekesa from the State Department of Gender, Josfati Reri, also from the State Department, and Doris from Slum Dwellers International. The topics of discussion were how we can ensure women are included in climate change decision-making processes and benefits, ways women's economic empowerment can be linked to climate action and how this can contribute to sustainable development, addressing gender-based violence and other forms of discrimination against women in the context of climate change and environmental degradation, opportunities that exist for women entrepreneurs in the green economy and how they can be supported to access financing and markets. And lastly was how we can leverage the power of women collectives to promote climate action and environmental sustainability. Our key take-home was that we need to localize a climate change language so that grassroots women can relate. Our third session was an economic recovery outlook and participation of women policy interventions. The session moderator was Ruth Kendegor of Institute of Public Finance, and the panelists, Mr. Daniel Dirangu from the IPF and Ms. Magdalene Karaoke from Africa Practice, sought to respond to questions revolving around policies that can be put in place to support women's economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic, ways women can be included in policy interventions to ensure that their voices are heard in the economic recovery process, how we can promote women's entrepreneurship and innovation as drivers of economic growth and job creation, and the role women play in shaping economic policies that address inequality, poverty, and other socio-economic challenges. Our key take-homes from that session was that we would have policies in place, and we therefore need to implement, we already have policies in place, so we therefore need to implement the existing policies. Secondly, is to ensure that we do not just have a seat on the table, but also that we are meaningfully engaged. Because if you're not at the table, you are part of the menu. Thank you for your listening. Fourth session was the power of women collectives and the participation of women policy intervention. This session was moderated by Ms. Hannah Wangombe, the CEO of the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. The panelists were Jackie Malomba, founder Afri Women Connect, Julia Chege of the University of Nairobi WeHub, and Mary Wambui Kanyi of the University of Nairobi WeHub. The following were the topics of discussion: successful examples of women's collectives driving economic growth in Kenya, how we can promote the formation and sustainability of women's collectives, role of government and private sector in playing and supporting women's collectives, challenges that women's collectives face in accessing finance and how they can be addressed, and best practices for scaling up women's collectives to drive economic growth. We thereafter had a session on financial inclusion and the cost of finance, which was moderated by Dorcas Wambua, CEO of AYACT, and the following panelists sought to provide insights into the key discussion areas. The panelists were Dr. Moses Banda from Office of the President Financial Inclusion Advisor, Charity Munyori from Equity Bank, Business Growth and Development Manager, Dr. Jane Cherotich Langat, the incoming chairperson of the Women's Enterprise Fund. And the areas of discussion were the barriers to financial inclusion for women in Kenya, how we can overcome them, how we can reduce the cost of finance for women entrepreneurs and small business owners, the role fintech can play in promoting financial inclusion for women, how we can ensure that financial services are tailored to meet the needs of women. And lastly is the policies that governments can implement to promote financial inclusion. The last session of the day was women in manufacturing sector. This session was moderated by Modhoni Koinange, the sustainability and ESG consultant. The only panelist, Mary Ngeshu, sought to provide insights into the manufacturing sector. The key take-homes were we need to break the barriers in accessing raw materials by ensuring there is consistency and supply. Women need to encourage one another. Women need to be at the policy-making table so as to shape the policies in the manufacturing sector. And the first day concluded with Ms. Daisy Amdany thanking the partners for support and participants for active engagement. So you can hear, Ms. Ann Mutavati, that we had a very packed day with very intensive sessions, and a lot of the sessions were very challenging to the women here and the participants, and people really learned a lot. We are hoping today that we'll also have a lot more that we will get From the sessions that are here, we have called panelists from all over, so we really hope that people will concentrate and that we can finish as early as possible. I am being told that there was people I didn't recognize. There's Professor Kabira. So, Professor Kabira of the Women Economic Hub at the University of Nairobi. Professor Kabira, are you here? Okay, fine. So I'm told she's not here, but the whole team from the UON we have. Where are you? Okay, great. There they are. Yes, the team from UN Women. Yes, I did recognize Anne Mutavat. Yes, it's the team. Yes, I'm asking. Okay, so it's just her. Okay. Care Kenya. Okay, there, Bernard, yes. And the WVL, Women's Voices program. Are you here? Okay, under care. Aminia Dada. Damaris is not here. She's in Spain. We've just been told. So Akina Mama wa Africa. Yes, we definitely think Akina Mama wa Africa. I don't know if they are online or if they can hear us. Eunice Misime and the entire team in Uganda. The last but not least, Global Affairs Canada. Yes. Oh, great. Yes, yes, I saw her in the morning. Karibu sana. Great. So we will try and recover time. As you're aware, we've lost quite a bit of time. We should have started early. So our first panel for the day is on geopolitical dynamics, which is moderated by Muthoni Koinange. Karibu Muthoni to the stage, and you can call in your panelists as they come. Please welcome her as she comes.
I need a mic, you know. Winnie, you don't want to give me a mic? There are no mics. Good morning. Hello. Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're ready for this first session for today. My name is Muthoni Koinange. I am a sustainability and ESG consultant. But first, today we're going to be talking about geopolitical dynamics. I would like to first call Edgar Odari to the stage, please. I am not going to describe anybody today, by the way. Everyone will come on to, and they'll describe themselves. I think, yeah, everybody tells their story. I would also like to request for Madam Beatrice Alachi to please join us. So good morning, and we only have 14 minutes, and so I will be quite tight on time. I'm going to first start with you, Edgar. I'd like to ask you, please, can you tell the good audience who you are and what you do?
Thank you. My name is Edgar Odari. I work with an organization called EcoNews Africa, and we basically try to simplify, bridge the gap between international processes and what is happening at local processes. So for example, if you have an international trade agreement, what does it mean for the local person? Yes. Yeah.
Madam Elachi.
Good, I believe so. Good morning.
Mnaweza nisikia? Hamna sauti? Sauti imefika? Good morning, everyone. So my name is Beatrice Elachi, the member of Parliament of Dagoretti North. But in my life, I think I have worked with women for many years in many different backgrounds, and especially in the economic empowerment space. And so I always appreciate when I introduce myself to appreciate one, Professor Wanjiku Kabera, who has been our mother with Daisy for the years we have known civil society and issues of women. Thank you.
Thank you so much both. And I'd like us to dive straight in. I think anybody who remembers the way we did yesterday's session, we're going to get straight to the nitty-gritty. This session is about geopolitics. And I would like for both of you to briefly give and explain to our audience what you perceive as geopolitics and how it is relevant to women.
Thank you. Edgar? Geopolitics is the projection of economic, cultural, military, or political power across geographic or political spaces. That is how I understand it. Yes. Yeah.
Madam Elachi?
To bring it home, I think geopolitics is what affects us as women globally. And I'll give an example. We are talking about the high cost of living, where is food, where is everything. So you look at Ukraine, you look at Russia, and other impacts that are on us, on lives, and you realize there are geopolitics that affects us down up to the grassroots. That when you are asking for food, you realize being a global world and where it's so also a village that we didn't know at one point unga can disappear, and it's going to disappear because when you look at Mexico, then you look at Russia has been one of the highest, which we never used to know. So you will have even cheap unga, but it will not be available. So in that context, that is what the geopolitics and the impact it has on us.
So let me ask you both, how important is it for women in particular, because that's your audience right now, for them to actually participate or take notice or monitor international news? How important is it, Edgar?
I think it's very important for two main reasons. Number one, whatever happens at the global stage actually affects the local processes. And it will be very important for women to understand what is happening at the global stage and how does it specifically affect my situation at the local space. But number two, it will also prevent people from lying to them. Someone doesn't just wake up and say, oh, bei ya unga imeenda wapi chini, imeenda wapi, imeenda juu, and you want to use that as an excuse to try and bring politics into it. You'll understand that maybe this process is being affected by international processes that are beyond the control of this person who's trying to say he'll bring the prices down. Thank you. Yeah.
Madam Elachi.
Well, one of the things that we have to now ask ourselves as Kenyans especially, and I think Edgar puts it very well, how we look at things, how we start now questioning, even in politics. But more importantly, is to ask ourselves, what are those effects? And one of the effects that we will have to ask ourselves as a country, yes, as we talk of climate change, as we talk of many other issues, and we just look at the Northeastern now, today, Kajiado, what they have gone through. And we ask ourselves, even how do we turn around and see what is best for us? Because the effects are there. The global chain is there. And I'll give a very good example. Wacha sasa niseme kwa Kiswahili kidogo. Niseme hivi. Ukiangalia kwa hivi sasa, tumeanza kupigana kidogo na ile supermarket imekuwa pale Kenyatta University. Na tunasema ya kwamba huyu Mchina amekuja, vitu zake mbona bei rahisi kushinda wachuuzi wetu, wale wako Kikomba, wale wako Kamkunji. Lakini utakuta masuala mawili. Hivi Edgar ametuambia kwamba moja ni sisi wenyewe kwanza tujiulize, sisi wenyewe wale wachuuzi tunaoleta hizi vitu, ile bei ni sawa na ule mchuuzi yako pale KU? Na kama ni sawa, mbona wewe basi wauza bei ghali sana pale Kikomba mpaka ukafanya kila mtu yuaenda pale? Kwa Kiingereza tunasema sasa hizo siasa, hiyo geopolitics ndio inaanza sasa. Tutakuwa na geopolitics za Uchina na hapa kwetu. In other words, we'll have also diplomacy, trade conflicts, where we find someone who is in your country legally, doing his business legally, just the same way a Kenyan can go to another country. And that is why, even as we look at all this, we have to always remember our constitution, 2010 constitution, we accepted that all treaties, all bilaterals, the moment we are part of it, we are signatories, we ratify, they also affect us. So that's your politics. We are saying the impact starts with our own constitution. That indeed we will have to accept and agree we must trade in and outside Kenya, and it will always affect us.
Fantastic. I love the way you've put it. And I would now like to take it more into Edgar's little zone where he's actually very comfortable about exactly what you said, Madam Elachi. Now, how do we make women connect, Kenyan women-owned SMEs, connect with businesses and sell and export abroad? So let's talk about trade agreements. Edgar, how can women get into, be part and parcel of trade agreements that are going on?
Okay. So unfortunately, what has happened over the past has been that, women tend to hear these things and, they're so disconnected from them, you don't imagine they actually affect you. But think about it this way. The Chinese are bringing in their products. There are women who are growing avocados, yeah? Now, avocados have an open market in China, for example. So how do you organize yourself, maybe as a cooperative, to be able to take advantage of this and start exporting to that market? I think there's a lady who made about 4 million out of selling her avocados. And that's just avocados. We have so many other what we call tariff lines, so many other products that can be able to be exported in this process. So what needs to happen is, number one, you need to understand who are the main players in this, be it the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service to give you certification. You need to start asking how you're going to export, but the best way to do this would be to visit the ministries that are available to do this work, because some of these civil servants are available to do this work, but we don't take advantage of them. So, visit the Ministry of Trade, find out how you can get certification, visit KEPROBA, Kenya Export Promotion and Promotion Agency. Get certification and start planting, crops that can be able to be exported, because there's a lot of money that is being made in these spaces. People are just not aware of how much they can be able to benefit from them. Yeah, yeah.
I think for women, we are the ones who till the lands, and then we shall go to the market. Then you'll take your tomatoes at Kawangware market, Kutu's market. By the time it comes at 2 o'clock, you have a trader from Nairobi who says, niuzie hii nyanya, crate moja hii pesa, kwa sababu sasa si jioni inafika. So what happens to the farmer? You just throw everything to the trader, because instead of going back with it at home, you'd rather now sell. So you sell it at a very low price. And for me, if indeed government is saying it starts from down going up, the first thing we will want now is Treasury to come out of its comfort zone. And I always tell most of them, go to the ground and just sit with the people. They will give you solutions. They will tell you how you can turn around this economy just using them, but in a formula that they understand. So when you look at the macros that we talk about in economics and all that, and now you try to break it down, the impact becomes very different, because Kenyans have very different way of how they look at trade. So mi naamka asubuhi niko na watermelon yangu kwa ndoo. So nitatembea by saa 5 nitakuwa nimeuza nimemaliza. I've made my 100% profit, I've gone. yeye anajua nimefanya biashara na ni ukweli amefanya, ameenda, the next day comes, she will do the same like that. And many women do that. Either you are with watermelon, women who I have seen today who have sold in parklands. I think we've never done the story of the women who have carried their kiondos, and every morning they are the gates in parklands, and they do, when you ask them, she will say, for 30 years now my daughter is a doctor, but because that is her, she feels if I stay at home, because I have a doctor, I can't. And that's a woman anyway. But she'll give you her story, how she has done that trade. You will be so surprised. She has built a home, she stays comfortably, but that's her trade. And then we have another one who believes, I will just sit on the road, niuze mahindi. There's another one who is at Kenyatta Market, her trade is just samaki. But ukiuliza Onyango, hii samaki, right now utaona Onyango akona wamama 20 ameandika from fish. So I always say it depends also on the mindset for women. So if you want to do anything in this country, it can thrive. It's your mindset, it's how you start. If you're waiting to have 10,000, hautawai anza. You have to start with that 1,500, umesonga. Tomorrow umepata profit yako, unaweka kidogo, unaongezea biashara yako. That way, you will find everyone doing something at home. But many feel that when they come, you need a startup. So you ask her, so I need a shop. You don't need a shop. Today, you don't need a shop. Today, and that is why I'm hoping when we are going to talk about technology, we are able to understand and trade with technology. Na utauza, as long as ni kitu mzuri. The other challenge we face, which we have to face it and say as Kenyans, hii uongo mingi tuko nayo, tunaharibu sisi wenyewe biashara zetu. Kwa sababu wewe umeanza biashara vizuri, the time unaona pesa inaanza kuingia, unaidilute. Unaanza kufanya kitu ingine, watu wanashinda, is it the same product that I got? Ni nini? So Kenyans, hii tamaa ya pesa is what is going to kill this country. And it starts from the top. From the top. Because everyone just talks of their small macro, you know. The other day, and I'm sorry to say, we were looking at a broader thing, but I won't say whatever it is, but you can understand. Then all of a sudden, you narrow it down to what you normally do. It kills. If you want to build Kenya and the women of Kenya, open up, they have different ideas, let them do what they normally do. You narrow down from the top, you kill the strength of all the women in what they have been doing in their groups.
Well said, well said. So, as, okay, the clock has run out totally. Now, yeah. Thank you, Winnie. So, but I'm going to ask for final words. Now, going back to the, geopolitical dynamics, what women really need to pay attention, what wanawake wanyumba, and not just the women, because we also have our young ladies, and even our young girls, what do they need to pay attention when it comes to geopolitics, not to ignore it?
Sorry?
So focus on your last words on geopolitics.
Okay.
Advice.
I think the best thing women can do is how to position themselves, because geopolitics, the Chinese say, usually comes with a risk and an opportunity. So you might be concentrated and saying, oh, look, this is going to affect me and whatnot, but what about the opportunity that lies out of that situation? So sometimes, let's say, take an example of the price hikes that are being experienced because of food. Instead of complaining, being a victim, why can't you at some point take advantage of it and become the person who benefits from that kind of arrangement? And I know sometimes it's difficult because if you look at the way the land tenure system is, it disadvantages women. But even just being traders, just the other day, I've been in Accra last week, and the women have shifted that the trade is now being conducted, trade in food is now being conducted by women. And they've said, people are making noise saying, oh, you're selling it at an expensive price. They say, no, it's not my problem. Look at what is happening. at the global price. And they're taking advantage of it and getting revenue out of it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
I think when we look at the geopolitics, we need to ask ourselves what is good for sustainability. And as Edgar says, you have to take advantage of the situation. But at the same time, we must ask ourselves, we've prayed for rain, and rain is going to come. That water, where is it going? Very soon again, it will just go with the rain, it will come. Huge waters will go through Tana River back to Indian Ocean. So you see, those are some of the sad parts of what we do. And maybe the other thing we need to is to pick a few women. And I always say, I like saying, let us take women even from Nairobi or wherever. Just take them here to Yatta, to Dr. Masika's home, and see how you can just transform nothing to something that you have never seen. And then from there, I hope it opens your mind and you can now, because sometimes exchange programs open minds. So with geopolitics, just remember the effects we are going to have. Number one, from the Ukraine-Russia war, we will still have effects. Yesterday I saw Northern Ireland and the UK. Now they've come to an agreement of their Brexit thing. It's going to affect agriculture in Kenya, and I wonder whether we know that the effects of Brexit are also geopolitics that affected us in the agricultural sector with the European Union. Then now you look at the Chinese, where Kenya imports nearly everything from them. So post-COVID also is a serious geopolitics impact on our social lives, because when the industries were closed and all that, that is why you find now Kikomba crying. Why? Because that trade that used to flow is no longer there. So those are some of the geopolitics that have affected us. But my parting shot is that women, we wear so many things on our bodies. So you have the hair, you have the nails, you have, who is in the business? Men are in the business, a multi-billion business that makes women look women. So we have to also go and look, where are our small traders of women who have these small retail shops? How do we support them, as Edgar says, to push them in that space so that they are the ones who run with their beauty and everything. And women, we become a bit biased that you buy women and where women are. Asanteni.
At this juncture, I would love to thank you, my panelists. I think they have been great. Please, can you give them a round of applause again? My parting shot is that we do not live in a bubble. This is a global village. Please always think outside the box. Thank you.
Okay, there's a request for questions. I'll allow one, this one.
Thank you so much. My question really is about the geopolitical trade agreements, right? Because we know that these trade agreements, the negotiations that are done, especially when you see a country like Kenya, a small country like Kenya, negotiating with a country like America, you know, so you're dealing with a country that has 50, how many states? 52 states. And you're one little country, and they're negotiating as peers, right? So, first of all, I want to know about, you know, like how that affects us in terms of being able to properly negotiate our best interests as Kenyans, or even if our countries actually do negotiate that. That's to you, Edgar. And to Honorable Elachi, in Parliament, because Parliament needs to ratify these agreements. Do you, as parliamentarians, actually scrutinize these agreements for the best interests of Kenyans, and even look at them from a gender perspective, how they affect us? Because I look at things like not just the US trade agreement, looking at things like AFTA, which has huge potential, but it implies that goods must be produced locally. And when we look at our production capacity locally, and then of course as women, how then do we begin to take advantage of those opportunities or even build the capacity to do that? And what about foreigners who come? Because we're always encouraging foreign direct investments. So if we have foreign companies that come and manufacture locally with certain advantages that they're given as incentives. So you're given free land, you're given tax breaks, you're given import of capital goods and machinery without, duty. And you're able to produce locally as a foreigner, cheaper than locals. That gives you the right then to trade within that area. So how do these things affect us, and how can those negotiations be done in such a way that they guarantee that the locals actually benefit, of some of these agreements? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. It's interesting you ask that question because, recently the PS, Alfred Kombudo, was in the US negotiating the US-Kenya trade and investment agreement. And, the question that he's asking is, how many people even know? If you go to America, Americans are aware of what is happening in terms of those negotiations. But in Kenya, no one seems to be aware. That's the first issue, transparency in those negotiations. The second issue has to do with the content. The US is 208 times bigger than Kenya in terms of the economy. So, when you say you are negotiating as equals in what plane? First of all, the economy of California alone is much bigger than Kenya. That's just one state. And it's 113 times bigger than Kenya. So this is just one state. And you're comparing it and saying you want to trade as a whole country with Kenya. There are risks that are associated with that. For example, in agriculture, which is directly affecting women, you have huge subsidies that are being given by the American government. And these subsidies, these people can come here and sell products at a loss. And they'll still be making money because they are hugely subsidized by their country. I think the American government gives about, the last figure I was calculating was about $96 billion of subsidies. So, and they come and tell you, no, these are non-trade distorting subsidies. They are allowed under the World Trade Organization. That's part of the geopolitics we're talking about. Now, when they bring these products here, and it's called dumping now because they're bringing at a price that is lower than the actual market price. What do women-owned enterprises that are trading in those agricultural products able to do? What are they able to do, for example? And those are the questions we are trying to ask ourselves. There was a caucus, Mheshimiwa, in the last parliament, the economic caucus that was chaired by the Honorable Jude Njomo. He did not make it to this parliament. And they had an initiative to try and bring in an act that will try to regulate the way trade agreements are negotiated. This is something that maybe you can take to be able to take the process forward, because if you look at the way the negotiations are being done, it's at the top, very top. You wake up and say, okay, we're negotiating. We've opened up these chapters without thinking through in terms of what is supposed to happen out of that process. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so Daisy, yes, we in Parliament, let me start by saying, do we read? It's an individual interest. And everyone reads what they are interested. So in Parliament, it's like interest. So if I'm interested in this sector, then I will read and be able to see how I can change things within that sector. I know I have, I'm just giving now an example, a motion on the EPZs. Same thing that Edgar is saying. Why? It's because when they negotiated the trade agreement, you find that, yes, you have allowed Kenya to have the 20%, which at one point government used to release those clothes for Kenyans to buy. But then you forget, because of post-COVID, what is that economic stimulus package that you're giving, especially Kenyans who are locals who run those EPZs? Forget about the few internationals who are there. But we have Kenyans who are very local. They are now straining. And they need something, and so you need to give them a waiver that in that 20% they can look for local business, but give at the same price that they were supposed to, because it's an expo area, so everything will be duty free. So you can work closely with government. These uniforms for police and everything, they can do it through their EPZs, just to make also the owners not to just close down because they are unable, but to have a float, especially for their workers. So there's an example of an EPZ in Kisumu. It's a first woman who has worked in Kikomba all her life. And she goes, when she realized in COVID, and that is the time government had started saying they will now close Mitumba. She goes and opens an EPZ in Kisumu, calls it Dada. Her trading was, she supports girls who had gone through early pregnancies. So most of her tailors who are fantastic are those girls now. 3,000 of them in that place. But you see right now, she needs to stay afloat because at the moment, you don't have expos. At the same time, you have all this machinery you have brought in. You must pay the bank and all that. So also government has to think of those economic stimulus packages. And so that is why that motion now pushes for that. And so if the ministry will pick it now and CS Korea to see how now to come in and now enforce that policy, then it will support all those. During Ukraine war, when it just started, we had guys who came from Europe. They wanted to put an EPZ in Kajiado for this oil, because the cooking oil used to come from Ukraine, and so sunflower. And our people, very interesting, and that is one thing that is very sad in Kenya, that even the ones we have given the offices, after all, they have a salary. Do they care? No. They stayed for 4 or 5 days, and then in the long run, they said they cannot get 30 hectares of land to give to these guys. And these guys just went to Tanzania, and they have now started. We just lost 4,000 jobs like that. And sometimes when they talk to you, you are looking at them and wondering, what do you say? But I was a speaker, and I witnessed a bank that wanted to open and a land that was at Lenana Road. And because of this, what is my cut and what is your cut? We just lost because the cut is 200 billion. You're even looking at these Kenyans and you're asking yourself, are you normal? But this is 800 jobs gone to Ethiopia. And so Kenyans have to, that's what I was saying, come out of this lust of money. Let us think of our country, of these young people we are talking about, because indeed God has given us many opportunities. It is us Kenyans who have just killed the opportunities. So Daisy, we are there, yes, but it is the interest of who will do what. But as Kewopa, I think we can pick a few as the women and move with a few. We cannot promise 100%, but we can do what we can, a few of us.
Very much. You want a commitment?
Well, I don't need to give Daisy a commitment. I have always been committed to her.
I know,
post.
even I'm a witness.
She should not ask me that commitment. Yes. I'll go and look for it. I'll call Jude Jomo. He will tell me where it had reached. That one I can pick. I have no issue. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Muthoni and your panel. Give them a round of applause. I'll call the next panel, which is Women in Agriculture. And this is going to be moderated by Stella Maina. Stella, please, karibu on stage. Oh, she's right here. Great. Stella is the co-founder of Green Rhino Kenya and the director in charge of business development.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, there you go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Maina, and I'd like to call the Women in Agriculture panel up, starting with Madam Judy Matu. Thank you. Also Julie Nyawera of Seed Savers, and Catherine Manjiko from Strathmore University. Please, let's give them a round of applause as they come up. As they come up, I'd like to do a quick poll. How many women in the room are in agriculture? Please raise quite high so we can see. Okay, not too many, possibly 20%. Of the 20%, how many in production? So you do the actual farming. Yes, thank you, Miriam. Okay. Less hands. How many in processing, value addition? Okay. Value addition, processing, 1. How many in the trading and marketing? Trading, marketing, selling? None. Oh, 1. 2. So, thank you, panel, for coming up. You can see how many women are involved in agriculture and going down the chain up to processing. So, I'll start off by asking you to just describe what's the current state of the participation of women in agriculture, and you can share from your experiences, the organizations you come from, and the programs or projects you're involved in. So Judy, do you want to start us off?
Yes, I can. I can, thank you. So, I am Judy Matu, and I'm the National Executive Chair Lady for the Association of Women in Agriculture Kenya, an organization that focuses on small holders within the agriculture sector, not just production, but the entire value chain. We build their capacity to become informed decision makers and key industry players. And thank you, Stella, for this opportunity. Just to look at the participation of women in agriculture. First, I must commend Honorable Alachi. I didn't know she understands just how much goes on in the grassroots. Sometimes it's just blurred because they're up there and the women are down here. So there was ANGEC, that's the National Gender Equality Commission. There was a policy paper that they released some time ago, and they talked about 75% of agricultural labor is by women. So when we talk about participation, because participation is so wide, are we talking about those who are taking kibaruas, that's the casual laborers? Are we talking about women who actually own land and are productive? Are we talking about wives who are simply taking care of their family, smallholder farms? Are we talking about mama mbogas? What are we talking about when we address women, participation of women in agriculture? You know, FAO released a report and it said that 60 to 80% of food production is by women. In other words, that cake that you've just taken, a percentage of the ingredients there have been produced by a woman. And so there's a lot that is determined by the work that women do on the ground. They are taking part in the production, the cultivation, the sowing, the pruning, just ensuring that there is food on our table. However, there are so many dynamics that play around agriculture. You will find there are so many gender inequalities, and that is even burdened by the nature of women being caregivers. And so the ownership, the control, the use of land determines just the level of participation and the gains thereof. And so there are so many challenges even as women are participating across board. Yes, they participate, but we also need to look at the gains. When we do a balance sheet around what women are doing on the ground, is it really balancing? If we have 75% of women in agricultural labor, then how much is that, the balance is the men? And when we go to the end of it, at the business sector, where we are looking at the gains from the agriculture sector, how much? Now the tables turn, and the men are the ones gaining more, and the women are gaining less. And so we need to strike a balance to ensure that some of these challenges are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Catherine?
Good morning. My name is Catherine Wanjiku. I'm a business development manager at Strathmore University Business School, where we offer trainings. We provide trainings and we transform leaders. So we have agribusiness programs that basically we have women agribusiness programs and also academic programs in agribusiness. So to answer your question, what's the participation of women? So I would refer this to the programs that we offer in agribusiness. You tend to find that the participation of women is very low. We have, let's say, like 10% of women are who come for the programs, and we have a very high percentage of the men who are doing the programs. That means because our programs are more of advanced management in agribusiness, that means the top people who are involved in the agribusiness are men and not really women. And as Judy has said, that most of the labor force is women. So that means that the decision makers are not women, and we need to involve more women in decision making, and so as to develop the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I think I'll ask now Julia just to describe the program that you have in Baringo and how you see that participation of women and what are some of the challenges that they're facing.
Thank you, Stella. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia. I come from Nakuru County. I represent the grassroots woman, so I work with farmer groups, particularly women groups. I come from an organization called Seed Savers Network, and from our name, we look at issue of seed. Mostly we do seed saving, and maybe just to mention on participation of women, there are two key areas I would like to mention. Women on areas of land as well as seed are two main things to help in agriculture from production. So these two main inputs, so like for land, for instance, society, we are still having the father-son kind of a situation on inheritance of land, yet there are already laws that have been put in place to enable a woman be able to inherit land and own land. So I'm calling upon us as women also to continue sensitizing other women on their right as they are able to own land. So that is the first thing, because most of the women, mostly in the grassroots, they don't know that they have the right to own this land. Another thing is on seed. So for women to be able to grow food, they need seed. And most of the time, the issue of seed is ignored. And we think that seed is produced somewhere in a company. There are companies that produce seed. But really, the farmers are the ones that the seed should come from the farmer, because they are the ones tilling the land, they're the ones with doing the work. So the seed, the issue of seed is something that when we say certified seed, I hear most people are talking of certified seed. There's no certified seed, but really we are able to get quality seed from the farmers. So that's what we are doing with our program. We are working with women farmers. They are saving their own seed. They are growing their own seed. I would like to share a case in Baringo. We are working in Baringo as well. And on issues of contract farming, for instance, I know also we have people from Baringo here, and they know the case of maize farming in Baringo and the contract work of producing maize seed in Baringo. So I would call upon us in the gender space to develop gender policies on contract farming, because what happens in Baringo, the women are the ones tilling the land, they're the ones working on the land, while their husbands, so the owners of the lands, which mostly is the husbands, their names are the ones written in the company, the account numbers are the men's, and so the women are forgotten. And also the issue of insecurity of food is in Baringo, because you find the rules of growing this maize seed, you are not supposed to intercrop with other foods. So that leaves a woman waiting for the money from the company to go again and purchase food. So this is the situation where we are having farmers dying of hunger. So it's ironical because they have a piece of land they can till and get food. But this is not happening because of the situation and the societal. So I'm calling upon us to take action, especially the gender. We need to have a gender policy on contract farming so that we can also put the woman's need and the woman's contribution in place so that they can be well rewarded, as well as food security to be considered in such issues of contract farming. They should be given a space where they can also do their own food for the home. Yeah.
Thank you, Julia. That's one important point you raised, a framework for engaging women and allowing them to get into contract farming. What other incentives or programs do you think would support or increase the engagement of women in agriculture? Judy.
Thank you, Stella. Probably I would give an example based on what we are doing. First, I must say that we are not just addressing the rural women, we are also looking at urban farming. Because when the COVID pandemic hit, and everybody, the government gave a directive for staying at home, the women living in the urban informal settlements were the hardest hit. When you imagine that those women rely on daily wages, and which are not guaranteed, then it was quite a challenge. And because in AWAC, that is the Association of Women in Agriculture, our core objectives are food security and nutrition, climate action, women economic empowerment and advocacy. We looked at the challenge on food security. How are these women going to provide if they cannot even go go outside their houses to look for money? And that's how we came up with the urban farming program for food security and nutrition within the urban informal settlements. And that was one way to ensure that there's food security even for the vulnerable women living in the slums. Within the rural areas, they have the access to land, but they may not have the ability to make decisions like the lady shared. And you know, when we talk about incentives, it should be something that is drawing you to doing something. When we look at the existing policies, we have the agriculture sector policy on gender. And when you look at it, and then look at whether it has been implemented, or is it just a document that is looking good somewhere on a shelf. You know, I like what Edgar and the Mheshimiwa were talking about here, about all the available resources, and we should go knocking on the government doors and looking for what it is they're offering. I think it should be the other way around. How many people do you expect to come knocking on the ministry's doors? Can you just publicize what it is you're offering to the people? Here is a woman in Kitui County. She has no time to go knocking on a government. In fact, she doesn't even think it's a priority because one, she does not have the information. her priority is to look for water. Right now we are all going through a terrible drought as a country. She has to look for water. It may take her 3 hours. While she comes back, she needs to get home, look for firewood, do all those things. We are calling it unpaid care, which is taking most of her day. Now, is that a woman who will actually think, what are the policies in government talking about my situation here? She doesn't have time for that. That is why we have an administrative structure that goes all the way to the Nyumba Kumis and all those people. Now, those should be the bearers of the information. Come let me know. There is a chief's baraza, and he's going to talk to the farmers about this policy that is very important for the women in this village. At the county level, we have the same ward administrators. Can you just communicate what it is you're offering? Don't just tell us big reports that we need to read, and there are more than 50 pages, and you want that woman in the village to just read and see the incentives that the government is offering. If you don't communicate it at her level, in a language that she can understand, simplify it, because some of them are not literate like you. They don't understand what those documents mean. Those are figures and graphs. They don't understand that. Please, can you simplify the messages? We know there are so many things out there. Our work is not government to go to every home, but we are actually reaching so many people, more than 15,000 groups in the country, but that's not enough. We are not government. So let us have that gender policy in agriculture sector, working for the most, you're talking about bottom-up right now. Can we just have it activated? So the incentives we are offering as an organization, yes, we are training women on good practices, climate-smart agriculture. We are actually doing a lot of land restoration, because most of the agricultural land has been destroyed. And that is why even the yield from the production is going down. So instead of allowing these women to continue trying to till in the same worn-out soil, it is time for them to get the capacity. Empower your extension officers so that they can now start doing what they used to do a long time ago. Come and train these women on better ways to make sure that their soils are more productive. Planting trees. We have an agroforestry program, and we are looking at planting 4 million trees within Kitui and Tharaka Nithi and other areas, because we are across the country. And we are doing this through funds that we receive. But you know, when it comes to government, can some of our taxes just come back and restore the land so that the farmers can produce more, so that the farmers can have more food? And when there is more food, remember, it will also come to the cost of living. It will be cheaper because there will be plenty of food. Can we also address the issue of post-harvest losses? Because we can produce so much, but if you're not able to conserve that and store it well, then we'll also be doing zero work. Right now, we are going through a drought. We've been told that El Nino is coming. What are we doing about that between now and the El Nino time? How do we ensure that that water does not go down the drain, literally? We need to ensure that we have water management, conservation and storage mechanisms in place. As an organization, we are doing our bit. But I want to throw this challenge to the government. Please, enough of talking. Can we just see, I mean, every day now we are hearing taxes up. I received a memo yesterday, taxes up. Can we see something? Can it work for me? You know, if it works for me, I'll not feel the pinch. But if I'm just paying and paying and paying and going home to a hungry family, it pinches me. Let that tax work for me. Come and restore, have programs around capacity building for farmers at the grassroots level, urban farming and everything, land restoration. Can it work for us? Can we ensure that there are mechanisms to tap every drop that will be coming with the El Nino? Instead of the drowning and the cases of now food has all gone to the drain, can we have mechanisms where we trap all that water, conserve it? We have time. God has given us time. He's given us the ability to know that it's coming. In other words, it's a warning system. How are we preparing for it? So incentives are there, but we also need to plan. If we fail to plan, then we plan to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Judy. You raised a very important point, information asymmetry. And one of the things we thought about when we sat as a panel was how many programs do you know as a woman that support women in agriculture? And what Judy is saying is very important, because if there's a directory to know, I mean, we could list a couple of programs. TFO Canada has a program for export, women in export, and it's not just in agriculture, but also textile, apparel, and also home decor pieces. We've got Kenya Investment Mechanism, and maybe, Catherine, you can speak about what you're doing with USAID.
Thank you. Yes, so first of all, I would like to appreciate what the various organizations are doing, including the government, in creating incentives for people to participate in agribusiness, men and women included. In Strathmore, we have partnered with various organizations. We have partnered with USAID, a program known as Kenya Investment Mechanism that seeks to train women in agribusiness, also in manufacturing, also in tourism and hospitality, healthcare, renewable energy. So it's an investor readiness program that trains women in investment. So if you're there and you want to be an investor, we have that program, and it's very affordable. It has been subsidized by the USAID. It's only 10,000 Kenya shillings, so it's just 10% of the cost. So you are welcome to register. We also have other programs. We have also partnered with USAID as well for the Kenya Small Business Center. It's a program, it's a business advisory support program that seeks to support businesses, MSMEs, small businesses, to train and give advisory services for your business, also to facilitate access to credit, and also to facilitate access to markets. So we have various programs. We have partnered with USAID. We also have another one with Conrad Hilton. This is specifically for the sisters. It's a sisters blended value program. So sisters are also women, and they have been they are a minority group that also needs to be looked at, and with the reduced donations or donor funds, we have partnered with Conrad Hilton to ensure that they are able to have social enterprises that can sustain them, and they do not have to rely on donation or on funds. So that's what we are doing in Strathmore. We also have other programs like primary production. So for the people who are doing primary production, we have programs on that, and also on value addition. We are very focused on having more women on value addition programs. So we have a program on value addition. We also have a program, it's a master's program, it's a graduate program, the Master of Management in Agribusiness program. This is for the persons who are interested in advanced management, doing businesses, agribusiness at an advanced management level. So we have that, and also it equips you with research. So for women who want to go into research in agribusiness, they can enroll into that program. So those are the programs that we have, and we are doing great work, and we are supporting women, and we are partnering with various organizations to ensure that women are more involved in agribusiness.
Okay, thank you. One of the long-term objectives of this conference is to shift women to high-value jobs. What have you seen as the category or segmentation of the jobs that women are involved in agriculture, and how do we move them to the high-value jobs?
So first, I would like to give a case study of Garissa County, where they did the government, or rather the county government of Garissa, it made the women equal partners in farming, because in Garissa County, as you know, women are viewed as more of household caretakers of milking the cows and the camels. So they are really known as farm assistants. So what the government did, or what the county government did, is that they introduced a policy where women are viewed as equal partners, and they're able to own their own businesses. Because one of the challenges for women is they're not able, first of all, they do not own the land. They also don't have access to credit, and their roles are very limited in terms of farming. or in terms of doing agribusiness. So that really helped the women in Garissa County, and they were able to run a successful venture, an apiary business. So, and it has attracted very many dignitaries who go to benchmark, and also other counties are going there for skills transfer. So support from the government has really helped the women in Garissa County. And now they are not doing an assistant role, they are doing the decision making. So that has really been very effective in Garissa County, and I would urge other county governments to do the same so we can support women. So in terms of segmentation of women, we find that women take more of the assistant role in agribusiness. Yes, so what we can do to make them, to support the women to more advanced roles in agribusiness, including, you know, them doing value addition, we can do that through training. Knowledge is power, that's what we say. So we can do that through training programs that we are, like we are doing at Strathmore University, to support the women and to share the knowledge, to disseminate this information so they can be able to be involved in the more advanced sectors in agribusiness value chains.
Thank you. I see we've run out of time. Just wanted to give, do you have a parting shot, Julia?
Yes. I wanted to say that seed is a high value business, and I think it's high time we considered women to get into seed business. And our laws really restrict the exchange of seed. Well, it has allowed multinationals to sell the certified seed. So our main agenda mostly is on food and seed sovereignty. As a country, being able to be independent. Thank you. Being able to be independent on what the input, which is seed. We cannot rely on multinationals for our food security. And this can be done by women in agriculture. And it can start with you. The tomato that you eat every day, that is seed that you can actually extract and plant in your kitchen garden. That pawpaw that you eat every day, that is seed that you can extract. You don't have to go to the shop to buy. So this is what we are saying, that we don't really have to rely and always go back to the shop. We can reduce the input costs for our women in the agriculture by empowering them to be able to produce their own seed. And this is what we are trying to do as seed savers. So what we do trainings on resilient and sustainable agriculture. So mostly this is on capacity building. And for the women that are not able to come to workshops, we ensure there is that extension of village trainings. The lead farmers, after they are trained in the workshop, they go, they go to the villages and they are able to reach that woman in their comfort of their home. They are able to get the training. And so I'm calling upon us, even our MP, Elachi, maybe she stepped out, but there is the Seed and Plant Varieties Act that has given plant breeders rights over farmers' rights. What I mean by that is there is a case of Baringo, the buffalo grass, and this is a grass that was stolen by somebody who came to a community in Marigat. They noticed the grass was really doing very well, and when the livestock are fed, they produce a lot of milk. And so this guy decided to go to the Kefis, and because of the laws that we have, he was able to get a plant breeder's rights over this grass. And this grass has been grown by this community for years. It's the same case like discovering Lake Victoria. We have somebody who came all the way from Europe to come and discover Lake Victoria, yet we have our own people using the lake, growing. So this is the same situation with our seed. And so the case now, at least it has been stopped, and farmers were able to protest, and this was mostly because there was support from KALRO as well as KVDA, which were interested parties in this grass. The voice of the farmers were heard only because they are these powerful people that were also interested. So what happens when another indigenous variety of our women that are growing, because women are mostly the seed savers. So we keep on losing our agro-biodiversity, and we need to be able to save our agro-biodiversity. So maize is not the only food we can eat. We have sorghum, we have millet. We need to be able to think of our nutrition and our food security in that way, being independent as growers of food and not relying on multinationals. So that is my parting shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the panel. Thank you, everyone. I'll just give a parting shot. When women succeed in agriculture and economy, they feed the nations and generations. I would want to challenge us to go where no other women have gone. My own experience has mainly been in primary production, but also in export. And what we see is sometimes they don't even imagine that you can go to a fair and negotiate for, let's say, a sweet potato deal. And I am encouraged to see there's one woman who's pioneering the sweet potato value chain. I know her personally, and she's a success story. And I pray that we can also take that challenge. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Stella. We are going to have a plenary in the afternoon. So please keep your questions. Unless the question is to Julia. If someone has a specific question to Julia, I will allow. You can see Julia. No. The seed lady. Okay. Julia, come back on stage. That is the only question I will allow. Yes.
Thank you, Winnie. My name is Penina Karume. I'm from Kajiado County. My question is about the seeds. Can you tell us something about the GMOs? Because you're trying to tell us about keeping our seeds. What input can you tell us on the GMO seeds? Because it's a debate right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll make it short. So GMO, the only thing I'll say is it's taking away our sovereignty, our food sovereignty. That is the only issue I will touch on GMO. That means we are going to be reliant on somebody else for our food security. And when the GMO, when we start with maize, others will come in. And we are going to forget our diversity of food. Like we've lost so many colored maize. I don't know if we see any colored maize around. We've lost them because of the hybrid that we have. So the GMO issue, what it will happen, we are going to lose our diversity of food. We are going to remain with the GMO, and it will be expensive for farmers to be able to grow. And we are going to rely on that kind of food. So also in our nutrition, that will be affected. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Julia, for keeping it short. And thank you very much for coming. Julia has come all the way from Elementaita with a small baby, and she made it. We really appreciate you, Julia. So you had like a small baby crying somewhere. So while we are on the issue of babies and mothers, we want to celebrate a mother. Mothers are the backbone of this country. They are the backbone of who we are. Today we want to celebrate a very special mother, and I will give her daughter to actually tell us what it is we are celebrating.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Dorothy Njiraine, or Dorothy Mudhoni Kahuria stroke Njiraine. And I want to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank our Almighty God. Secondly, I want to thank Daisy. I don't know what I can say. And Dr. Meroka. They know why I am here. Now, this lady you see here, she is Mrs. Mary Asunta Kanywa Kahuria. She is my mom. Today is her birthday. And so she is celebrating her 86th year. Okay, you can see she is a bit weak. She has been ailing. And why I thought she should celebrate the day with us. You see the way I am. Mine, it was not an accident from birth. This lady has taken care of me. She never, you know what used to happen those days, yeah? Because I'm 59 years. I just celebrated, by the way, I'm a February person, so I just celebrated my 59th year. I'm the third born. Here is our firstborn. Wahome, Joe, Wahome Kahuria. The one who is coming in, she follows me. She is Grace Wageshi. She's my immediate follower. Unfortunately, I can't see all of them. The others are my nieces. Where is? Oh, they are on the way coming. And the cake is coming because I felt we should share. Pardon? It's on the way coming. The cake is from, it's in the packing, so there was that light. They're coming in it. And they're saying it's a small one, but it doesn't matter. In African way, we say whatever you find, we share, and it's always there. So let me give Mom, Mom used to be a teacher, so she can understand what you're saying. Please say something to my fellow women. Ma'am, this is our Women's Economic Forum. We started meeting yesterday. As I told you, I'm in this women business. We are seeing how women can be involved in recovering the Kenya's economy. Just say something to the women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm very happy to see you. Although I have come here with difficulty, I wanted to stay home. I've been eating and find it very hard to walk. So I'm happy to see everybody here. So I don't know you everybody. I'm praying for you to go on to see the world, Kenya, because I hear that you are what? Oh, you are meeting for economic Kenya recovery. Go on with your career and find ways how to improve Kenya women so that they can improve themselves. Yes. We are happy to see women working, and some of you are doctors, are economics. Now, I wanted to wish you good luck. Thank you. I have nothing more to say. Yeah. This one you see here is my daughter. She was born like that. There's not a sickness, but she was born with her feet looking like this. I've taken care of her since she was young. I was just praying God that He help her to just walk. That's what I was just praying for her. But God has blessed her, and I'm very happy. He has taken care of her, not me, but it's God. If you believe in God, everything will be okay. And she has really tried to wake up herself, not me, because I left her just when she was in university, and she graduated. She has taken me to South Africa. I've seen South Africa because of that. Yes. So I'm very happy about her. The others are good. They all are educated. So God has helped me very much, not because of me, but because of God. If you believe in God, everything will be okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Winnie, thank you. I don't know why the cake is taking so long. It was at the parking. They couldn't allow any other vehicle here. But the cake will be coming, so please, we will cut us. Yeah, just take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll see when the cake gets here. When the cake gets here, yes, we will see. Please, because some of our speakers need to leave for other engagements, we just have, please allow us to continue, but we will definitely stop it, Dr. Njeraine, and cut the cake and sing for Mom. So the next panel is about integrating women collectives into local and global supply chains. I will be the moderator for that panel, and I only have one panelist, and I will call her on stage, Margaret Mudheo, the Regional Director, Africa for We Connect. Karibu, Margaret. Please put mine first, my profile, so that people understand why I'm chairing this one. So, as you heard, I wear many hats. I chair the Supplier Diversity Subsector Board at KEPSA, which is part of the Gender Sector Board. And as you can see, the Supplier Diversity Subsector's role is aimed at accelerating advocacy for greater supplier diversification, for increased market linkages for more women, youth, and persons with disability-owned enterprises. In a nutshell, it's really to ensure that more women, youth, and persons with disabilities can access the supply chains of these global and international companies, but both at public. Mainly we deal, of course, with private sector as KEPSA, but mainly also with government, also ensuring that government does its role in ensuring that this particular group demographic is able to access those supply chains. So we have been working a lot with We Connect. We had invited 2 other corporates, but they have sent us apologies. They cannot make it. So I'll let Margaret introduce herself.
All right, thank you, Winnie. Celebrate the great work you're doing at KEPSA, especially in empowering, in making sure that gender inclusive sourcing is a thing in Kenya. So I am the Regional Director for Africa at We Connect International, and our key goal as an organization is to ensure that we connect women-owned businesses, just as our name suggests, to qualified buyers. We are a membership organization with both suppliers who are women-owned businesses, and for you to qualify to be called a woman-owned business, according to our criteria, is to have ownership of at least 51% and over by one or more women-owned businesses. We also have our buyers, and our buyers are mostly large corporations that already have what we call a supplier diversity and inclusion program in their supply chain, or even in Kenya, what we know mostly is the gender inclusive sourcing, so that they're able to source for products and goods from women-owned businesses. So we are the organization that comes in between to make the connections happen. We also register, train, and certify women-owned businesses. So our registration is absolutely free. If you are a woman-owned business in any sector and you have that 51% or over, or you're a sole proprietor, of course, registration is key. And whichever sector, then you're welcome to register as a supplier, and it's absolutely free on our network on weconnectinternational.org. We also offer certification, a globally recognized certification in over 50 countries, where if you certify with us, then you're able to also trade across other 50 countries. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Margaret. So I'd ask you, what are the key challenges faced by women in accessing the local and global supply chains, and how can these be addressed?
Okay, so I'll highlight one of the addresses which I know is very common to most of you, and I've had some of the speakers mention, and one of them is having informal businesses where women do not want to register their businesses for one reason or the other. And one of the reasons in the course of interaction with women-owned businesses, because I've been in that space for over 5 years now, is, you know, you're trying to have KRA not follow you around, but not knowing that having a formal business, a registered business, creates and avails opportunities you would ordinarily not have access to when you are informal. Another thing is lack of the information on where these particular opportunities for local or global procurement opportunities are. Being in a space like this, in a networking conference on Women Economic Forum, and a big congratulations to Daisy and all the organizers who've been able to put this together, is one place where you can access information. Since I've been here, and I'm sure even for those that have been attending the conferences yesterday, you've had an opportunity to network with various organizations and access information. So that is one of the things I can say, access of where this information is, on where these opportunities are.
How do you think these can be addressed?
Yeah, so how it can be addressed, one is through, okay, the other challenge I forgot to mention is capacity, yeah? Capacity, whether in terms of having the right personnel or even technology, because right now we have e-procurement, everything is going digital. Even with the different suppliers that you're going to work with, they'll require you to first of all pre-qualify as a supplier. Even in the government, we've seen that. Yeah, pre-qualify as a supplier, you know, on their portal. So if you're not tech savvy, that means you're definitely missing out on a great opportunity as a woman business owner, even though there's an opportunity for you through the various initiatives like AGPO, where the government requires that 30% of procurement opportunities be set aside for women, persons with disabilities, and the youth. Yeah, so to overcome those three challenges that I have highlighted, one of them would be capacity building, to ensure that women have the right capacity in terms of ensuring that they understand supply chain, how everything works with various suppliers, be it local or global organizations, depending on what your priorities are as a business. And also being tech savvy. Yeah, technology nowadays, we are living in a digital economy, ensuring that you have at least some knowledge. You're not saying that have the deep tech where you start coding, etc., but at least some level of knowledge to help you access some of these opportunities. The other thing is being in places or in business networks. Yeah, she's mentioned KEPSA. We have other organizations. We have also our organization as We Connect International, where being in those spaces, you'll be able to understand the opportunities available, the challenges other women-owned businesses are facing in your space, what opportunities are coming up, yeah? No man is an island, yeah? And as a woman business owner, don't just sit in your corner and just do business there, hoping that opportunities will find you. Yeah, but just be in spaces like this. When there's a conference like this, make sure you show up to ensure that you are exposed to the right knowledge and opportunities. And the other thing is registration. Make sure you formalize your business. Yeah, registration now has become very, very easy. You can register a limited company, even as a sole director, yeah, adopt the Articles of Association on the eCitizen portal or on the business registration services, and ensure that at least you have the mandatory required documents to enable you to trade in certain spaces where that is a requirement.
Great. So the most important, of course, is registering your business, and then, of course, making partnerships or getting into an association or a network, because that is where you'd get all the benefits. So does We Connect offer trainings to women, or how exactly do we build our capacity?
Yes, training is one of the things that we do, and our training is focused on procurement readiness. Right now, we are currently rolling out a project for IFC Kenya called the Sourcing to Equal, where they're targeting 1,300 women SMEs across Kenya to be procurement ready and also create opportunities for them. Yeah, so that is one of the things that we do. We also have other programs that we run with our member buyers of these large corporations, and I'll mention one example with Moody's. Moody's is a global financial services organization, and one of the things they're focused on is women economic empowerment. So one of the training programs we run is on investment readiness, and all our training programs, by the way, are absolutely free on investment readiness, just to help you understand how to access investment opportunities. But over and above that, our key thing is to empower you on general procurement readiness, to understand supply chains, to understand how corporates work, what are the required documents, how can you ensure that you put all your ducks in a row to take advantage of all these opportunities available, especially because most of the buyers have already made commitments to source from women-owned businesses. Yeah, so then the onus is upon you as the woman-owned business to ensure that you're properly empowered. Yeah.
Great. And probably at this point, I'd just like to ask, how many people have registered with a BMO? That's a business membership organization. People who are in business, the women in business. None.
I can only see 2 hands.
So the rest are doing individually owned businesses. I think it's important that we know that when you're alone, just as Margaret has said, when you're alone, you can't do much, but when you're in a group of others, you can actually go far. And I think there are several. There's Kenya Association of Women Business Owners. There are several, but I think it's necessary that we know that if you're in an association, or at least a registered association, whatever biashara you do, I think even hawkers have their own association. So it's really important that you're there. So you mentioned about technology. What are some of the examples of successful initiative that with technology they can leverage to get their businesses to grow?
All right, I have mentioned that you're now living in a digital economy where, for example, you do not need to even have a physical space as a woman business owner. For you to be able to trade within the confines of space and time, that means that you have an e-commerce platform where you're able to showcase your products and services, sell locally 24/7, not just to the audience in Kenya, but also to a global audience or to a global target market. Yeah, so that is one great advantage for you to tap into the opportunity, yeah? And you become a player in the global scene, yeah? And some of the things that, some of the challenges that we are facing where we are talking about Chinese traders coming here, yeah, those are some of the things you'll be able to also have a wider pool of target clients that you can reach out, because when you're a global player, you're now targeting, the 190 other countries outside there just besides looking into Kenya. Yeah, so technology is a key enabler for business, for your own operations, for your marketing, for your production, to ensure that you streamline your services, your efficiency, and your reach as a company.
Thank you very much. Margaret, I can see someone has a question. I will allow, because Margaret will be leaving, I will allow for, yes, 1 or 2 questions at most.
Yes, good morning all. Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's just a general observation across all the the presentations. And the question comes, oh, you mean that's available? Where can I get it? Training is happening where? Who do I talk to? And you know, you almost feel like we should start hudumas in all the counties where all these services are available and women can access. We need to take these services to them. So like now when she lives there, everyone wants to talk to her. Is it possible for us to give more details at that point so that one can then follow through for ourselves and the women we represent here from the villages? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Margaret, please tell us how it is we can register on WeConnect. Just take us through that.
All right, actually that's why I highlighted the access to information as one of the major challenges, because we have all these opportunities available in the private sector, in the government, but it's just that piece of information. So for you to become a member of WeConnect International, our website is www.weconnectinternational.org. weconnectinternational.org. And then you'll see a tab that says register your business. It's absolutely free. You follow the prompts and register your business as long as you qualify according to our criteria of being 51%, having a shareholding of at least 51% as a woman. Yeah.
Great.
And you'll see also our opportunities there, like our upcoming Africa Regional Conference there. Yeah, and it will provide you with an opportunity to register to that and any other of our events on our website.
Hi, good morning. I have a question about the KRA things. If you have a disability, you get tax exemption, right? So I was asking if you have a business and you have the tax exemption, if your business is exempted from tax, just like the people who are paid on salary. Thank you.
Sorry, we didn't get it.
Could you clarify what the question is, please?
My question is, if you have a business and you're exempted from tax because of a disability, is your business exempted from tax?
Your business is exempt from tax because of the disability. So you're already exempted then? Yes.
No, if the business is...
I am, okay. Normally, when you have a disability, you get tax exemption. So I'm wondering if your business is also exempted from the tax. Like, you understanding? Normally, when you on a salary, you are exempted, but I don't know about business. If it's a trade.
Yes, we will confirm. Oh, you want to answer her? No, give me the mic. Bring back the mic. Unless you want to answer her. You want to answer her? Okay, so. Yes, and the cake has come, so.
Oh, I wanted to answer about the business. What I know is if you have a card with the National Council for Persons with Disability, you are exempted from the license. That's for local only. That one I know. At least that one I am sure. Yes. provided you have that national, you are registered with the National Council for Persons with Disability. That one you'll be exempted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please, we will have a plenary, remember, in the afternoon. Margaret, your parting shot?
Okay, so my parting shot is to you women-owned businesses. You can start small, but remaining small is a choice you have to make. We have great opportunities that are available for you, and having, like, for example, getting a large contract with, I'll mention some of our member buyers. UN Women is also one of our partners, yeah? We also have the World Bank. We have large corporations like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Standard Chartered Bank, who, if you get a contract from them, that will be life-changing money that will have greater impact, not only for your business, but also for the communities that we live in, because we know the impact that women-owned businesses can make when you are properly empowered financially, economically, and also have the right capacity. Yeah, so don't shy away from seeking these bigger opportunities. They are available, and as I have mentioned, a lot of all these member buyers that we work with have already made commitments to source from women-owned businesses. One of the biggest challenges we have is to ensure that we have the right suppliers for them, for the various products and services that they seek, especially in some of the non-traditional sectors like IT, construction, which are very male-dominated. Yeah, so if you're up for the challenge, please, the opportunities exist for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Please give a round of applause as we exit the stage. And now we can do the cake cutting. Choir, you can come and lead us in the song. So
Happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. Dear Mary, happy birthday, dear Mary. Dear Mary, happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mary. To you. keki, kata keki, kata keki, tukule sasa. Kata keki, kata keki, kata keki, tukule sasa. Dear Mary, happy birthday, dear Mary. Dear Mary, happy birthday, dear Mary, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, dear Mary, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, dear Mary.
While she's distributing the cake, I will call on the, so it's okay, just take your seats. The cake will come to you. It will be served at the tables. I will call up the next panel, which is barriers to women's economic empowerment. Mary Kinoti is the moderator. Oh, sorry, it's Dr. Meroka. Oh, please come. And you can call your team.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. And after that lively session and celebration of Dr. Njiraine's wonderful mom, we are moving into a panel that really speaks to some of the issues that Dr. Njiraine has highlighted even as she celebrates her mom, the barriers to women's economic empowerment. Actually, just as we were planning this session for Mama, Dr. Njiraine told me, you know, I would not be here today if it was not for my mother. And Dr. Njiraine is one of our senior academics at the university. We really celebrate her. She's gone up the ladder, and she would not be who she is today if not for her mother. And yesterday somebody asked about the role of families. What is the role of families in empowering women, in removing barriers to economic empowerment for women? So that's what we want to discuss today. And let me call my panelists to come up. We have Professor Grace Ngare from KU Rehab. Professor, karibu sana. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause, please. We have Bernard Mosetti from Care Kenya. Bernard, where are you? Karibu sana, Bernard. And then we have Maureen Wairimo from CCGD. Maureen, karibu sana. Thank you. Please, please encourage them as they come up. Karibu, karibu. Thank you, my panelists. Because I want to be gender sensitive, I want to start with you, Bernard. If you could just introduce yourself, tell us one or two things about yourself, and then tell us what are the main barriers to women's economic empowerment.
Thank you, Dr. Meroka. Quite a difficult question. I've never figured out how to describe myself. My name is Bernard Mosetti. I'm the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at Care Kenya. Let me say that I'm a he for she. I support women causes, the gender equality aspects, very closely with the work that we do at Care Kenya. I've worked in the civil society for the last 12 years now, together with colleagues here in the NGO sector as well. These are my comrades as well. So we have been in different parts of life in this sector. Thanks. To answer your question about, what are some of the barriers of women economic empowerment, I think the part to begin from is that women economic empowerment is not a women issue. I think it affects everyone. Evidence out there continue to suggest that when women are excluded from formal economies, countries who are of low income in nature, the rates of poverty reduction and economic growth suffer. But what are the specifics in terms of barriers? One is lack of access to resources. Women continuously are significantly less likely than men to have access to productive resources such as land, finance, and information. For instance, just if you could look at the Kenya Demographic Health Survey and the KNBS surveys, the women holding land as landowners is really very little in terms of percentage. And if you are to take land as a productive, factor of production, then that means women don't have that economic asset. We also know that women are paid less. Actually, it's estimated the wage gap is around 23% of what men are paid. And if you look at that, then this lack of resources is one of the barriers for women economic empowerment. There's also an equal domestic distribution of responsibilities. You will get, I think one of the speakers yesterday said, women spend 5 hours a day doing, domestic and paid care work compared to men who only do 1 hour. So if you put this together in terms of what it means is that women are losing out in terms of economic time, in terms of compensation. Many a times this is not factored in the GDP. And estimates indicate that if this was to be factored in the GDP, it will be around 10 to 39% of the GDP globally. So this also disproportionately affects women, even as they shoulder a lot of burden in terms of unpaid care work. And I think finally the conversation around sexual gender-based violence. According to Human Rights Watch, millions of women are subjected to intimidating, hostile, humiliating work environments while they experience many different forms of unwelcome sexual conduct. I think the sex for work, sex for fish, some of these documentaries and some of these things that we have seen from BBC in the recent days in Unilever and Finlay's is a testament of what women undergo in terms of the productive sectors of the economy. And also what this then means, you have gender job segregation. You have jobs where women cannot get into because of this kind of drudgery, so to speak, in the occupational sector. I will also want to say lastly is the decision-making processes at all levels. So if women are not part of the decision-making processes, especially in the economic processes, then they are ultimately affected in a negative way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Bernard. Professor Ngare, I now would like to move to you. And I know some of the issues that Bernard has indicated are very close to you and what you do at the KU WeHub. What do you see as the major barriers to women's economic empowerment, and what are some of the responses towards addressing this?
I'm trying to say thank you so much, moderator, for the session, and Bernard for highlighting some of the barriers that continue to implicate women's access, women's economic empowerment. And maybe I would even start, like he has highlighted a lot, it is through these major barriers. But the question I would even further is, why are these barriers existing? And I think, for me, one of the major barriers is the continued acceptance of these barriers. We know that women are overworked. We know that women don't have access to land. We know so many of these things, we know them and they are happening, even to women who are in this room. And the structural and the attitudes that are there within the society. And therefore, for me, the major barrier to we is the continued acceptance of those barriers. And again, the hypocrisy surrounding it. And this hypocrisy is from all levels. Bernard has talked about structural barriers and all this. We continue to see them happening. We continue accepting them. And maybe one of the challenges that we may have to address, because you asked, how do we address them? For me, the first thing is to rethink about our attitudes towards these barriers. First, as women, what are we doing about them? At individual levels, you know you are overworked, and I'm one of those women who are overworked at the household. You are a professor at the university, a lot of expectations from that. I go home, I find people sometimes who have been sleeping on the sofa set the whole afternoon, and they are still waiting for me to give them food. And the question is, why am I doing this? And why are you doing that? And for how long are we going to do it? So we have to restart rethinking and addressing and questioning the existence of these barriers. At the family level, at the community level, at the government level, and at all levels that we are in, we stop accommodating them and continuously thinking, well, it's according to our cultures, it is cultural, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. How many of us can relate with what she has said? You will leave here today and you will go home and you will find people waiting for you, they are hungry, and a house waiting for you to be cleaned. How many of us can identify? Now, Maureen, what do you see the role of culture being in terms of, first of all, promoting some of the barriers to women's economic empowerment, but also what is the role of culture in addressing those same barriers? How do we address some of the cultural barriers and the cultural norms that limit women's participation in the economy?
Hello everyone. My name, as you've heard, is Wairimo. I work for the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, which is a civil society organization that deals with policy advocacy on gender equality and non-discrimination. So we do this through evidence-based lobbying and also through piloting projects, which we then hand over to relevant government institutions for them to take over. Say, for example, the issue on unpaid care work. We piloted a project in Busia about childcare, a childcare facility that targets the cross-border traders in Busia. So that's something we have piloted, and we're seeing through that other county governments, for example, the county government of Kajiado, specifically in Namanga, are starting to take this up upon themselves. And so yes, through piloting projects, that's how we do policy advocacy. So for me personally, what I do in CCGD, we are professional, very specifically in economic inclusion and entrepreneurship. So I'm a trainer and I also do some curriculum development. So on to your question, Dr. Meroka. So cultural norms, how we can challenge them to promote gender equality in the workplace and in the communities and beyond. I think the first thing we need to do is encourage women's leadership. Because first of all, when we do encourage women's leadership, I think we've had a lot of conversations about women being part of on the table rather than on the menu. So the moment we encourage women's leadership, we allow for women to be on the table. And when women are on the table, they are then able to articulate the issues that are very specific to the women and can then be able to address them wholesomely. The other factor for for encouraging women's leadership and bringing women to the table so that we can start to transform these gender norms and stereotypes is the hand-holding aspect of it and the mentorship, because then the young women who are the leaders of tomorrow and who are the change makers of tomorrow will see these women in those positions and they'll be able to follow in these women's footsteps, and that very much contributes to the transformation of these cultural norms and gender stereotypes that really do not favor the woman. The other thing is that really with women and, in leadership and encouraging it, it helps challenge the norm that women are less capable or less qualified than men. And this is through evidence. Because if you put a woman in that position and she does it, you know, equally to a man who is doing it well or even better than men, then clearly that points to the fact that yes, women can participate equally as men. So the second one is we need to have male involvement and engagement. So in the equation of gender equality, we have both males and females, or men and women, as part of the equation. So I think it is very important to bring men into the conversation, and let's try to figure out how men can help in this transformation of these gender stereotypes and how this can be challenged. So, for example, very specifically, there's a program we do in through our peace and security. In CCGD, we do peace and security, women, peace and security. So we have a specific project that we do in the ASAL areas of Samburu and Maasai land that where we engage the Morans. Because you find that when you do bring, Bernard talked about he for she. So male engagement is really about he for she. How do we transform men into thinking about women as equals and also into treating them as such? So that's one of the other things I think is important while we are trying to address the cultural norms and gender stereotypes. And so there are other things, like once we do bring in those aspects of women's leadership and male engagement, then what structures do we need to put in place for, again, this to be actualized? So is it policies that we need to lobby for? Say, for example, do we need to engage the media? I'm sure we all remember a certain program on TV that was called Mwanamke Bomba. So those kinds of things, engaging the media, which then reaches out to a host of populations, young women, young men who are seeing women able to achieve all these things that were traditionally and stereotypically just for men. So I think we need to find out what structures we need to have in place so that these are things that can be actualized. Away from conversations on the table, what are we doing on the ground? And are we seeing any results out of that? So just to go back to male engagement, what I have seen a lot is a lot of bashing on social media, a sort of tug of war, a lot of, I'm sure we all know about the Andrew Kibes. And you know, that is becoming what is shaping the modern society on stereotypical norms and culture. That is what we have currently. So how are we able to go to the, and there was also the conversation on the boy child, for example. And so is the modern man, quote, you know, this is something that also becomes very controversial, but is the modern man able to handle or deal with the modern woman? Because times have changed, but it seems as though the mindset remains the same. So this is a whole overhaul of systems. It's a whole change of mindset, which is a big challenge. But if we are to reduce the number of years that I had yesterday, we have, I think, over 250 years to go until we can achieve gender equality. So how can we make this process go faster? And I feel like really involving the men is something that we have to really consider and be very conscious about. Thank you, Dr. Mary.
Thank you so much, Harimo, for that. Now, because we have actually run out of time, however, there is a question on policies. And because government is very well represented here, and they need to hear, we need to hear at that level of government, what do we do? So Bernard, I want to come back to you with this question. When we saw the BBC expose of, Sex for Tea, the question that was being asked is, all these companies, virtually every institution in Kenya now has a policy on sexual harassment. It was very sad to watch in one of the clips where one of the supervisors who is accused of harassing the ladies on those tea plantations, in fact, giving a talk on sexual harassment policy and zero tolerance to sexual harassment, only for him that evening to be harassing the, the young lady who was undercover. What do we need to do? Because we have the policies, they are there. We need to go beyond what is written on paper. it needs to be enforced, it needs to be actualized. We have done well as a country. Actually, we have a very robust policy and regulatory framework against some of these things, sexual harassment, GBV, and so on. But it is still rampant, and people are ignoring those policies and going ahead to do whatever they want to do. Bernard, how do we bring these policies to life?
Thank you, Dr. Meroka. I don't think I really have a magic wand or a bullet to this kind of issues. One of the things you might want to know that this is not the first time these international corporations are being indicted because of this kind of behavior. I mean, what they will end up doing out here is to come up, with a human rights, with a business rights case studies, and what they will tell you, they have formed a committee to look into these safeguarding issues. I think one of the things is to start resisting their products locally, if that helps. So if you start resisting their products locally, then what that means, they have a responsibility. It's incumbent upon them to start thinking. Another thing also is, and my sister has talked about it, but patriarchy does not contemplate giving power very easily. This is why, if you are looking at, for example, Kawera Mwangaza in Meru, patriarchy did not contemplate where you'll have an office of the first man. And therefore, it did not provide that office. And therefore, that is the problem, because the man cannot be tamed. And therefore, he needs to be there as a governor as opposed to the governor who is a woman. And therefore, he needs to be the face. And patriarchy, therefore, did not contemplate where you are going to have a woman governor and the office of a first man is not there. This is true also of male spouses who go to first ladies' meetings, for instance. If you were to ask Amodo Waiganjo whether he should attend a spouse meeting for the governors, what will be the answer? So in a sense, patriarchy does not contemplate such kind of issues, and therefore it becomes very difficult. But then some of the things that you might want to start doing is to challenge it through knowledge, attitude, and practices way, shifting these sociocultural norms that are harmful positively in the spaces that we need to be there. Many a times we are talking about men, but probably which kind of men are you engaging? And that's another question. Which kind of men are you engaging? To the extent that we men has already failed the boy child, where are you getting as men to start this conversation about working with you? So also choosing the type of men to be a male influencers is very important.
Thank you. So I'm told our time is up, but we do have a question which I want to give to you, Professor Ngare, and it's around alcohol and drugs abuse and mental health issues. Not too long ago, the nation ran a story of women who are actually resorting to suicide because they're unable to service their loans and they're unable to live within, the income that they are earning. They take up loans, they can't service them. Again, it's a policy issue. What do we do? You take a loan, you can't service, it becomes a mental health, a trigger for mental health issues.
Wind up.
How do we deal with it? And what policies do we need to have in place? Professor Ngare, your last word on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for me, the first thing is, why are you taking that loan and where are you directing your loan? I am a researcher, and I did a research a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago, about KWFT giving loans to women in central Kenya. And one of the things that women would do when they take these loans, and we did a rigorous campaign to educate them, is diverting the loan money sometimes to different things. We found that, and this is data that we corrected, both quantitatively and qualitatively, so I'm speaking from an informed decision or, possession, you find that once women, and allow me to say this, we have to stop being influenced by others. When I say we, it's us women. Data revealed that a woman would go to a loan, and mostly they were given through the chamas. What do they discuss in these chamas? What are you doing with your loan? What am I doing with your loan? You find I am growing tomatoes. I come from a region where these are grown, and this is where the research was done. And you also go take a loan to go and grow tomatoes. and you don't know where I started in my thinking of growing tomatoes. In the process of the loan, you think, oh, Mama Fulani has also bought a water unit. And we share this in the chamas. And then I say, oh, my water unit was supplied this and this. And the woman who is there also decides, I'm also going to buy a water unit. Where? With the loan money. The initial reason for you to borrow the money is not now where you are diverting your loans to. That's one thing we found. The other one was borrowing loans behind the spouse's back. And again, we have to revisit our family setups, such that when you get the loan, and again this is research, the intention is to buy a heifer, a cow, because other women are also buying it, or maybe an NGO is giving loans for this. When you take this heifer home, it's almost producing, it's even pregnant, you'll be told all that. We don't realize the patriarchal power systems in the family. The man in the family realizes a new heifer has come. What do these men do? Too unfortunate. That heifer will be exchanged for alcohol. That heifer may be exchanged for a new bride or a girlfriend. That heifer may be exchanged for anything. Where are you left as a woman? You're still paying for the loan. You have money to repay. You don't have a heifer. And on top of that, you'll be suffering GB fee. Again, allow me to say this. A recent research we have conducted on GB fee. We asked a lot of women, why do you persevere gender-based violence, domestic violence? And for us in the boardrooms, we keep on saying, get out of the marriage. Please don't persevere GB fee. You know what the research told us? The women said, I cannot leave my marriage. I am married, and socially, culturally, socially, economically, and all this, I want to remain married. Now, why are you not going to get a mental problem? Out of all these things, maybe you have already taken a loan, you are in an abused relationship, you have diverted the money, or somebody else has diverted it. The resultant is, first of all, the man will turn into alcoholism, because even the guilt, again, I have done this and this to my wife and all this. Men turn into alcoholism. The woman gets confused. You have children here. You have a loan to repay. You have all this. So you asked me about the solution. I may not have one. But the loan givers, if you are here and you are in an NGO that gives loans, when you are giving loan, and this was one policy recommendation we made for that research, do not give women loans alone behind the men's back. Inform them. Tell the men, this is the purpose of the loan. Call them if they are there. Tell them, we are giving your wife a loan. She's taking 200,000 or 20,000 shillings, and this loan is meant for this, and this should be the benefits for the family. The minute the man sees the benefit of a loan from a woman, for the family, for himself, chances are they are going to consolidate this within a family setup. So that would be my opinion based on research, and I think it might work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
I know we are out of time. Last word,
yes.
Wairimo.
Indeed, last word. Yeah. So in the work that I do right now, currently, I am the lead for Jasiri Fund. Jasiri Fund is a survivors fund. So we give loans to women survivors of GBV, and we are working with Kenya Women to be the ones to disburse the funds. And so we've been doing it for over 2 years. And thank you so much, Professor, for your insights, because yes, these are things we have also experienced. But for us, we think the buck stops at financial literacy. Because as you go around to the women, you're finding that some of them didn't even know that you could pay loans in small installments. You know, very basic things that you thought they should know, but they don't actually know. So let's not leave anything out when it comes to financial literacy. Let's really focus on, and also, for example, the women, due to ignorance or just, you know, not due to maybe even low self-esteem and self-confidence, you're finding that they don't even know how much they're supposed to repay. And you start to tell them things like you're supposed to have a schedule of how much you should pay per month, and you also you have the right to demand for a statement, for example, from the bank. And these are not things that the women know, or these are things they're afraid to go and demand for in the banking institutions. So really, let's look at things from every angle. And the other thing about Jasiri also is that, for example, we also bring the issue of counseling into the equation. So when you think about women, also think about all the other factors that affect them. Because you'll find that, yes, you've given them money, but then where is their headspace? You know? So when you bring in the element of counseling, for example, just to empower the product itself, then that also really helps the women in terms of their mindset and how they use the loan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wairimo.
Thank you,
So
thank
we
you,
are
thank
ending
you.
on that note that financial wellness is not just about having money in your pocket, but it is a complete state of being well mentally, emotionally, spiritually, so that you're able to plan that money so that it stays in your pocket longer. And
Thank
on that
you very
note, ladies
much.
and gentlemen, thank you
Thank you. Please
very
clap
much.
for them
Thank
as they
you.
exit the stage. Our next talk will be on gender lens investment, which will be done by Angela Waweru. Karibu sana, Angela. Please clap for her as she comes to the stage.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Oh, wonderful. My name is Angela Wawero, and today we're going to be talking about... Okay, I'd rather this. Hello? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. How you feeling? Wonderful. My name is Angela Wawero, and I've been given the opportunity to talk about gender lens investing. Before I begin, by show of hands, who knows what gender lens investing is? Perfect. Then I'm in the right room. So let's just get acquainted. I have over 10 years experience in media, entrepreneurship, marketing, education, and the non-profit sector, both in UK and Kenya. I'm passionate about bridging the gap, equality gap, and I've focused specifically on empowering girls and women in Kenya. I'm one of the founding partners for 2 organizations. Yeah, 2. I'm a queen of hustling. Sister Speaks Global is the first one, and we focus on creating women events, just as we are here, providing safe spaces for women to get educated, inspired, empowered, and getting connected. We use digital media, platforms such as Overreact Podcast, which is in conjunction with Capital FM, where we bring to light this type of conversations that we're having today, but also celebrating the women that are doing various things within their community to bring women to join the table. The other part of what I do is we have a charity arm called Heals for Pads Foundation, where we focus on raising awareness on period poverty challenges nationally and trying to find ways to create sustainable ways for menstrual health education and providing access to girls and women so that they can all have access to education and opportunities to be economically empowered. Now, only a few of you put your hands up when it came to gender lens investing, which means that it's a conversation that we need to be having. For those who don't know, this was a term coined in 2009 by Criterion Institute. In simple terms, it's just an investment approach that aims to consider gender-based factors in the investment decision-making process. And the reason why you need to know this is because the focus of GLI, which is short for gender lens investing, is to focus on creating opportunities for women to get funding. creating opportunities for women to be considered when it comes to training. So that is why we need to have that conversation around gender lens investing. When we look at statistics in Africa, and you look at the Global Gender Gap Index, which measures economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. In 2022, Sub-Saharan Africa had closed 67.9% of its gender gap. Females, though, on average, are 32% less likely to have the same opportunities as males in the region. Rwanda and Namibia are leading in Africa because they have a closed gender gap of 19%. Here in Kenya, the government, previous government had created and taken steps to promote GLI. So we have something called the Women Enterprise Fund, which provides financing and business support services to women-owned businesses. In 2013, in South Africa, the government established the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill to promote gender equality in the workplace. Why do we need to talk about gender lens focus and gender lens investing? We're in a room full of women and a few men sitting here. There are more female entrepreneurs in Africa than any other continent. 1 in 4 African women is more likely to explore entrepreneurship than African men. African Development Bank estimates that the funding gap between men and women in Africa stands at about $42 billion. About 40% of businesses in sub-Saharan Africa are women-owned, but only less than 10% of some of you in this room are able to raise funding from traditional finances. So, how do we achieve gender equality in business? As I said at the beginning, I run an organization called Sister Speaks. So sisters, let's start speaking. Let's speak out. I challenge us all to speak out and challenge unconscious bias, because we cannot resolve the matter if at global and national level, our voices are mute as women. We need to challenge the world to design the world with her, but not with her in mind. Because we as women are the only ones who understand our needs. However, we cannot achieve this alone, but together. Sign up for events such as the event that you've attended today to learn of the opportunities that exist. I've seen most of you run to speak to Margaret about We Connect. You wouldn't have known that if you didn't attend. And now you can extend that learning to other sisters. I want to talk about a program by UN called UNITA. My business partner was part of the program. The program is called UNITA Women in Leadership Program. But guess what? So many men applied for that program that they had to include men in a program that says Women in Leadership Program. Typically, if this was a men's forum, there would be no women in this room. But yet in this room, there's some men, because they want to learn how they can, involve themselves to create these opportunities. Why are we not doing the same? I applied for a fellowship, and I was invited for an interview. There was 29 of us in Kenya, and guess what? Only 9 were women. Why are we not applying for these opportunities? How can we say that we want to be included in these conversations when we are not applying? Do not cancel yourself out of funding, investment opportunities, and fellowship programs. We cannot close the gap in gender equality if we're not putting ourselves out there. Let's take up spaces in industries and rooms where women are low in numbers. In technology side of things, 17% are women. Finance is the same. There's challenges around that. In politics, it's said currently there's 12 countries that have no women in parliament. So change cannot be effected if we're not here and not there to speak out and demand for change. Let's break social taboos and explore non-traditional vocations. We had someone say that men are in the beauty industries, and they do better than us. Some of us really like to get our hair done, our nails done by the man rather than the woman. Why can't we be the same women taking up spaces in technology, taking up spaces in finances, so that we can be the people that people want to run to and walk with? A woman's voice is her ability to become a leader in her community, and it's fundamental to empower women, so let's speak out. As I conclude, there was a question that came to mind about these conversations and the need for us to have these conversations, and the need for the reason things like gender lens investing. The question gender lens investing is trying to answer is, where are the women? There's a statement that says, to be in time is to be 15 minutes early. To be late is to be on time. We need to honor time. If you break down the word of time, there's the word of me. So if time can honor me, then why am I not reciprocating? Because what we need to, when we honor time, because then we don't, we'll continue to, if we don't, we'll continue to be left behind. So if we don't put ourselves in these spaces, there'll be discussions and opportunities that will happen with or without our presence. So the call to action for all of you women, be prepared, be audacious like a man, be skilled, be like Nike, and just do it. Let the rooms be rooms that are filled with our fellow daughters and our sisters, who will walk into these rooms with better policies that we're asking for, better structures, and we can find ourselves having people who look like us in that room. I like to say this a lot. The table is very long. We can all sit and eat from it. We do not need to fight each other. We don't need to be jealous of one another, want a bigger chunk in the pie. So I encourage you to pull up the chair and help bridge the gap in gender equality by learning to take up space in boardrooms, in leadership positions, in entrepreneurship. Winnie said at the beginning, if you're not part of the table, you're part of the menu. There's a perfect statement, of which is how I will end, by Punima Main. She was the former president and CEO of Pathfinder International. And she said, a world full of empowered women isn't where men are marginalized. It's a world where everyone thrives. Thank you very much.
Very much, Angela. You heard about time management. Mulisikia? Yes, yes. Yeah, she emphasized it very well. Thank you very much, Angela. And I hope you all listened. Good, because naona watu wamekaa wamelalala. Choir, please come. Si wengine wanakaa. We have been told the PS is here. She will be coming in shortly, and at that point, I'll ask you guys to stand. She'll be presenting the communique for this forum, and then thereafter, we will go for lunch once the PS leaves. So, choir, over to you.
Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Satibutu, Satibutu. Oh, Satibutu, Satibutu, Salila, Izinyembe, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Emlanjeni, Epapiloni, Satibutu, Satibutu. Oh, Satibutu, Satibutu. Izinyembe, yele, yele, Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Oh, Satibutu, Satibutu. Oh, Satibutu, Satibutu. Yele, 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 yele. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Yele, siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Oh, Satibutu, Satibutu.
Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi missing Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi missing Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi missing Jehovah, Kongoi Jehovah, Kongoi missing Jehovah, atione roda, atione hono, atione roda, atione hono, atione roda, atione hono. Taya, 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 taya.
Atione roda mano bongona, atione roda mano bongona, atione roda, atione hono, atione roda, atione hono, atione roda, atione hono, atione roda, atione hono. Taya, taya, taya. Polo wana miela miela, polo wana miela miela kawadonte. Aye, samaye tutelo mbele to one do to one bangi, hallelujah. Samaye tutelo mbele to one do to one bangi, hallelujah. Polo one terandeza. Polo entendere sakawadonje. Aye, my Yesu telumbele to one do to one.
Hallelujah. Sama Yesu telumbele to one do to one. Hallelujah.
Me wara no no when wara la money wara no no. Me wara no no when wara la money wara no no. Me wara no no.
Me wara no no taya.
Me wara no no.
Me wara no no taya.
Me wara no no. Me wara no no taya. Me wara no no.
Me wara no no taya.
Me okange yo ni kongo bederita ne okange yo. Me okange ni kongo bederita ne okange yo. Me okange yo. Me okange yo taya. 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 Me okange yo. Me okange yo taya.
Okay. Okay.
Namawa kahutula hunjira. Namawa kahutula hunjira. Namawa kahutula hunjira. Namawa kahutula hunjira.
Kahatola kunjira.
Mwenye dhambi unaitwa naye
Mkombozi wetu.
Anabisha kwenye moyo wako
Mkombozi wetu.
Mwenye dhambi unaitwa naye
Mkombozi wetu.
Anabisha kwenye moyo wako
Mkombozi wetu.
Aliteswa
msalabani.
Aliteswa
kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu. Aliteswa msalabani. Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu.
Dhambi zako anazingojea
Mkombozi wetu.
Zipeleke msalabani mwake
Mkombozi wetu.
Dhambi zako anazingojea
Mkombozi wetu.
Zipeleke msalabani mwake
Mkombozi wetu.
Aliteswa
msalabani.
Aliteswa
Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu. Aliteswa msalabani. Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu.
Kaahidi uzima milele
Mkombozi wetu.
kwa wote wampokeao
Mkombozi wetu.
Kaahidi uzima milele
Mkombozi wetu.
kwa wote wampokeao
Mkombozi wetu.
Aliteswa
msalabani. Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu. Aliteswa msalabani. Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu. Aliteswa msalabani. Akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayetuita mkombozi wetu.
Let us applaud them again. They have done a wonderful job. I will call you to come back when we are ready. Do we do a plenary? Let me just throw this to everybody as we wait. Or do we do the next session? How many for next session? We'll just interrupt it. That's the problem, yes. How many for plenary? Angela is for plenary. Okay, the girls, please come back. Yes. Na mkujeni mkiimba hata. And you can all be upstanding. She's now here. We can dance now.
Instructions zimesita eti. Hiyo.
Someone else can take. You want another one?
Nataka tushangilie Kenya.
Karibuni, karibuni sana.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani, mambo yenye kuvunja amani, mambo yenye kuvunja amani, mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Hata nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Sitadanganywa kamwe na wabaya,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
hata nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Wala sitadanganywa na wabaya,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Wala sitafuatana na wabaya, mimi ni mwana Kenya. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hatutaiacha Kenya daima. Thank you. Choir, you can be seated. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Veronica Nduva, UN Women Country Director, Ms. Anne Mutavati, the Executive Director of Crontrust, Daisy Amdan, board members of Crontrust, Cynthia Mutere, and the Chair, Madam Miriam Chorogony, the members of UON WeHub who are still here, Professor Judith, you're here? Oh, great, you moved. Kind of confused me. Kenyatta University WeHub, led by Professor Judy Waudo, all other members present, ladies and gentlemen, this is the communique from this meeting. Communique issued at the end of the two-day Women's Economic Forum Women Economic Forum with the theme, Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The preamble. Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, Contrast, in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, University of Nairobi, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, Akina Mama wa Afrika, AMWA, Care Kenya, UN Women and Global Affairs Canada organized the two-day Women's Economic Forum 2023 from 27th to 28th February 2023. The theme of the forum was Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. It was attended by over 250 participants physically, while around 1,000 others joined virtually. Participants were drawn from various captains of industry, high-ranking government officials, private sector, non-state actors, development partners, thought leaders, women's rights organizations, media, academia, and grassroots women from Nairobi County and its environs. The goal of the third Women Economic Forum was to foster discussions on the role of women's groups, government, and institutions to drive collaborative action and successful responses to enable women's effective leadership and contribution towards Kenya's economic recovery. The discussions of this forum were centered around influencing non-exclusive economic policy to effect the desired changes at national and county levels for women's effective contribution to economic recovery. Convening private sector players and other key stakeholders involved in capital development, enterprise development, and market regulation to enable women to engage in local and global supply chains. Bringing unique and subtle women's economic empowerment issues that policymakers may not have considered, and addressing barriers to women's economic and political empowerment, including addressing the scourge of violence against women and to the economy. The Women's Economic Forum 2023 was officially opened by the Cabinet Secretary of Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Juma, following keynote addresses from the Canadian High Commissioner and representatives from partner organizations. The thematic areas that were convened by panels were women's economic empowerment, priority areas, women leaders driving the legislative and policy agenda for the women economic empowerment, women's economic justice and climate action, economic recovery outlook and participation of women, the power of women collectives to drive economic growth, financial inclusion and the cost of finance, women in the manufacturing sector, geopolitical dynamics, trade agreements and their impact on women's economic and social well-being, women in agriculture, integrating women collectives into local and global supply chains, barriers to women's economic empowerment, including the burden of unpaid care work and the cost of violence against women, genderless investing, harnessing the power of technology and innovation, and gender-responsive budgeting. Observations. The panelists and participants observed that there is need to have more women in political leadership, in addition to addressing the barriers that limit their political participation. 2, prioritize access to affirmative funds through awareness creation and information sharing. This should include giving information on regulatory requirements and using platforms trusted by women such as chiefs barazas. 3, address the barriers women face in regard to access to credit, such as access to collateral and social gender norms. 4, recognize, reduce, remunerate, and redistribute unpaid care and domestic work. 5, prioritize skilling women on lifelong learning experiences, either in informal or formal workplaces. 6, strengthen frameworks to promote supply chain linkages, particularly for women-owned businesses. 7, focus on solutions towards addressing gender-based violence, especially intimate partner violence. 8, advocate for fuller engagement on the 2/3 gender principle for both the public and private sector. 9, develop and strengthen monitoring, evaluation, and information on social categorization to enhance gender equity and justice using an intersectional approach by focusing on age, sex disaggregated data, socio-economic status or class, geographical location, physical ability, among others. 10, leverage on technologies, innovation, and digitization to accelerate the empowerment of women. Policy recommendations that can support women's economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic include a legal and policy environment that promotes and monitors the economic justice and rights of women and protects women's interests, including access to decent work for all. 2, policies on property ownership, land tenure, and irrigation. Policies on the involvement of women in conflict resolution. Research shows that there is a 64% chance of good results when women are involved in negotiation processes, yet women are only involved on only 10% of the time. 3, policies on fiscal consolidation. These will benefit women directly through enforcement of measures such as public participation. 4, policies on gender-responsive contract farming to avert food insecurity. 5, policies geared towards resource mobilization allocation and utilization for gender and climate justice. Conclusion. In conclusion, it is clear that the women's economic empowerment is crucial for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. As we work towards the economic recovery from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is imperative that we prioritize getting women involved in every aspect of the economy. This includes budgeting, increased budget allocation by the government towards women economic empowerment, and increased financial resources by the private sector towards developing and enhancing women-led social and development enterprises, as well as promoting gender-sensitive supply chains. Let us work together to create a world where women have equal opportunities to thrive economically and in turn contribute to the prosperity of our communities and Kenya at large. Madam PS, this is the communique from this meeting. We have been here for 2 days, and this is part of what we have come with. It is really in summary. The full proposal and outcomes of this meeting will be given to you at a later date where we can actually sit and plan and see how it is these things can be implemented. So at this point, I will call the Executive Director of Contrast, Daisy Amdang, to come and present you with this communique. We are aware that you're not available later, so we are doing this early for you. Yes, you can clap for Daisy as she comes.
Thank you so much, Winnie. Madam PS, Veronica Nduva, thank you so much, our chief guest for today. I really, first of all, want to appreciate the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the CS, particularly, and yourself. I think we can safely say that we have friends in the ministry. The open door policy that you have adopted. In fact, we are even struggling because, you know, we have our friends now in the ministry, and you are refusing for us to recognize you as bosses. You want to continue mix and mingling with us, which is great. And as I was telling you when we were coming, the feedback that we got yesterday from the women, just so excited at just how open you are in terms of wanting to work with the women. The collaborative approach that you and the CS have adopted is greatly appreciated. I can testify to this because on many occasions, you know, working with government, you know, there's so much bureaucracy, there's so much red tape. But working with you, even in terms of from the time when we proposed, when we came and talked to you about the Women's Economic Forum, seeking to invite you to be participants, and you insisting, no, this is a very important platform and it's an important topic. And so insisting that we will co-host together and even going on to reach out to partners to come and join us in this journey. We want to appreciate this approach and we really look forward to working with you. I want to commit on behalf of Crown Trust, the National Women's Steering Committee, and the members who we work with, that we are committed to doing our part and to working collaboratively with you. We know that on occasions we've had a fractious relationship with our government and sometimes even with the State Department, particularly on the issue of the 2/3 gender principle. We are not going to stop pushing for this. But what we are hopeful about is that with you in office, that you are our voice, that with the same energy and commitment that we do our activism, that you will take that activism into the executive spaces and insist that this time around, women cannot be shortchanged. And we're not just talking about women in leadership, because these leadership spaces that are there, that are occupied by you, are there because of the activism that has been done by women like us over the years. And that space is there so that we can deliver better outcomes for women. And it is not a them versus us approach. It is we makes me stronger. It's a collaborative approach. So I want to appreciate you. And I know you have a very, very busy schedule. And, you know, with the International Women's Day coming up and all the things that your office is working on. So we don't take it lightly that you have actually been here for 2 days. Thank you so much, Madam Veronica. At this time, I want to invite the country director of UN Women, who is also a great friend. Anna Mutsavati, since coming to Kenya, I think, you know, you always say that, you know, it is the repairing of the relationship between UN Women and Crown Trust, but I want to say, I think that you have done a lot to repair the relationship between UN Women and women's rights organizations. We want to appreciate how, as UN Women, under your leadership and with your great team, Angela Wampogo, who let me just say this about Angela. I think as we've arranged, you know, planned this meeting, Angela has been getting calls in the middle of the night. Angie, this is not happening. This needs to, she's like, don't worry about it. Any time of the night, over the weekend. On Sunday, I think I was with her, just, you know, sharing with her. Such a powerful team. I want to thank you for your sisterhood and for your support. Immense support to us as Crown Trust and to women's rights organizations in being able to support also our women in leadership. The Honorable Beatrice Elachi was here earlier on, but she's had to leave. She sits in the committee that is deliberating the 2/3 gender principle. And so she's a very important ear in there. But I want to thank you and appreciate you, not just for supporting us in the Women's Economic Forum, but for all the support that you give to us as partners, and for your commitment to looking for ways and means. Anna is also somebody who, as the country director, she also, like PS Veronica and CS Aisha Jumwa, also has refused to be a boss. She is somebody you can text on a Sunday night and she will get to do whatever needs to be done. Open door policy. And so we just want to appreciate you and to look for you, to you for the continued partnership, because this journey is long. The president has made serious commitments to women. We must hold him to it, because if those promises and the commitments that the president has made through the Kenya Kwanza Women's Charter are actualized, it will mean a total transformation for the women of Kenya. And so we must ensure that we keep the PS and the CS on their toes and we keep the president on his toes. He needs to know that we are not going to go away quietly. In fact, we are not going to go away at all. We are going to make sure that he honors his commitment. And even with the 2/3 gender principle, we are committed to ensuring that, at least for the first time, the president, since the promulgation of the Constitution, the president of the Republic has actually written to Parliament and said, we must do this. No, President Uhuru never did that. He has done it. So it's also up to us. You know, the CS challenged us yesterday. And she says, you know, there are many things we ask government for. But what are you doing with what is already there? You know, that memo that the president issued, while the law will be passed in Parliament, but we must make sure we are hot on the heels. So we must map out all 349 members of Parliament. And we are going to adopt those members and we are going to tell them this is what we want to see. We are supporting the president's memo. Otherwise, this time around, we will go to court and make sure Parliament is dissolved. For real, you know? And the president has warned them in his memo. He told them it's a real threat. So we will pursue that threat if it doesn't happen. But we don't think it will happen because we have some very powerful women. So Anna, please come and make your remarks. And then you will invite Madam PS to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. I refer to her sometimes as my sister from my other mother, because she's not afraid to hold the whip when she thinks, you know, UN Women is not doing enough to support the women's movement. And I was just telling her a while ago that UN Women was born out of the activism of women's rights organizations. So we have no other way to go except deepen the relationship and the sisterhood that we have with women's rights organizations in Kenya. So let me start by congratulating our partners for organizing this very successful forum. I want to really congratulate you, Daisy, and your entire team at Crown Trust for putting this idea together and bringing women from all walks of life to come together today to say, this is the Women's Economic Forum, and so what are the issues today that we want to take forward until, you know, we meet again, possibly maybe in the next year. So really, congratulations. Let me also congratulate the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action for your very humane leadership, for being available. Madam CS, she's not here, and yourself, Madam PS, and I think you are setting a standard for the rest of your team that when we call, you are available, that you are not, you know, too up there, far removed from all of us down here, to the point that you don't even know what's happening here. Then when you get to that level, you have totally lost it. So we will make sure also that we stay together, we support you. As we have said before, that your success, our work is to make your ministry succeed and the government to succeed on its commitments for empowering women and for promoting gender equality. So thank you very much for your very accessible leadership. Please don't change. And we will continue to, you know, just be your conscience and say, now you are changing. Now come back to the fold, right? I also want to appreciate our partners, Global Affairs Canada. They support Crown Trust and all the partners that Crown Trust works with, but they also support UN Women on women's political leadership. So we are very grateful that we've continued to work this complementary journey together, and that we hope we can continue to count on you, because the work that lies ahead is much, much more, you know, than where we've come from. So we trust that you will be with us there. And above all, let me appreciate the delegates. I know it's not easy being in this space, and you have left your different biasharas, right? That's correct. You have left your different businesses, maybe, so you've even asked the next person to say, can you keep an eye on me? And it's not the same, right? When you are not there and when you are there. So we appreciate you making this time to come and be part of this, so that you help think through the solutions. I heard in the morning that the solutions are right here. Right? So all of those economies, Ministry of Finance, planners, and so on, they crack their heads throughout the night thinking of solutions for us. But the solutions are right here. I got that message very loud and clear in the morning. So I think we need to also learn to bring them here, and we take them also to the spaces where women are operating, so they get the solutions that work for us as we seek to really give life to this bottom-up approach and put women at the center of development. So thank you, delegates, for coming and helping shape the solutions that we want to see. I also listened keenly to the rich communique that was shared just now. So thank you so much for helping us think through those solutions. I'm hoping that the detailed version contains very specific actions now, so that if I'm in private sector and I'm reading this, I want to know, so what exactly are we saying, right? So that it's not just those general statements, private sector should do, but very specific. You know, if we are saying invest in ensuring that girls have access to not sanitary towels, yes, those are important, but also, you know, access to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and this is how you can do it, you know? So if I'm the governor of, let's say, Kakamega, I always pick that because it's the easiest for me to remember. I want to look at this communique and say, what can I do? What is it that I can do in real, concrete terms, right? That is measurable, so that by the end of the year I can give an update to say this is what we took on from that forum, economic forum for women, and this is what we've implemented, or this is the progress we've made. So I'm just challenging the drafters. I know there was a lot that came in here. Let it not get lost in the nice summary that we make when we are presenting things. Let it also have that version where I'm also hoping that we will now have, Daisy, beyond this forum, we can now say, now private sector, we bring in private sector together, and we say, so these are the things that we think you should be doing, right? Very concrete. So let's have targeted conversations and engagements now around this call to action, so that, you know, we give people work to do and that they deliver, and then we invite them at the next forum and say, can you, you know, tell us how far you have moved or what you were able to take on and how far you have come. So I think those are some of the things that are going to really make progress. So we move also beyond the boardrooms to actual action that brings food on the table and uplift the economic fortunes of the women of Kenya. My last point is just on the holistic empowerment. So I'm so happy you are talking economic empowerment now, but I think it is us also who are guilty of projectizing women, that now we say now this is women economic empowerment. So I invite, who can I pick here? So I invite my young sister here with a brilliant smile. And then when I'm talking political leadership, I'm inviting a different target group, right? When I'm talking ending violence against women, I'm inviting. So a woman's life is whole, it's one piece, right? So we need women to have political voice. We need women to have economic voice. We need women to be free from violence. We need women's lives to be secure. We need women to have education. We need women to know how to use technology and be digitally enabled so they participate. So let's also think holistically, even as we are focusing on the economic forum here, let's also think of how to ensure that women enjoy holistic, comprehensive empowerment, and that they can be anywhere that they want to be. So I was happy to see some issues here around ending violence against women. Let's also add the digitalization, which is the agenda of the Kenya Kwanza administration, to digitalize and digitize. We just learned that there is a difference in there. So are we aware? Are we participating where we need to be? And the theme of this year's International Women's Day is saying, how do we close this gap that exists in terms of access to information, innovation, and technology between men and women? But I want to also add between rural and urban populations, because some of the data I read said that populations in the urban, they are in their 60-something% in terms of access to information and technology. But women in the rural areas are somewhere in the 16%. So already our work is cut out for us, right? So we need to make sure that we don't also leave rural women behind as we're talking digital technology and innovation. So thank you very much for giving me this space. I end by committing ourselves as UN Women. This is exactly what we are made for. So, and my team, of course, led by Angela here and Elizabeth, who is not here, who was with you yesterday. We live through this every day. We are thinking through how can we help Kenya come up with solutions that are going to change women. So you can trust us to be part of this process and part of finding solutions and part of implementing those solutions and also mobilizing those that can make a difference. So thank you very much for the space to speak. So I have the honor now to invite our newly appointed Principal Secretary in the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Madam P.S. Veronica Nduva. Please do stand up and acknowledge her. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna. And you may have your seats. Thank you. There's a table there. I'll soon call them up here to sing for us a song. Saa zote tukiambiwa tuimbe wanaketi. I have noticed where they sit. Same spot. How are you, ladies and gentlemen? Mko salama? I was looking and wondering why we don't wear like this. When you look at the screen, there's so much color, isn't it? We really should rethink our wardrobes, isn't it? And today I got the memo right. So, nilijaribu. Thank you so much, Daisy, Crown Trust, all the partners represented here. Anna, you say I'm a new PS, but I honestly feel like I've been in that office for 100 years because of the work, the amount of workload that we walked into, but we really appreciate the opportunity. Allow me, actually at the outset, allow me to use this platform to thank Daisy and the National Women Steering Committee, because when I was nominated as a Principal Secretary for Gender, one of the 3 memos that the parliamentary committee got was from the National Women's Steering Committee recommending my nomination. I am really humbled and grateful, and I really do hope that I will live up to the expectations. And the other two memos were equally positive. So thank you so much. I will do this two ways. I will respond and reflect a little bit on the conclusions, the communic, and then I will also give very brief remarks in terms of my official remarks. I recognize that we are in between sessions. You still have two important discussions on gender responsive budgeting and on innovation and technology. So this by no means should be considered as a closing, but just remarks. You know, when you are summoned, you cannot say that I have a session in the afternoon. You just say, yes, I will be there. So I have an engagement with our boss in an hour or so. So that is why I requested to speak. So please indulge me. I wish to bring you greetings from the Parliamentary Committee on Social Protection, headed one of the few or the only committees that's headed by a woman, Honorable Alice Nganga. I was with them this morning discussing the budget policy statement, and I gave her a shout out to what is happening here. And as I mentioned to Daisy, she asked, why are they not here? So even as we work with the executive, let us not forget the very important arm of government, which is the legislature. I again want to give a shout out to the choir. I obviously enjoyed singing. It took me back to my days. I probably sang in mass choir for President Moi for maybe 4 years in a row. So maybe more than 4 years in a row. Every single public event, we were either at Nyayo Stadium and then State House. So those songs are very familiar to me. And thank you for reminding me back about that. Daisy, thank you so much for your support. Everyone who knows Daisy knows that she had better be on your side than against you. So we are really happy as a ministry to have you as our walk-in, as our sounding board. She tells it as it is. I remember in my previous role, when we invited Daisy to a meeting, I would pass a message and say, we better manage her. Because she is very enthusiastic and very passionate about what she speaks about, and so is the leadership that is in this room. So thank you so much, Daisy, for that pledging of collaboration. Allow me to reflect on the communic, and what I get from the outset is that this group here at civil society is 100% aligned to the priorities we have in our manifesto. It is 100% aligned to what we intend to achieve over the next 5 years at least. Listening to the areas that have been brought out as recommendations, as observation, there is nothing that is really missing from what we intend to achieve. On the 2/3 gender rule, that is a direct deliverable. I'll invite you to look at the executive order that sets up this administration, Executive Order number 1 of 2023. It lays out very clearly what the Department of Gender and Affirmative Action is supposed to achieve. The Kenya Kwanza Manifesto on the women agenda has 9 points. You will find everything that you've talked about there. And the Kenya Kwanza Women's Charter, you've talked about 2/3 gender principle, it is there. We have a commitment to realize this in 12 months. You've talked about economic empowerment. This conference, these discussions, all the deliberations that are taking place here are all about women economic empowerment. That is the first deliverable we have as a department and as this administration's promise to women. So you are contributing, you are well aligned in contributing to that. On land, you've talked about land. And you've talked about land. That is also one of the priorities, the 9-point agenda, especially around spousal consent and how that is applied. So we will definitely be reflecting on days ahead on how to make this happen. You've talked about unpaid care work policy. That is something we are already at our policy level looking at. Familiarizing ourselves with the 5 Rs. First of all, we are already on the recognize. There's already a draft policy. We are already thinking about how to recognize unpaid care work policy. The second R around reduce. So the load and the burden with unpaid care work. How do you do that? By taking advantage of technology. Unajua wamama tusonge na muda, isn't it? Let us not be held back by this is how we've always done it. Let us embrace technology. And where you don't know, ask, how do I do this? You know, move us forward. If you have a chama and someone is not available, let them dial in. You know, those are the things that we are saying. How do you embrace technology and how do you invest in technology? Redistribution of this, how do we change our social norms and behavioral patterns? That is something that we cannot do without the role of the civil society. How do we reward and how are we representing? By forming associations, by ensuring that we have a platform to, from which to engage. I think I want to also mention this, and it's for your consideration. Amongst all the observations that you made, I did not see and would have wanted to see something that our sister department, the Department of Public Service, is championing, and that is the aspect of mental health. Mental health is a real challenge in our times, and the department is already championing this among the civil service, because all these issues that you've talked about, the triggers, the social triggers, the COVID-19 impact, the harsh economic times, the drought, all of them have triggers on our mental health. And then guess what? Who is impacted the most? Oh, talk to me. Women, isn't it? So we must design very deliberate interventions and have discussions. One of the biggest things is to destigmatize and talk about it, create awareness. So that is something that will really lead to women economic empowerment. Because financially, if you're not able to really think, how am I spending the money, because your headspace is not there, then it will impact on that. So for your consideration. I want to also reflect in terms of the approach. I really like that, Daisy, you've talked about collaboration. You've used that word severally. Yes, it is important to collaborate with government, to collaborate with development partners, but I want to urge that amongst ourselves, can we embrace allyship? When we create allies who are with us in the same space, then we go far. We should not necessarily see ourselves as competing. Today you have one coalition there, you have another coalition there. In this space, when you want to engage, you have so many people. And there is a general trend that is there that you want to bring down other people. So there are those who are formed in 1960. Are they still relevant? They have pia wakona customer wow, isn't it? They have their space, isn't it? So whether they've been around from 1960, whether the leadership is old, to the new younger women who are forming groups, to the ones who've been in the same space, let us create allyship, mentorship, work together. We won't really proceed unless we embrace, and that's a global trend, allyship. The second one is on inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that there's a global pushback on this space. There is a lot of clawback. I want to give you a perfect example. FGM is increasing. It's becoming new in some communities in this country that were not practicing it. Have we stopped to reflect why it is coming back? Because it's a pushback that these women are getting more empowered, more out there. So how do you then push them down? You retreat to culture. You retreat to cultural practices. So how then do you include others at the table? Ladies, I wish to say this for your reflection. It is an exercise in futility. to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. It is time for us to really ask ourselves, what can we do different? How can we do this differently? The more we sit and talk to ourselves, the more it becomes white noise. We should look at the other end of the spectrum, where we are always saying that women are half of the population. Well, I'd like to bring this to your attention, that men are the other half of the population. That's why, as a department and in the sector, we are coming up with the 5th thematic group, the National Gender Sector Working Group, on male inclusion. If we sit, thank you. If we sit and talk to ourselves and expect that we will go and instruct our brothers, our husbands, and our sons on what to do, then we are cheating ourselves. True or false? As we sit and deliberate, whether it's 2/3, whether it's inclusion, whether it is financial empowerment, can we really ask ourselves, how do we work together as a society in the spirit of leave no one behind? It should apply both ways. I see I'm getting some love from a brother there. Thank you. I also wish to mention this. So allow ourselves to think outside the box. Innovate. What can we do differently? I am a huge non-fan of workshops, for instance. I have always said they are professional workshop attenders. Like, are we always gonna do workshops all our life and expect behavior change when we speak to the same people in every workshop? So let's embrace technology. There's media, there's social media, there is so many other ways of doing this. Further, on my reflections, I would urge you that yes, we'll be there at the other spectrum. I will not promise that as a department we will embrace activism, because as the executive, indeed, that is not what we are called for. But for us is to translate your activism into sound policy positions. And that is where we will take up the mantle. I would urge you, ladies and men around the tables, let us be at the table. There's something I've always said. If you're not on the table, if you're not at the table, then guess what? You're probably on the menu. Okay? If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So can we be at the table? We always joke when we say about boys' clubs and men club and inclusion. If we are not there where the deals are being discussed, the businesses. We had a very good discussion with KEPSA. I saw someone from KEPSA yesterday. I don't know if they're still here. KEPSA? Mko wengi? Yes, I think you are in part of that meeting. Like, if we are given a contract, you're talking about AGPO and financing of LPOs. If you're given a contract, are you really able to deliver on it? Are we working hard? There were questions of pending bills, which is a real limiting factor for the women economic empowerment, for women in business. But then the question was, are you taking time to understand what are the requirements? If you deliver goods, and your very simple thing, you deliver goods to government, and you don't walk away with a signed paper, or you don't have any commitment, so what are you coming to claim? Nilipeana vitu, nilileta makaratasi za printing, niliachia secretary, so to who? So I like what Madam Anna has said. Can we go granular? Can we really ask ourselves, how can we address the challenges? So that we don't have theoretical responses, but really introspecting and asking ourselves what or where lies the problem, you know, and how can we switch it on? When you come to our offices, when you come to other offices, can you have very specific solutions? What is it? You've already identified the issue, but you've also come with a solution for consideration, so that you're part of the resolving of the issues. So I know we've really talked about the issues that hamper economic empowerment, but those are some of the ways that I would urge you to look at it. So please be at the table, break the silos, and allow ourselves to think outside the box. As I conclude, I'd hope in your discussions around gender responsive budgeting, you will also come up with specific proposals. We are in the process. We have a directive to ensure that there's gender responsive budgeting across all MDAs. We will benefit from that, and we want to have the voice of this space in the policy making process. So we'll be reaching out to just ensure in a sense that we capture the thoughts and how best this can be achieved. Allow me, as I conclude, to ask that we contribute to the President's agenda of planting trees. One of the worst hit sectors by climate change are the women. They have to walk far. It's all about unpaid care work. They have, in process of walking far, they get accosted and they get raped, or they go home and they have all these challenges. The President has directed us as MDAs that every official function of the head of state, there should be a tree planting ceremony. In the spirit of collaboration, I would ask the sector that you embrace the same, that anytime you're having a workshop or you're somewhere, plant a tree. All right? So those are my reflections, but as government, we have to read something. So I will take less than a very short time to just read what is prepared for me here. Yeah, I'll just read what is prepared for me here, and then I will be able to sit down. But those were my general reflections, and I really thank you for listening, and happy to hear if there'll be something considered out of this. So, ladies, let me take this opportunity to thank you all, particularly Crown Trust, for putting this Women's Economic Forum together. I'm particularly impressed at the kind of interest that this forum has drawn, as demonstrated by the number of women and men that turned up, representing different sectors, institutions, and individuals. This just confirms that matters of economic empowerment are pertinent to the well-being of any society. The theme of this forum was also very well thought through. As we have been discussing since yesterday, our country, and indeed the globe, is recovering, albeit gradually, from the COVID-19 pandemic that unfortunately is not completely gone. As if that were not enough, the drought that has continued to bite so hard in our country has affected the agriculture sector adversely, with immense effects to food security. Women, as nurturers, are at pains to provide the basics such as food, water, among other necessities amidst these tough economic times. This platform, provided by the Women Economic Forum, I believe, has to some extent broadened our thinking as women on how best to circumvent the prevailing circumstances, taking advantage of the existing opportunities for our well-being and that of society as a whole. The networks created here are also very useful going forward in building strong and sustainable partnerships in our various ventures as women. I run the risk of repeating what has been well articulated by the various panelists, but let me just enlist some of the take-home points from this forum. We must be proactive as women in taking advantage of the available opportunities presented by government and other private sector players if we are to empower ourselves economically. Secondly, let us embrace technology, a tool that is fast-growing and is key to breaking barriers and borders for us to be competitive, current, and efficient in going about our business. Everyone must appreciate the effects and impacts of climate change and take a step in addressing the same in our entrepreneurial ventures as well as in our day-to-day lives. This is for our own goods and our future generations. And lastly, we must be present. Nothing for us without us. Let women not shy away from showing up and being part of hard discussions. This is the only way our presence and issues will be part and parcel of decisions, policies, and programs. Partners, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again pledge my support and that of my Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Aisha Juma, who committed yesterday to walking the journey collectively to economically empower women and other vulnerable groups. Lastly, let me once again welcome you all to the International Women's Day celebrations on Thursday, 2nd February 2023, where we are all still gonna wear African, at the KICC grounds at 10 o'clock and reflect on our gains as women. Asanteni sana, and God bless you all.
Kindly, Madam PS, just wait there. Daisy, please come and present the communique. Please give Madam PS a round of applause. I give you.
I'll return it to you.
Just clap for them, clap for them. That is what we have come up with from the meeting. Madam PS, we'll indulge just for one more minute. We have somebody here from Every Woman Treaty. It's about stopping violence. She's Mudhoni Koinange. She will also present a report to you. Mudhoni, you have 1 minute. You're standing in between us and lunch. We are tired.
Apologies. Thank you very much, and I'm very humble. Thank you, Crown Trust, and delegates, and especially you, Madam PS. Thank you for giving me the honor at least to present. So I'm here on behalf of Every Woman Treaty. We all know about CEDAW, which was launched 40 years ago. Now, it doesn't directly talk about the violence against women. There are elements, it doesn't talk about rape within it. It also doesn't talk about, concerning the conference, we've talked about COVID, what women are going through right now. We know if a woman is not at work, we know what's happening at home. There's no money coming in. And that impacts our economy. So here we are, 40 years later after CEDAW. There is actually the Every Woman Treaty, a treaty that wishes only to address the violence against women, rape, harassment, and all. And we have a report that came out on the 1st of February. We're about 2,000 activists around the world. In Kenya is myself and my colleague, Violet. She's coming right up. So on behalf of Every Woman Treaty, we would love to present you with a Safer Now report that came out on the 1st of February. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And quickly, just to note, good news is that on Thursday, one of the things at the International Women's Day that we'll be launching are the Prevention Against Domestic Violence rules and regulations. They are finally ready, and they will be launched and unveiled on Thursday. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana. And we have a lady from Garissa, Madam PS, or Marsabit. Marsabit, who would like to adorn you with something as you work.
I'm Jambo wa Mama. As a rural woman, you always give. You just don't wait to be given. Karibu Marsabit.
Asante sana. Nice photo. Great. Thank you very, very much, Madam PS. We have indulged you. Oh.
Asante. Karibu msichana wangu. She's like my daughter.
Thank you so much, Mama. Nashukuru. Mimi pia ni bibi ya mchungaji, so this is very much at home. On my neck.
Nice. Thank you. We will now be proceeding for lunch. We know you have a meeting to attend, but if you want to grab a snack, you can grab as you leave. If you go, please go well. We are grateful. But the rest of us, we will be going for lunch there. I hope everybody has their voucher. Maybe let us stand up and pray as we leave for lunch. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We thank you, dear Lord, for bringing us here together. We thank you for the deliberations that we have had. We thank you for each and every person that is represented here. We pray, dear Lord, that you will bless them. We pray for our leaders, the Honorable CS, the Honorable PS, and all other leaders represented here. Father God, that you may guide them in the work that they do, that you will give them wisdom and knowledge that comes only from you. Before us, Father, is a gift of food. We pray that you will bless it as we take it. Let it nourish and strengthen our bodies, because it is in your precious name we pray. Amen. Let us kindly let us eat that lunch as fast as we can, so that we come back and wrap up early today.
It is a program that has assisted women in Murang'a to get knowledge on what is the content and benefits of the Constitution and towards achieving our 2/3 agenda as women in Kenya. 2, it is a program that has given us a platform to address issues that are affecting women in many ways and how this can be, and how we can be able to address these issues at different levels as well. And the third thing that is of benefit to us is that it has helped us develop like kind of a movement where women can come together and make it, just discuss women stuff, women issues, and look in ways of how we can hold each other, our hands, come up with good leadership, engage women in support of other women, and create an avenue where women can be able to rise from where they are to leadership positions.
This program is very useful to us, especially we women, because it is a sensitization of women in order to get power.
To me, I can see it as a milestone, simply because I was raised by 5 girls who are in front of me. So I've grown embracing ladies' leadership, and this gave me a platform and opportunity to know them well, to know their capability. And when it comes to our society, we have grown in the culture that we don't embrace what we call women leadership so much. And when I came and I met people of the same caliber, people who used to believe in ladies, it gave me a reason to walk out, to go and talk to the ladies so as they can understand how they can engage in what we call responsible leadership, still within the community level, still within the, let's say, the church level, within their working places, because by believing in them is when they realize that they have something special.
Basically has created awareness to these groups of, these categories, that is men, women, the youth and persons with the disability, has given them a platform to learn more and become more conscious of issues affecting them, so that they can even task the agents of change around them to get solutions to their issues.
But since Crown Trust came to Kajiado North, we have formed so many groups of PWDs, which we have walked a step to know about our constitution and our rights, and now we can stand and talk about PWDs, because already we have learned from Crown Trust how to stay with the people according to our situation of PWDs.
It has already enlightened us so that we can be very good leaders, and we also eliminate something that what we said, women are enemies of themselves. So when Crown Trust come, we are also trusting other women.
Imenisaidia. Juu hata kama nimekuwa kiongozi for many kwa muda mrefu, kuna mambo sikuwa najua. So imekuja ikani empower with knowledge nikakuwa niko na yani fikira zangu zimepanuka kiasi, naweza ingiana na wenye sijawahi ingiana na wao.
For the first time, we've seen women, young women, youth, who are vying for positions of MP. And they have never vied for any other position. You know, you would imagine a young person want to be an MCA, then rise to an to an MP, and then maybe try to be a senator, try to be a women rep. But no, some went directly to MPs.
At least we can see women coming up, persons with disabilities speaking up on issues and concerns that affect them. So I would say yes, the project has given them a good platform to participate and become more aware of their issues.
I'm very happy with Nakuru County. By seeing the Nakuru County, all the elective positions that we had, ladies were elected in almost each and every position. That shows if we believe in ladies, they will come to realize even them they have the potential.
The 20 wards, it was mostly dominated by local women who believed in me, and they were happy. And actually I got votes from those wards. Many of them were encouraged, and they were really inspired that even the marginalized can take positions like elective positions and still make it.
I have seen persons with disability vying for a position, and even when she did not make it, she has applied to be nominated. So this is confidence versus a very clear understanding of what I should be. It is something else.
Apart from PWD's groups, we have also formed so many groups of women groups in our area, and already there are so many groups we have run from Crown Trust. There before, you could not find a woman who could represent a board or a committee in any school or any hospital committee. But from when Crown Trust come into this Kajiado North, you can see we have women representing other women in so many committees, especially in school committees, church committees, also in Chiefs Baraza.
The Women Forum, in terms of sensitization through, or rather to ensure that we are involved in electoral process, and we are also involved in elective positions as women, it has been of great importance to us in 3 aspects. 1, helping women rise from grassroots to elective positions. 2, encouraging other women who have decided to be leaders and journeying with them in terms of ensuring that we give them space and we give them ultimate support to rise into leadership because they can be leaders. And 3, through this forum, we have been able to engage women to understand actually what does the Constitution offer for us as women, and how we can be able to protect those rights through electing leaders who understand our fate as women. Decisions are made by people who are present. So if women are not present in decision-making tables, then it means nothing will ever happen in their lives, and they will just remain just women. But through this program, in terms of sensitization, I have seen women now rise in different positions, in church positions, in chamas where you have several men, in clans where women will not even be leaders. You know, in clans, traditionally, women may not be allowed to be leaders. But with this sensitization, they stand in and say, no, we have to be part of the process. We have to be part of making decisions. And you cannot make decisions when we are seated. You can only make decisions when we are on these tables.
Since I've done all this, I would like to be empowered with the security, because security is very important. Like we saw during the nominations, there were a lot of irregularities, like people are buying votes openly without fear, where I can't do because I don't have money.
Maybe some, they also hear their husband, their whatever, their culture.
Finances is the most challenge to women, because like we are now starting the year, the term. By the time we are starting the term, men are now in the campaigns for next term 2027. A woman is not able to do it. since a woman is the role model, the overall in the family.
Maybe at timely meetings, if it's online, if physical, take them maybe to levels where even people with various categories of disability can access, bearing in mind the vastness of our county.
I would wish if we can have, even though it is a social media platform, where we can be able to engage a lot of people from different areas, airing their views. And from there, we'll be able to reach people at the shortest time possible.
Pia changamoto zingine, kuna shida pia ya elimu. Unakuta wamama kuna siku tulienda Kajiado Central na tukaenda mahali kunaitwa Nalepo. Tukakuta huko wamama hata kuandika jina yake yenyewe ni shida, hawajasoma na inabidi uende na mtu wa translate.
So far the program has tried to reach out to many areas, but what I understand from the geographical location of Kajiado County in entirety is very wide, and maybe the organization could consider reaching out to the grassroots level so that other women, other communities get to benefit or even to improve.
So we need to have as many awareness forums as we can, so that we can actually again pull women from their comfort zones to ensure that they can become good leaders. The positive attitude that the community or the women in Kenya have gained, every day we are seeing something changing. There is that positivity that we can have women as leaders. But again, there is also a question, now that we have women, what are the likely scenarios? That's also an opportunity that we can learn from. So the positive change of men and women, that women can lead, is a very good opportunity that we can ride on and say, see, we have done it, now we can still do it. The other thing we need to do is to ensure they also understand the opportunities that we have within the Constitution, so that as we rally behind, we also have our expectations. So as we build up the women who want to vie for positions, as we create those opportunities and avenues, then they also need to understand what are their responsibility within that Constitution. We need to create a movement of women where we can say, if we want, because if we are able to do that coordination, we can have all leaders in Kenya, all leaders in Murang'a as women. Why are we saying that? The number of women who vote versus the number of men who vote. Women vote more. So if we are to rally behind each other and have like a movement, Murang'a women movement, we would have a woman governor, all the seats we would take them.
The more skills we gain, the more we are strong.
There's a lot of interest in support of women supporting each other, but also there's a big gap in terms of that coordination. We need to coordinate ourselves, and we need to agree that we can lead and we can have like a very well coordinated movement amongst us as women. It is a program that has assisted women in Murang'a to get knowledge on what is the content and benefits of the Constitution and towards achieving our 2/3 agenda as women in Kenya. 2, it is a program that has given us a platform to address issues that are affecting women in many ways and how this can be, and how we can be able to address these issues at different levels as well. And the third thing that is of benefit to us, that it has helped us develop like kind of a movement where women can come together and just discuss women stuff, women issues. and look in ways of how we can hold each other, our hands, come up with good leadership, engage women in support of other women, and create an avenue where women can be able to rise from where they are to leadership positions.
This program is very useful to us, especially we women, because it is a sensitization of women in order to get power.
To me, I can see it as a milestone simply because I was raised by 5 girls who are in front of me. So I've grown embracing ladies' leadership, and this gave me a platform and opportunity to know them well, to know their capability. And when it comes to our society, we have grown in the culture that we don't embrace what we call women leadership so much. And when I came and I met people of the same caliber, people who used to believe in ladies, it gave me a reason to walk out, to go and talk to the ladies so as they can understand how they can engage in what we call responsible leadership, still within the community level, still within the, let's say, the church level, within their working places, because by believing in them is when they realize that they have something special.
Basically has created awareness to these groups of these categories, that is men, women, the youth and persons with the disability, has given them a platform to learn more and become more conscious of issues affecting them, so that they can even task the agents of change around them to get solutions to their issues.
But since Crown Trust came to Kajiado North, we have formed so many groups of PWDs, which we have walked a step to know about our constitution and our rights, and now we can stand and talk about PWDs because already we have learned from Crown Trust how to stay with the people according to our situation of PWDs.
It has already enlightened us so that we can be very good leaders, and we also eliminate something that what we said, women are enemies of themselves. So when Crown Trust come, we are also trusting other women.
Imenisaidia juu hata kama nimekuwa kiongozi for many kwa muda mrefu, kuna mambo sikuwa najua, so imekuja ikani empower with knowledge, nikakuwa niko na yani fikira zangu zimepanuka kiasi, naweza ingiana na wenye sijawahi ingiana na wao.
For the first time, we've seen women, young women, youth, who are vying for positions of MP, and they have never vied for any other position. You know, you would imagine a young person want to be an MCA, then rise to an to an MP, and then maybe try to be a senator, try to be a women rep. But no, some went directly to MPs.
At least we can see women coming up, persons with disabilities speaking up on issues and concerns that affect them. So I would say yes, the project has given them a good platform to participate and become more aware of their issues.
I'm very happy with Nakuru County. By seeing the Nakuru County, all the elective positions that we had Ladies were elected in almost each and every position. That shows if we believe in ladies, they will come to realize even them they have the potential.
The 20 wards, it was mostly dominated by local women who believed in me, and they were happy. And actually I got votes from those wards. Many of them were encouraged, and they were really inspired that even the marginalized can take positions like elective positions and still make it.
I have seen persons with disability vying for a position, and even when she did not make it, she has applied to be nominated. So this is confidence versus clear understanding of what I should be. It is something else.
Apart from PWD's groups, we have also formed so many groups of women groups in our area, and already there are so many groups we have run from Crown Trust. There before, you could not find a woman who could represent a board or a committee in any school or any hospital committee. But from when Crown Trust come into this Kajiado North, you can see we have women representing other women in so many committees, especially in school committees, church committees, also in Chiefs Baraza.
The Women Forum, in terms of sensitization through, or rather to ensure that we are involved in electoral process and we are also involved in elective positions as women, it has been of great importance to us in 3 aspects. 1, helping women rise from grassroots to elective positions. 2, encouraging other women who have decided to be leaders and journeying with them in terms of ensuring that we give them space and we give them ultimate support to rise into leadership because they can be leaders. And 3, through this forum, we have been able to engage women to understand actually what does the Constitution offer for us as women and how we can be able to protect those rights through electing leaders who understand our fate as women. Decisions are made by people who are present. So if women are not present in decision-making tables, then it means nothing will ever happen in their lives and they will just remain just women. But through this program, in terms of sensitization, I have seen women now rise in different positions, in church positions, in chamas where you have several men, in clans where women will not even be leaders. You know, in clans, traditionally, women may not be allowed to be leaders. But with this sensitization, they stand in and say, no, we have to be part of the process. We have to be part of making decisions. And you cannot make decisions when we are seated. You can only make decisions when we are on these tables.
Since I've done all this, I would like to be empowered with the security, because security is very important. Like we saw during the nominations, there were a lot of irregularities, like people are buying votes openly without fear, where I can't do because I don't have money.
Maybe some, they also hear their husband, their whatever, their culture.
Finances is the most challenge to women, because like we are now starting the year, the term. By the time we are starting the term, men are now in the campaigns for next term 2027. A woman is not able to do it, since a woman is the role model, the overall in the family.
Maybe at timely meetings, if it's online, if physical, take them maybe to levels where even people with various categories of disability can access, bearing in mind the vastness of our county.
I would wish if we can have, even though it is a social media platform, where we can be able to engage a lot of people from different areas, airing their views. And from there, we'll be able to reach people at the shortest time possible.
Pia changamoto zingine, kuna shida pia ya elimu. Unakuta wamama kuna siku tulienda Kajiado Central na tukaenda mahali kunaitwa Nalepo. Tukakuta huko wamama hata kuandika jina yake yenyewe ni shida. Hawajasoma na
inabidi uende na mtu wa translate.
So far, the program has tried to reach out to many areas, but what I understand from the geographical location of Kajiado County in entirety is very wide, and maybe the organization could consider reaching out to the grassroots level so that other women, other communities get to benefit or even to improve.
So we need to have as many awareness forums as we can, so that we can actually again pull women from their comfort zones to ensure that they can become good leaders. The positive attitude that the community or the women in Kenya have gained, every day we are seeing something changing. There is that positivity that we can have women as leaders. But again, there is also a question, now that we have women, what are the likely scenarios? That's also an opportunity that we can learn from. So the positive change of men and women, that women can lead, is a very good opportunity that we can ride on and say, see, we have done it, now we can still do it. The other thing we need to do is to ensure they also understand the opportunities that we have within the Constitution, so that as we rally behind, we also have our expectations. So as we build up the women who want to vie for positions, as we create those opportunities and avenues, then they also need to understand what are their responsibilities within that Constitution. We need to create a movement of women where we can say, if we want, because if we are able to do that coordination, we can have all leaders in Kenya, all leaders in Murang'a as women. Why are we saying that? The number of women who vote versus the number of men who vote. Women vote more. So if we are to rally behind each other and have like a movement, Murang'a women movement, we would have a woman governor, all the seats we would take them.
The more skills we gain, the more we are strong.
There's a lot of interest in support of women supporting each other, but also there's a big gap in terms of that coordination. We need to coordinate ourselves, and we need to agree that we can lead and we can have like a very well coordinated movement amongst us as women. It is a program that has assisted women in Murang'a to get knowledge on what is the content and benefits of the Constitution and towards achieving our 2/3 agenda as women in Kenya. 2, it is a program that has given us a platform to address issues that are affecting women in many ways and how this can be, and how we can be able to address these issues at different levels as well. And the third thing that is of benefit to us is that it has helped us develop together and make it just discuss women stuff, women issues, and in ways of how we can hold each other, our hands, come up with good leadership, engage women in support of other women, and create an avenue where women can be able to rise from where they are to leadership positions.
This program is very useful to us, especially we women, because it is a sensitization of women in order to get power.
To me, I can see it. So I've grown embracing ladies' leadership, and this gave me a platform and opportunity to know them well, to know their capability, give me a reason to walk out, to go and talk to the ladies so they can understand how they can engage in what we call responsible leadership, still within the community level, still within the, let's say, the church level, within their working places, because by believing in them, is when they realize that they have something special.
Basically has created awareness to these groups of these categories, that is men, women, the youth and persons with disability, has given them a platform to learn more and become more conscious of issues affecting them, so that they can even task the agents of change around them to get solutions to their issues.
But since Crown Trust came to Kajiado North, we have formed so many groups of PWDs, which we have walked a step to know about our constitution and our rights, and now we can stand and talk about PWDs because already we have learned from Crown Trust how to stay with the people according to our situation of PWDs.
It has already enlightened us so that we can be very good leaders, and we also eliminate something that what we said, women are enemies of themselves. So when Crown Trust come, we are also trusting other women.
Imenisaidia. Juu hata kama nimekuwa kiongozi for many kwa muda mrefu, kuna mambo sikuwa najua. So imekuja ikani empower with knowledge, nikakuwa niko na yani fikira zangu zimepanuka kiasi, naweza ingiana na wenye sijawahi ingiana na wao.
For the first time, we've seen women, young women, youth, who are vying for positions of MP, and they have never vied for any other position. You know, you would imagine a young person want to be an MCA, then rise to an to an MP, and then maybe try to be a senator, try to be a women rep. But no, some went directly to MPs.
At least we can see women coming up, persons with disabilities speaking up on issues and concerns that affect them. So I would say yes, the project has given them a good platform to participate and become more aware of their issues.
I'm very happy with Nakuru County. By seeing the Nakuru County, all the elective positions that we had, ladies were elected in almost each and every position. That shows if we believe in ladies, they will come to realize even them they have the potential.
The 20 wards, it was mostly dominated by local women who believed in me, and they were happy. And actually I got votes from those wards. Many of them were encouraged, and they were really inspired that even the marginalized can take positions like elective positions and still make it.
I have seen persons with disability vying for a position, and even when she did not make it, she has applied to be nominated. So this is confidence versus a clear understanding of what I should be. It is something else.
Apart from PWD's groups, we have also formed so many groups of women groups in our area, and already there are so many groups we have run from Crown Trust. There before, you could not find a woman who could represent a board or a committee in any school or any hospital committee. But from when Crown Trust come into this Kajiado North, you can see we have women representing other women in so many committees, especially in school committees, church committees, also in Chiefs Baraza.
The Women Forum, in terms of sensitization through, or rather to ensure that we are involved in electoral process, and we are also involved in elective positions as women, it has been of great importance to us in 3 aspects. 1, helping women rise from grassroots to elective positions. 2, encouraging other women who have decided to be leaders and journeying with them in terms of ensuring that we give them space and we give them ultimate support to rise into leadership because they can be leaders. And 3, through this forum, we have been able to engage women to understand actually what does the Constitution offer for us as women, and how we can be able to protect those rights through electing leaders who understand our fate as women. Decisions are made by people who are present. So if women are not present in decision-making tables, then it means nothing will ever happen in their lives and they will just remain just women. But through this program, in terms of sensitization, I have seen women now rise in different positions, in church positions, in chamas where you have several men, in clans where women will not even be leaders. You know, in clans, traditionally, women may not be allowed to be leaders. But with this sensitization, they stand in and say, no, we have to be part of the process. We have to be part of making decisions. And you cannot make decisions when we are seated. We can only make decisions when we are on these tables.
Since I've done all this, I would like to be empowered with the security, because security is very important. Like we saw during the nominations, there were a lot of irregularities, like people are buying votes openly without fear, where I can't do because I don't have money.
Maybe some, they also hear their husband, their whatever, their culture.
Finances is the most challenge to women, because like we are now starting the year, the term. By the time we are starting the term, men are now in the campaigns for next term 2027. A woman is not able to do it, since a woman is the role model, the overall in the family.
Maybe at timely meetings, if it's online, if physical, take them maybe to levels where even people with various categories of disability can access, bearing in mind the vastness of our county.
I would wish if we can have, even though it is a social media platform, where we can be able to engage a lot of people from different areas, airing their views. And from there, we'll be able to reach people at the shortest time possible.
Pia changamoto zingine, kuna shida pia ya elimu. Unakuta wamama kuna siku tulienda Kajiado Central na tukaenda mahali kunaitwa Nalepo. Tukakuta huko wamama hata kuandika jina yake yenyewe ni shida, hawajasoma na inabidi uende na mtu wa translate.
So far, the program has tried to reach out to many areas, but what I understand from the geographical location of Kajiado County in entirety is very wide, and maybe the organization could consider reaching out to the grassroots level so that other women, other communities get to benefit or even to improve.
So we need to have as many awareness forums as we can, so that we can actually again pull women from their comfort zones to ensure that they can become good leaders. The positive attitude that the community or the women in Kenya have gained, you know, every day we are seeing something changing. There is that positivity that we can have women as leaders. But again, there is also a question, now that we have women, what are the likely scenarios? That's also an opportunity that we can learn from. So the positive change of men and women, that women can lead, is a very good opportunity that we can ride on and say, see, we have done it, now we can still do it. The other thing we need to do is to ensure they also understand the opportunities that we have within the Constitution, so that as we rally behind, we also have our expectations. So as we build up the women who want to vie for positions, as we create those opportunities and avenues, then they also need to understand what are their responsibility within that Constitution. We need to create a movement of women where we can say, if we want, because if we are able to do that coordination, we can have all leaders in Kenya, all leaders in Murang'a as women. Why are we saying that? The number of women who vote versus the number of men who vote. Women vote more. So if we are to rally behind each other and have like a movement, Murang'a women movement, we would have a woman governor, all the seats we would take them.
The more skills we gain, the more we are strong.
There's a lot of interest in support of women supporting each other, but also there's a big gap in terms of that coordination. We need to coordinate ourselves, and we need to agree that we can lead and we can have like a very well coordinated movement amongst us as women.
approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The women, the African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country because academia drives development.
To increase women economic participation, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub, WeHub, a program of the University of Nairobi African Women Study Research Center under the Faculty of Arts, concentrates on evidence-based research findings and their policy implication as a basis to advocate for change. WeHub contributes towards empowering women economically by focusing on the women's ability to recognize all economic actors and gain access and control over productive resources. One of the ways of achieving this is through national consultative meetings that discuss the priority agenda for women economic empowerment.
WeHub is a very, very important initiative, and I think it has come at the right time.
They've emphasized and focused more on inclusivity of women in policy making, and I think it is a very good thing. And what I want to say is that women should be more involved, or women should be given the opportunity to make these policies, because we are sort of the decision makers at home, and we are the core of the families, yes, and homes in this country.
As a way of fostering a sustainable national framework that brings together women entrepreneurs and women collectives, we have created a platform for engagement between women in business, policy makers, and key stakeholders at the launch of the WeHub Priority Agenda held at the University of Nairobi.
Women are given an opportunity to voice themselves. They bring out issues that affect them, that affect their lives, that affect their families, that affect their businesses, matters of health. And I think this is important because from women speaking out, this is where the problems of the women are captured and they can be looked into and dealt with and give women that, the strength to even build themselves and be included in activities in this country.
This Muktano, it has made me understand. I had no idea that the government also is concerned helping mamas. I had no idea. But now I have learned that the government also is putting effort to help mamas.
It has been a great experience for me because I have met people who we'll start doing collaborations with.
Discrimination of women in the formal sector, unpaid care work, access to childcare, determinants for access to credit, access to information and finance emerged as some of the challenges affecting women's participation in the economic activities. This informs the WeHub's vision, which is full realization of women's economic empowerment.
There are women who are struggling with taxation issues. Some are small business enterprises like the Mama Mboga, and they're looking into how to get their capital, just the funding aspect and all that, and a support team, a team of people who have done it before and can actually assure them that it can be done.
When it comes to access to finance, the partial credit guarantee scheme that was rolled out by the National Treasury, out of the 2,292 facilities that have been granted in the past 18 months, 30% was set aside for women. And we have barely scratched the surface.
In addition, laws and regulations governing the international trade also emerge as a challenge for women in the trade sectors. As a way to curb this, WeHub sensitizes women on the existing laws at the county and international level.
What I expect about my products, I expect to actually penetrate into the international market. That's my dream, and I hope to achieve it sometime this year.
We want women to be aware and they have to be skilled on the cross-border trade regimes that exist, the East Africa Community, COMESA, AGOA, all these things that are giving them opportunities. We want them to be aware, including the World Trade Organization, because this is where the women should be going.
Every woman who came here, I'm very sure, has not left the way they come.
Don't limit yourself to what you're doing as a women entrepreneur.
Trade more beyond and beyond East Africa and entire the world.
Remind the women who you've represented today that what they do not only impacts their household, but also impacts the tomorrows and the tomorrows to come.
In the profound wisdom of Tian Wei, a society that fails to harness the energy and creativity of its women is a huge disappointment to the modern world. Therefore, it is upon the society to realize that for any household, community, or country to progress, it is important to empower women, because when you empower a woman, you empower the whole generation.
Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to Women Economic Forum.
started as a very small self-help group of women who had a common vision of touching the community. We partnered with Uraia Trust and a program called Women Voices and Leadership Project, and we were given some funds to capacity build, to strengthen our organization, and to prepare some manuals and policies that will be guiding us in our activities. One of the things that really pushed us ahead was the development of a strategic plan, which we did a 10-year strategic plan, and we trained 25 participants during the development of that plan. The volunteers, QEPS members, the staff, and myself. So our consultant who was helping us in development of the strategic plan was able to sit down with the organization management. We went through our activities and our programs, and we came up with a document. After that, we were able to develop a resource mobilization plan, which was to help us know how we are going to sustain ourselves once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPS, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who were taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization. And they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to develop a policy advocacy strategy with the help of a consultant on the same, and also 25 participants were trained, and they were given an opportunity to input, to ask questions, and to walk the journey with QEPS.
Mwangaza ni kundi ambao iko na watu kama 1000 wa mama na pia wasichana. Tumejiunga pamoja tuweze kusaidiana kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya kwa mambo matatu. Mojawapo ikiwa ni uongozi wa kina mama. Jambo la pili ambalo tunafanya kuhakikisha tumepunguza dhuluma ama vita vya kijinsia. Kuna jambo la tatu ambalo tulikuwa tumeangazia kwa kuona mama ameweza kufundisha jinsi ya kuleta chakula kwa meza, na economic empowerment, kupunguza dhuluma.
Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. So first of all, we advocate for the rights of deaf women and deaf girls in different spheres of life. For example, health, education, politics, economic empowerment, and stuff like that.
The main cause of us coming together as an organization is because we felt the impacts of climate change, which brought a lot of issues which affected girls and women. Na tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri sana tukae kwa pamoja na wamama ili tuweze kupata suluhisho na tuweze kusikika katika nchi yetu ya kwamba tuko na mashida fulani na tuone kama tutaweza pata suluhisho.
We are a youth serving women-led organization, and our core aim is to address issues on female genital mutilation, child marriage, and any form of violence towards women and girls.
As a result of the resource mobilization plan, we were able to come up with an idea of table banking where members save and get loans, and the interest is pulled back into the organization to help in funding some organizational activities. And as a result of the same, we were also able to get the Urgent Action Fund on top of the Uraia funding, which was a plus for us because we were able to do campaigns against FGM practices in Kirinyaga County.
Sisi kama Mwangaza Women and Art Organization tuliweza kupatana na Crown Trust, wameweza kutupeleka training ya total gender law, wameweza kutupeleka training ya uongozi wa kina mama na pia ya kuhifadhi ama kuchunga katiba ya Kenya.
One of the things what we were addressing was on youth, on matters, dialogues among the youth, because we realized that youths are the backbone of this community and they are the only generation that will make a decision in ending FGM. So through the WVL support, what we were addressing was reaching out to the young people, particularly the young women and the men. And what we were doing was to train them to be champions at their own community level. So what we did is we did a training for the young people, and they were and we targeted the entire county, where we trained 20 young people, and the young people were also to cascade the same. So ours was to create a movement of young people across the larger county, where they'll become champions and change makers in at their own level. And one of the things that we were able to do is that through the young people we trained, we cascaded and we were able to create a network of over 400 young people across the county, which is an ongoing process, and everybody is doing change at their own capacity.
And through the training, we had like 40 deaf women. So we trained them in leadership mostly, and they were able to understand what is leadership, and once they become members, their responsibilities. I think it was 3 days. We had this for 3 days, and they were able to understand lots of the things, and then they were able to join the organization after that.
In the preliminaries of need assessment through Mwaro, they realized there was a lot of school dropouts. Girls would become pregnant at early age, and then even if they tried to bring them back to school, there was a lot of stigmatization, and that led to, after training through Crown Trust, Mwaro Group recruited patrons who would form girls' forum in the schools, and that addressed the issues that girls were facing. Mwangaza have been able to recruit boy champions right at school, so that they become the protectors of girls. And with that, it has really brought a harmonious community that is addressing its issues together.
Kwanza kabisa, wasichana walikuwa wanaathirika sana. Tulikuwa tuna experience gender-based violence in high-rate, school dropouts, early pregnancies, early marriages, na hayo mambo yote ilikuwa inatokana tu ni kwa sababu ya tulipofanya investigation tukaona ya kwamba inatokana na mambo ya poverty na lack of knowledge. So tukaona ni vizuri tufunzane kama wamama na tujaribu kuona ni nini itatusaidia. Na tukaona ni vizuri tukue na income generating activities ambayo itasaidia kina mama ili waweze kuaccess income kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia mafamilia zao na wasaidie wasichana wao. Tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri tufanye kazi na government yetu, sub-county government, kwa sababu tuliona kuna policies ambayo tutatengeneza kama wamama, na ni lazima tuhusishe hawa ndio iweze kukua strengthened na hawa government yetu, kwa sababu tuliona tusipochulisha serikali yetu itakuwa tu hata watu wa community wataona hakuna kitu ambayo hawa mama wanafanya, na tulipochulisha serikali yetu walifurahi sana na wakaungana pamoja na sisi na wakaboost mambo yetu iende mbele.
Imeweza kusaidia Poweo kuestablish structures, basic structures like the policy documents na kununua baadhi ya mitambo ambayo inasaidia katika kuendeleza mipango zake ama computers. So kitu moja ambayo nasema tumefaidika ni katika kujenga ile structures ya Poweo. Kwa sasa tunaweza jivunia kwamba tuko na policy documents kama the finance policy, finance and procurement. At the same time tumetengeneza policy document ya human resource and leadership succession. Kuna ambao wameweza kupata ile nomination kwa viti vya kisiasa. Kunao baadhi ya watu ambao wameenda mikutano kubwa kubwa, especially ile meetings ya kujadili mipango za county kama CID development, public participation kwa mambo ya budget development, na ukiona hapo ndani hautakosa kuona tunda la the WVL project, sababu ile confidence level among our mothers and young girls imekuwa juu.
When we got the Women Voice and Leadership project, it has been an eye opener to us kwa sababu tumeweza kupata funding kutoka organizations tofauti, na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu tulijua mambo ya kuandika hata proposal, tulipewa trainings tofauti ambayo imetu strengthen katika Baran Women Group, na hata tukiandika sasa proposal inaenda tu tunapata pesa, na baada ya hiyo project ya Women Voice and Leadership tuliweza tena kupata funds kutoka Canadian Funds for Local Initiatives, that's from the Canadian High Commission, na tukaweza kupata kutoka NetFund ambayo walikuwa wanatusupport na mambo ya environment, na tena tukaweza kupata award from FIMI, International Indigenous Women's Forum for Environmental Conservation 2020. Hiyo imeweza kusaidia sisi sana kama wamama, ionekane ya kwamba leadership yetu hiko, na hata serikali yetu wametutambua, na hata wametupea tukue advisory committee yao kwa sababu ya leadership yetu ambayo wameona ya kwamba inaendelea mbele.
Through raia ni mambo mengi sana tumepata kujua na kujua haki zetu. Tena kuna hii mambo na land, kuridhi shamba imekuwa ni tatizo katika maisha ya mama aswa sana ambao wanafiwa na mume wao. So utakuta ya kwamba mama anahangaika wakati mume wake anafiwa, so wale relatives wanakuja wanacraft kila kitu, lakini through raia tunajua kwamba mama ana haki zake ya kumiliki hata shamba na kujua steps ya kufuata ili uweze kumiliki title deed ya shamba yako.
Yeah, so from this training, I feel like after we left, we also did an M&E just to evaluate the impact that we had, and we were able to understand that when we were doing this training, the members were able to go back and empower other people in their communities. And we felt like there are other people who had been left behind who really also felt like they want the similar training. So we were just looking into how to manage the resources so that we can be able to train more people, and how to save the resources or make best use of the resources. So, and also we were able to understand what we were the expected problem and what eventually came as a challenge. Other few members were able to go back and even implement some of the things they had learned, how to save resources, how to make good use, and maybe if you make a plan and in case an emergency or something unplanned crops up, how to sort that. I feel that was well learned. And we've been able to carry out different activities. We've been able to start sign language training in some places, and I think that through that we've been able to even have more funds to run our office better.
I am one of the beneficiaries of Afya Africa. I took part in the trainings that they were doing in Narok Town, where I was able to talk about my stories, and pia nikaweza kujua that kuna wengine uko nyumbani wanaweza saidika na ile masomo yenye nimefunzwa na Afya Africa. So nikawa nafanya kazi kidogo na Afya Africa huko kwa community, kwa mashule, niweze kufunza wasichana kuhusu FGM, female genital mutilation, mental health, teenage pregnancy na vitu vingi. Nimeona impact mingi kwa sababu kitambo hakuna siku venye ungeenda waambie babako unataka kurudi shule akubali. Hawako wanaona umuhimu ya msichana, lakini saizi through the trainings zenye tumepitia na Afya Africa tunaenda tunarudi, tunaelezea mama zetu huko nyumbani umuhimu wake, na pia tumeweza pia sisi wenyewe kama wenye tumeundergo hiyo training, tunapeleka hiyo training yenye tumefunzwa huko kwa community, kufunza madada zetu wenye hawakuweza kukuja hiyo training, na nimeona imewasaidia wengi. At least pregnancy mimba za mapema saizi si sana, hata kama Narok tuko juu, lakini unaona at least wenye unaongelesha wanasikia. Hiyo training imesaidia sana. Hata mimi kuna vitu mingi sikuwa najua, nilikuwa tunaona kama tu vitu ni normal. Kupitia ile masomo yenye tulifunzwa na Afya Africa, mimi binafsi nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa mashule, nafunza wasichana, pia nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa makanisa, na pia kufunzana tu nyumbani, kufunza marafiki zangu, na pia wale wenye tunatoshana kirika nawaambia hivyo. Nimeweza kuona hiyo mafunzo ikifanya kazi, kwa sababu siku hizi saizi hakuna msichana mwenye rafiki yangu mwenye nimeongelesha kuhusu hiyo masomo anaweza itikia saizi kupitia FGM ama hizo teenage pregnancy.
Tangu siku hiyo tulipofanya partnership through Women Voice and Leadership Program, tulifanya mambo tofauti. Hata sisi tukakaa kama wamama, tukakuwa na resource center. Tumeweza kufundisha wamama maneno ya leadership, na saa hii nikiongea tuko na resource centers 5 ambayo zimekuja under Paran Women Group, na kila resource center iko na groups karibu 27. Tulifundisha wamama maneno ya women rights na girls. Tukasema wakishachua rights yao wataweza enda maofisi, na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu hata saa hii kila mama amechua haki yake. Tuliweza kusema ni vizuri tukue na mafundisho tofauti ya wasichana ili tuweze kukua na suluhisho ya kufanyia wasichana wetu ili waendelee na masomo yao, na tukue na haki ya kujua ya kwamba hata mtu kama anataka kuchukua msichana fulani kwa force, tuko na steps ambayo tunaweza kupitia na tunaweza kutetea huyo msichana mpaka tuone ya kwamba amefaulu katika maisha yake.
Samani sisi hatukuwa tunafanya kitu, tulikuwa tunakaa tu tunangojea wazee wetu atuletee kila kitu, lakini leo sisi tumearefuka kabisa, tunajifanyia kazi yetu. Utajilimia shamba yako kama eka moja peke yako, na umechikana na wamama kufanya merry-go-round. Siku hizi hauwezi omba mzee pesa.
Pretty women ask me where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to fit in a model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the span of my hips, the curl of my lips, the stride of my step. I am woman phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me.
I am a woman. Changing community. I am a woman. Woman, I am a woman. Changing community. I am a woman. Woman, I am a woman. I am changing community.
Thank you. Thank you, Nairobi Girls Chorale. Please, let's take our seats. We want to wrap up as fast as we can. I will call up the next panel. Gender responsive budgeting, Wanjiko. Karibu to the stage. Please clap for her so that I know you're awake. Yes. Well, they are not clapping, those ones. The ones in that corner are not clapping. Hey, Wanjiko, uitisha kura. Unaona hizi claps zote? Here people are not clapping. There. Wanjiko itisha kura. Hii yote hii ni kura, hii ni kura. Eh?
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Hello.
Hello, please settle down. Please, let's keep quiet. So that Wanjiko can start. Wanjiko, go ahead.
It's normally very tough to go after people have had a meal, but I promise you that this is going to be a very, very impactful session. I have a panel, some of whom I've worked with in gender responsive budgeting, and I'd like to call them up. First up is Josiah Kiarie. Please give him a hearty clap. I'm not seeing Dami. Dami? Okay. Tabitha from Ngek. Ngek, the Ngek representative. Kea. Karibu Tabitha. Please give Tabitha a hearty clap. So we had a care representative. If I can request the support team to add us one more chair, please. Thank you. Let us give Dami a hearty clap to escort her. So this is my panel. It is a power panel. And I'm going to ask each and every one of them to introduce themselves. We'll start with Josiah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Josiah Kiarie, and I work for the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, CCGD, as an M&D officer. I also support in coordinating the work of the Kenya Gender Budget Network, which is a membership of professionals and academics, researchers who are interested in gender-responsive budgeting. Apart from that, I'm passionate about capacity strengthening of youth and building the next crop of development professionals. Thank you.
Tabitha?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Tabitha Nyambura from the National Gender and Equality Commission. I head the Gender and Women Division at the Commission, and you find that the Commission's mandate is to promote gender equality and non-discrimination. So my passion lies there to see participation of women and special interest groups, but I think we'll talk more about that as we progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, fantastic. My name is Elizabeth Herman from Care International Kenya. I'm honored to be here. I support in the monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning of Women Voice and Leadership Project in the Care Kenya Office project. It's a flagship project of gender, where is the heart of care. So I'm here to contribute and support our cause as women. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dharmi Jatani. I am from Marsabit County, so I was so happy to see someone from Marsabit on stage. We are hardly mentioned as a county for good things in meetings, so today to see her do something so good, thank you so much. I work at the Institute of Economic Affairs. That's a think tank. We do research in order to inform evidence-based policy. I also sit as a researcher at the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub. We are partners as IE under the Hub, and the Hub is supporting us to undertake a study on gender-responsive budgeting. So indeed, it's a timely conversation, both for me and for the Hub. Thank you.
So as you've heard, I have a power team with me. Gentlemen and ladies who have been in this GRB space for a very long time. Now, there are a lot of misconceptions about what GRB is. And yesterday, we suffered some of those misconceptions. And while we are here, because the title of this forum is Women Economic Forum, we kind of think that when we talk about GRB, we are talking about budgets for women. And so when we put money in a fund, then we have done gender-responsive budgeting. But Josiah, perhaps you can demystify what GRB is.
So thank you very much, Wanjiko. In simple terms, when you have a budget and you talk about gender-responsive budgeting, and I like that you alluded that many times, when people hear about gender, what clicks in their mind is that this is a women's issue. But a gender-responsive budget would be a budget that supports the unique needs or responds to the unique needs of men, of women, of boys, and of girls. What we have is a problem around having specific expenditures or money set aside. For instance, WEF. And then we're told that now we have budgeted for men. But what essentially gender mainstreaming is, it means even in the manufacturing sector, where we know women are, the participation of women is low, that the government identifies what are the issues in the manufacturing sector that are preventing women from participating in that sector. And therefore putting in programs to encourage women, whatever the gaps are they issues of capital, are they issues of network, are they issues of technology, then have those issues addressed, then more women can get in the manufacturing sector. So essentially, in a nutshell, as I finish, the government, if the budget was to be responsive, each sector, and there are 10 of them in the economy, would have what are the gender barriers, who is left out behind in this sector. So if it is manufacturing, if it's in the health sector, if it's education, and all the sectors and all programs, just to identify who's being left behind and putting it money and channeling programs to work, to go towards them. Thank you.
Dharmi, anything to add?
I think Josiah has done a good job, but just to add, gender-responsive budgeting does not mean a separate budget for women. I feel like that is the confusion that has been there, and it's turned into a fight between men and women. But gender si kwa Kiswahili ni jinsia. I don't know why in English there is a confusion, but jinsia is that state of being a male or a female. And government spending and revenue collection affect men and women differently. And that's why GRB is important, so that how it affects men is incorporated into the budget and how it affects women. So for example, Wanjiko always uses one example, that at hospitals, women require a lot of maternity care. So a gender-responsive health sector budget is a budget that invests in health for women. At the same time, a gender-responsive health sector budget is, because boda are mostly men and they die a lot in terms of accident, is an emergency center for accidents. So that makes the health sector budget gender responsive. I hope that makes it clear.
Thank you for demystifying that. Tabitha, maybe you can give us a brief of where the government has reached in terms of gender responsive budgeting.
Thank you very much. I would start by saying that there is good political will in terms of looking at issues of women and men when it comes to budgeting, because you'll find that gender budgeting is considered, or it's recognized as one of the tools when it comes to planning and budgeting. When you look at like the budget analysis that you've carried out in the years before, you'll find that there are efforts in terms of entrenching or addressing issues of women, men, boys, and girls. But the government is committed, and also having signed some of the international instruments. Someone just talked here about CEDAW, or even the Beijing Platform for Action, as well as Sustainable Development Goals. We've seen the budget come out and support that process. And there's still much that needs to be done in terms of ensuring that the money that goes to the MDAs or to the government ministries, departments, and agencies is, supports the implementation of special targets under sustainable development goals. Of course, there are various challenges that come by when it comes to issues budgeting, even at the government level. But I think we'll be discussing that as one of the areas of focus. But even looking at the current government, I was trying to review the budget policy statement, and you'll find that they have a whole section on how they want to implement issues of women. And budgeting are the same on how they want to implement the 2/3 gender rule or gender principle for the next 12 months since the election. There are plans also to support all FAD women so that we build their capacity in terms of ensuring that they're able to access finances. And I'm hoping that in this discussion or this conversation, then we'll leave here with clear strategies for how you can engage government and prepare the women on the ground, so that if the Hustler Fund, for instance, will be supporting women organizations, associations, the question is, are we prepared enough, in those chamas? How is it that, how are we governing the chamas and the merry-go-round, so that by the time we're engaging or those opportunities are being provided by government, then we are able to come out and of course, benefit. You'll find that as much as I agree with my colleagues here, that it's not about a women-specific budget when it comes to gender-responsive budgeting. You see, a GRB, a budget that is gender-responsive, will always respond to historical injustices. So as you respond to historical injustices and inequalities, once you're able to carry out a very good gender analysis, you might find that women come out as one of the categories of persons that have suffered most, historically. So you'll find that the government coming out and having maybe affirmative funds that might target women just to try and bridge the gap and try and lift that woman, and even going beyond the woman, because we are aware that that woman we're talking about is not homogeneous. So that we'll have other projects, and I've seen that, that happening, where you'll also target maybe other persons with disabilities and those that are maybe from minority and marginalized communities and groups. So the budget is, the government is doing, I think, the best for now, but a lot also needs to be done with your help, and of course, now that we have a political goodwill, and it's good that we all engage in that the budget policy statement, because the time is now. We heard from the peers asking, "Muko wapi?" Because it's the time now they're discussing before it goes to Parliament for the appropriation bill. So it's the time to engage our MPs and tell them, hapa kuna shida. You know, we want to understand how women will come in when it comes to then to accessing and controlling, as well as benefiting from the different services or the different target that the budget is trying to target. So we need to understand first that BPS, and then we are able now to engage government, because when you read that, you can see already there is goodwill, but I think if tukilegea kidogo, vitu zitapita tu bila sikujua.
Thank you. Elizabeth, I know CARE does a lot of work with communities, and I'm just wondering, for the benefit of the people here, what is the role of civil society? What's the role of communities in GRB?
Thank you. Farmers, first and foremost, I'd like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Addressing gender issues is actually not mostly addressing women issues, but it so happens women are mostly deprived of their rights. That's why it leans more on the women compared to the men. And it's actually, when we talk on gender equality, you are actually addressing the needs so that they can enjoy equal rights as men, but not a fight man to woman. That's where our misconception is. No wonder our PS was addressing, we have a pushback, because it's all about women, women, women. So for CARE, gender is at the core of our implementation as we liaise with the women rights organization and our partners at the downstream level. Mostly we usually assess, as she mentioned, that's where the M&E comes in. Assessment is very key. You know, you cannot address something that you don't know. So before, and I will urge, I know there are NGOs here, civil society representation, before you start a project, that's why budgeting comes first. M&E and budget are sisters and brothers. You cannot have a budget. If you don't know how to monitor it, then there's no way you will implement well, and you will disappoint the donors. So assessment is very key. As we engage our partners, we want to see how accountable, how precise are they in addressing their needs at the grassroots level. So when you talk of gender responsive budgeting, what is it that you are responding to? We have a great passion in gender. No wonder we have our gender marker. It's a tool that we use at CARE. We also share it with our partners. It describes at what level are you gender sensitive. And there are 4 levels of gender sensitive. 1, gender unaware. You can have a project, you are not aware of the gender norms around your implementation area. We have gender sensitive, you are aware of the norms, but you are just there. And then now we have gender responsive, where you acknowledge the norms and you try to address them. Then we have gender transformative, where you actually challenge the norms and you even change policy, or you introduce policies that addresses the needs of the particular gender in the implementation area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I like the bit about transformation, because I think what the PS was alluding to is that we need to see transformation. We've had some protocols that have defined, or should have defined, how budgeting processes were done. We have the Abuja Protocol, which is currently 22 years old, and one of the things that it stipulated is that health requires to have a 15% stake in every budget. Agriculture, under the Maputo Protocol, which is now 20 years old, should have a 10% stake in every budget. Dami, can you talk to us about how we have done as far as those protocols, given that Kenya has signed and ratified both of those protocols?
Thank you, Wanjiku. So yes, Kenya is not only committed to its own policies, but we are also signatories to a lot of other international commitments, and amongst them is the agriculture one and the one for health sector. Health sector is doing better than agriculture in terms of attainment of that percentage. Out of the 10% budget allocation, agriculture sector only accounts for around 3% of our total budget allocation. So that still shows that there is a huge gap towards attaining that international requirement. And when you look at health, health is at 11.1% as per the last year's budget allocation. And you're asking why those two sectors, and we've had a lot here that those are the sectors that employ women the most, and women are the most in those sectors. So increasing government spending in a sector that is women dominant then means improving the conditions of women. And again, there is always this approach to what is the government giving the women, and what are the women then in return giving to the government. And there are books, I think, being given out yesterday by Crown Trust, and Crown Trust has done such an amazing study that IEA, in partnership with Kenyatta University Women Hub, is going to update and improve, and it just shows what the economy is losing when women are not being involved in the economy. And this has been shown also globally. The World Bank has estimated around 170 trillion that the global wealth we are missing out because women are not being actively involved in the economy. For the Kenyan case, I know Crown Trust used an outdated data. This again points me to another challenge of data challenges. They used 2015 and 2016 data because there was no updated data that could help them do their job, and they showed around 603 billion that we are missing out in the economy because we have decided that we're not going to involve women in the economy. So because remember, we need to adjust our language so that the policymakers and people who listen to us understand us, because they don't want ilugaya mnatupea nini. We should also show them that if you bring us on board, then this is the match that we are going to bring to the economy.
Josiah, Dami has touched on data or lack of it as a key challenge. Could you add a few other challenges and limitations and gaps where we could find use in repairing those holes so that then we are better gender responsive budgeters?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Dami, for touching on issues to do with data. Because when we are talking about budgeting, planners use data to inform how much they allocate or the priorities that the government has. It's data-based. So what I will start by saying is that what we have now, or most of the times, the world is designed for men. That's why the conversation in the morning that for women just get up and get going may not work. A woman who wakes up in the morning, and I think this is the conversation we had, most of the times they will think about the children, they will think about many other things even before they start going to job. But the work time, the example that you gave, work hours are 9 to 5. The employer expects you to have done everything else and report to work by 9. A man, most of the times, wakes up, hops into clothes and makes their way to job. He will be there by 9 most of the times, and yet you find the work hours don't have like flexi times. So the issues of data become very critical in determining who is disadvantaged, and it's both qualitative and both quantitative data. So what lacks most of the times is that even when data is collected, it's not sufficiently disaggregated by gender, and other disaggregation by maybe disability or even age, so that if we have a program, then we know that in this program, perhaps the people who are not able to access services are women living with disability, because even categories of women are not homogeneous. You have different categories of women. The other thing, and Darmi mentioned the old data. Data is sometimes very old, such that you cannot use it to determine what the current situation is, and I may not belabor that point that she made. The other thing, counties are very responsive and we must give credit where it's due. I've worked with counties, and if you go to the economic and planning unit, very responsive to, receptive to ideas. But the problem is capacity. Most of the counties do not have an M&D person. So they don't collect their own data, most of them. They don't track whatever their programs are achieving, and it's a big gap that really needs to be addressed multi-sectorally. So if we have CSOs in this room who can work with counties to support the M&D capacities, then this is a great opportunity. Lastly, what is available? The data that is available is not adequately used. KNBS collects data that can be processed to actually a level where you can make decisions with. But most of the times, you find that that data KNBS is producing, even what is there is not being used. So the position here is to push, know what we map, what exists, and push for it to be implemented, so that at least we will have some action being taken around this area. But on the positive side, and Tabitha alluded to it, is that we see a commitment to gender-responsive budgeting. And perhaps this is an opportunity for us here to hold the government accountable into actualizing or implementing those commitments. So I think this is a conversation. It is not abstract. Budget is where the rubber hits the road, because we might have very good policies on health, on agriculture, but if money is not put into it to specifically channel those who are most affected, then we will not be doing justice to the women and men and boys of this country. Lastly, I must mention the issue of unpaid care work, because it's a data issue. What we have, we know that most of the work done at home to cook, to clean, take care of children is mostly done by women. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics has, I think, completed a time use survey. So the findings of this time use survey, and I can predict what they will almost be. They will say that women are actually doing that work in this number of hours, which are more than anyone else. Then money, that time use survey should inform some aspect of treasury, of planning, to ensure that there are programs that respond to reducing, to redistributing, and to addressing the issues that have to do with unpaid care work. Thank you.
Tabitha, I know our time is up, but I would like to give you an opportunity. This room is full of civil society, and sometimes I feel like NGEK doesn't have teeth to implement GRB and a lot of other things. How would you want these people who've been brought together by Daisy to support you? What kind of noise do you need them to make in the streets to empower NGEK in its role? This is homework for them.
Thank you very much. I think I'll even reserve the challenges. If you want to empower NGEK, I better go for that one. Yeah, so I would straight go to the Public Finance Management Act. We really want the civil society to lobby for review of the same, so that we can have a mandatory or abiding clause that speaks of gender-responsive budgeting, and that informs, thank you, and that informs the budget processes in Kenya, so that as the government engages the sector working group from the ministries, the counties, departments, and agencies, then there is that binding clause, and there are sanctions and there are incentives that if you do not abide to the rule, then there are consequences. Because you find today, we have the performance contracting, yes, and we fought so hard to make sure that within the performance contracting, there is the gender indicator. And so now you find all the MDS, they report to the State Department for Gender, and they also report to the Commission in regards to how they are promoting matters of gender. And we have also gone ahead and put an indicator within the reporting tool to measure how they are budgeting on matters gender mainstreaming and of course, the principle of inclusivity. But you'll analyze, you'll get reports, you'll analyze, and you'll find that there are institutions that will not even allocate budget. But because we don't have, probably, as you say, that teeth to bite, sometimes, you know, they'll do it at their own will. But I feel if we are able, as this country, to review that public finance management, then we'll see a lot of commitment. That means impact to both our women and men and the special interest groups, including the boys and girls. And this is a practice that has been very helpful for Uganda, a practice that have been very helpful for Morocco. We got some support from UN Women, and we did some benchmarking there. And so it's something that we are already behind, and I think that would really help. Another issue would be on coordination of sustainable development goal. I know that our State Department planning is doing a lot in terms of SDGs, but we want to, you know, if we are able to review the PFM, then as much as we bring out that clause, we'll also require, we can also propose that every MDA is able to carry out a gender analysis, and this gender analysis targets the budget, so that the budget you receive, you are able to come out and clearly indicate the impact. How did your expenditure, of course, how did it impact on both women, men, boys and girls, and the special interest groups? And how were they able to access, maybe, to the services? Because for me, I feel that that is a gap that we've seen when engaging MDAs. So we need to have that support in terms of coordination, both at the CSO's side and also at the government side, and not forgetting the private sector, so that we all work together and we are able to have that lens in terms of hii pesa inaenda wapi? You know, who is it that is helping? Yeah. And lastly, as I said, the budget policy statement. Please, let us read and let us hold the government to account, because they are very good goodies. When you read, you look at the budget policy statement. Let us engage our parliamentarians so that they are also able to be part of the implementation, to monitor implementation, and also help us in terms of when it comes to the fourth budget process of auditing. Yeah. So we need to acquaint ourselves. And it's only then that we are able to also take part in public participation, which I really feel also that is where we miss a lot. Women should be on the table, but we are here in Nairobi. The question is, how are we making sure that women at the grassroots and in the rural understand this budget? Are we able to get to their level where we are not talking about fiscal policies, where we are able to tell them this budget means this need to you? And I think if we are able to empower our women at that level, and I said women of all categories, then we'll be able to harness needs that the budget will be able to respond to. Thank you.
Elizabeth, please give us your parting shot.
Yeah, for me, it's an encouragement, being a male coordinator, just to encourage data speaks, even as you resource mobilize. Most donors right now are interested to see what are the facts, what are you addressing, and how sensitive is your budget. Even to pick what the CS had mentioned, as we envision to lobby and advocate the government to induct more funds for gender responsive budgeting, what are we having at our own docket that responds to gender equalities, and how sensitive it is? Are we level 1, are we level 0, 1, 2, 3, or transformative? Thank you.
Dami, your parting shot, and I would hope that you'd be able to touch on aspects of public participation, citizen-generated data, and how we can use technology to leverage on collection of data, on analysis and public participation.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin by, when it comes to public participation, there's already a lot of conversation on its effectiveness and whether it suits that time used by women, because of even when the public participations are done, is it even convenient for women to attend? So therefore, in terms of public participation, we need to engage more at all levels, even given the current challenges, but no doubt that people in these spaces are trying to make public participation more responsive to all genders and different needs, so that everyone is able to participate. In terms of data analysis, first of all, sorry to burst the bubble, but I don't think there is any gender responsive budgeting in Kenya. I can say there is a lot of gender specific programs that are there, and that brings me to this year's theme on International Women's Day, embracing equity. So if one person has 40 shillings and the other has none, in order to make them equal, you are going to give each of them 100 shillings each, for example. But equity requires that you give the person who had 0 140, and you give the person who had 40 100, so that they are on the same level. And that's why even the PS emphasized a lot on holistic approach towards gender analysis and gender responsive budgeting. I agree that we need specific programs so that women are at where the men are currently, but please, let's not dilute gender responsive budgeting to mean the same, because there will be a point where we will have 100 funds and then another women challenge, it will come up, and then now we are like, let's start another fund. So gender responsive budgeting is one that we won't require specific expenditures for each of the gender, but one national budget considers everyone from children to people living with disabilities. And the only way we are able to reach where we can budget for everyone in the country is through improved data analysis. And that becomes a challenge because at planning, we are so good at incorporating, gender sensitive indicators, STEM, budget for STEM allocation, FGM board, but now when it comes to the implementation stage, and that makes it a big challenge in order to do data analysis. Those program-based budget have the numbers in the planning stage, but when it comes to implementation, there is no data. So we know that this amount was spent on WEF, but there is no data to actually tell us how many women's business were revived or continue to thrive because of this fund. So this makes it hard to do data analysis. In terms of using technology, I can see Winnie. Yeah, in terms of using technology in data collection, to be honest, we have tried to automate a lot of our frameworks in Kenya, but we don't know why the same isn't used even to relay data. And this challenge is seen across all sectors, from education to social protection, and there is need to improve so that as we automate disbursement of funds and our procurements through IFMIS, there is a way to also collect all this data at the entry point. And I will end with defending NGEK. I feel like everyone in this room should advocate for NGEK to be given more authority. NGEK has a lot of data on how far away we are from achieving gender equality, but all they can do is write recommendations like the rest of us and sit with the papers, and the executive takes no action. So I agree, yeah, let's support them. Thank you.
At the risk of having Ms. Maru come here, I want to just run a short survey. How many of us went to public schools, primary and high school? How many of us went to public hospitals? How many of us are still going to public hospitals? Okay. How many of us have our children in public schools? All right. Now, my challenge to you, and what this conversation has been about, is that we need to participate. We need to participate in the budgeting processes when we are called upon. Let's not be too busy. And I would challenge the government to make it friendly for people in offices who could give quality feedback to the budgeting processes to be able to attend. And technology can allow for that. That we can have a Zoom meeting for people in Crown to give their feedback to the budget policy statement process. Yeah? We could have a Zoom meeting for the Women Network Steering Committee to congregate a few women in a room and just sit through a Zoom meeting and give feedback to the processes, both policy and budget. Yeah? Because sadly, I am one of those people who went to public schools. I went to public hospitals, but my children are not in the public systems. Why? Because the quality has gone down. But guess what? I am responsible for that quality going down. If I woke up and participated in those systems, I would make sure CBC says my child can survive in a water environment. Every public school should have a swimming pool. If I supported and participated, and that opportunity is given to me. I have delegated it through my vote, but power belongs to the people. My name is Wanjiko Kimani. I like to say mwenye katiba. So let us follow what the Constitution says. We have a lot of power. Power belongs to the people. So let us not give it away or just think that once we've delegated it, that is enough. We need to participate in these processes so that we have better public resources. And the reason so many of us want to go abroad because they are greener pastures is because those people have invested their time in their systems. And so they have great education facilities, most of which are free for their citizens. They have fantastic health systems, most of which are free for their citizens because they have taken time to participate in building those. We are all taxpayers in this room. Let's not watch our taxes go to waste or to someone's individual pocket. Let's wake up and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. And as they're walking down, the only one I will also reiterate, while we wait for it to become policy, that we can attend through online meetings, because that will take a while. I don't know if it will need change of laws. When they call us, when they are discussing the budget, please let us go. And it starts at the ward level. Just let's go and listen and just be part of it. Because when those MCAs put it in their budget, I come from Wasingishu County. We call ourselves the county of champions, exactly. Now, when you hear, actually, is Ruth Kendagor here? Or she's not? She was here yesterday. She comes from Elgeyo Marakwet, our neighbor. Elgeyo Marakwet MCAs, actually, they also have athletes. They have many athletes from Elgeyo Marakwet County. The MCAs in Elgeyo Marakwet went to Egypt to benchmark on athletes. Nimumesikia any Egyptian athlete running? Have you heard? Yani, isn't that an insult? Even this is a group that went to DRC. Really? Where have you had? Egypt. But you see, the thing is, they put it in their budget. If no one went to say no, they should not go. Na ikaenda, na ikapita, and they went. Can we blame them thereafter? But if we stopped it, if we went to the hearing, na tunasikia this year at the assembly, they have put at they will benchmark in Egypt, in a desert, who runs? Imagine. So you see, so I'd really like us to participate in those things. When they call for public participation, please go. At least katu ukijua tu kile kinaendelea kwa hiyo your county. While I'm waiting for the
Okay, so this is a special request to Crown Trust. There was a lot of commitment by the PS and also the CSC study on gender responsive budgeting. And Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub is developing a policy handbook for parliamentarians on how to undertake GRB. And because this is a conference where we are making commitments, please add this to our communique, and we ask for your support once it's ready. When their psyche is still hot, you help us in getting that handbook to them as a partnership. Thank you.
Good. So this is our last panel. It's on harnessing technology and innovation. I will call up there. Damaris is already, so we're just waiting for her to come online. Thanks, Damaris, for coming on from Spain. You just did a disappearing act on us. Great. So let me will you call them, Damaris, or do you want me to call them?
Please proceed. Please call them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. So let me call up Microsoft. I think it's Vivian. Red Cross, Safaricom. I don't know who's here from Safaricom. And Open Institute. Great. And I think the mics are there. Damaris, there's background music.
Okay, is it very loud?
Are you in the market?
No. I'm in the conference.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, it's pretty loud.
It's very loud.
I mean, we can hear it.
If I can move, just. Okay. Everyone is here though. Is it better now?
Now you've gone right into the noise.
Is it better?
Okay, while there's even people shouting. Okay, while you get a good space, maybe I'll just ask the moderators, the speakers to each introduce themselves. Just mute her, Moses.
Winnie, is it okay now?
So go ahead.
Good afternoon. Great. My name is Christine Ajulu. I work with the Open Institute as a senior program officer. So Open Institute is a national NGO. So we are looking at innovations or innovative ways to achieve sustainable development. So we work with governments, both national and county governments. We work with the private sector, we work with civil society groups, and we work with citizens group to ensure that their voices are heard, and we are supporting governments to develop tools that will support them in their decision making. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Donna Rege. Two roles in Safaricom, the Senior Manager for IT and Business Governance, and also the Head of Safaricom Women in Technology. I'm here today in two capacities. So one, just representing the organization in terms of what the organization does for women, especially through our foundation. And then two, in terms of focus that Safaricom currently has to help the government digitize this coming financial year, especially with the new regime of the government. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Kigada. I am the Enterprise Channel Manager at Microsoft, responsible for the Africa Regional Cluster. And my role is to bridge the gap between our partners and our enterprise customers so that our partners can be able to assist us in solving our customers' problems. Microsoft, as you know, our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So I hope that through this conversation, we shall be able to come up with some solutions and discussions around how we can do that. Empower each and every one of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabir Abdul Razak from the Kenya Red Cross Society.
I work with the innovation team there, and we are housed under the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs. That's basically the knowledge and resource hub for the Kenya Red Cross. So our mandate as the innovation team is to work in the core of communities to help them come up with solutions to challenges. Thank you.
Is it better now? Can someone please confirm if I'm heard? Winnie, are you there?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I'm so sorry. I haven't been able to join because I'm currently in Spain. We're in Barcelona. We are having the Mobile World Congress, and I've had to change rooms because it's really huge, and I've been struggling to book a room that is more silent. But happy to be here. Thank you very much, Daisy, and everyone indeed. So straight into the panel. This is based on SDG 5B, harnessing technology. The panel that you have today, my first question would be to open up the conversation is how, in your opinion, has innovation changed since COVID, and especially how does it now relate to women, especially in terms of enterprises, SMEs, and the aspect of economic empowerment? I think anyone can take it up, but I would suggest Vivian can take a shot first. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just repeat because you kept on breaking. You were asking how innovation has changed post-COVID with relation to technology. Okay. All right. I think COVID was both an opportunity. I mean, in as much as it was a challenge, it was also an opportunity, and where we saw a lot of thriving happening was in organizations that were already sort of ready for a remote sector perspective, is that a lot of organizations needed to pivot to be able to continue. They're not able to come into the business or not able to connect physically. So if you look, for instance, at banks, what happened is they had to make rapid expansions in their digital channels. Even they had to rethink how to deliver solutions. So I'm going to give an example of an organization that's present in this country. This acronym is ACWICT. They offer solutions for women and youth, primarily those that, to be able to offer skilling solutions for them to help them to become employable. Previously, they were offering these solutions in person, and now people could not come into a classroom. So they partnered with us at Microsoft, leveraging, I'm sure before COVID, many people just used to hear about Zoom, but at Microsoft we have a different solution called Teams. And they were able to communicate via Teams, and then they were able to leverage a solution that we call the Microsoft Community training platform. That is a solution that enables you to deliver digital learning to people or in places where there is low internet or very little internet, in order to be able to deliver those solutions. So what that meant is, even though their learners could not come into the classroom, they were able to leverage technology to, I want to maybe say that innovation is not necessarily doing something new. It can be doing this, delivering the same thing in a new way. So they then leveraged technology to be able to continue delivering this learning to their, to the youth and to the women, and improve their employability and their digital skills, etc. So I think one of the things that COVID has resulted in, from and a perspective that we can look at from an empowerment perspective, is even the solutions that we're delivering today, how can we deliver them leveraging technology in a new way? If you offer solutions, you have you sell produce, farm produce, for instance. So there's a lady I buy farm produce from. It's organic. What is she doing today? She's using WhatsApp for Business, which is something that is available to most people. She's using WhatsApp to post status messages of what she has in the store, and therefore we're able to access her and her product and see what has been displayed right from our phone without necessarily having to go into the shop. So I'd like us to think, and I think many of the people that and organizations that were able to pivot, it's because they took what they were currently doing and started to think about how can they deliver the same service with the limitations, for instance, of reach. That would be my shot at it.
Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I like the fact that you've actually clarified what innovation means. And straight, I'd just like to bring in Sobira. She's the innovation officer at the Kenya Red Cross Society. The reason why I just wanted us to get the basic level of innovation is because then we get to understand and debunk the myths that across the world, many young women, specifically young women that we've worked with, fear innovation, look at it as something that is completely out of the world. So because it's a technology conference, and for us, what you're really having the conversation is about, it's not techie, it's societal. And all the issues they're talking about are more on how to improve the quality of services in our communities and in our societies. So Sobira, would you kindly explain to us what you do at the Kenya Red Cross and how it impacts society at the basic level? Thank you.
Thank you for the very, very long question. I'm still trying to unpack it, but in few words, at the Kenya Red Cross, like most of us. So in terms of like demystifying innovation, I mean, the misconception is that innovation comes with tech. Not necessarily. Innovation comes something as easy as, there's a story our lead at Kenya Red Cross likes giving us. She was walking once in Mukuru and she was so fascinated. She met this boy who was wearing sandals made from plastic. Okay, so he took a plastic bottle, flattened it, made 3 holes, and put a lace. And that is innovation. So at Kenya Red Cross, we do our best to go down to the communities and explain to them that first and foremost, innovation lies with us. Okay, we have the solutions for our problems. So as far as community challenges, we make it our responsibility to sit down with the community and be like, this is your issue. What do you think? How should we go about this? What indicators do you have? What suggestions do you have around different challenges and problems? So leading on to something we do at Kenya Red Cross under the innovation team, we capacity build a lot in terms of innovative approaches. So we have approaches like design thinking, where we have the user at the center, like I mentioned earlier, in the communities. So we show them that this is their solution for them, by them. As much as they might have an ideal that's from the Western idea, no, they can customize that further here. Okay? We have systems thinking that allows them to zoom in and zoom out of a problem and take themselves out of the problem and put themselves back into the problem, just to help them understand better in how to solve problems in general. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sabira. So I really appreciate the fact that you've even talked about the communities and what you guys do. So briefly, I'd like to take up Christine. Christine, what does innovation mean to you? And specifically in terms of social norms. So by social norms, I mean in the sense like data obligations, data governance obligations. You know, most people right now, like if someone was to source for data, they would fear that it might be compromised. So just give us the background experience in terms of working with communities and how, as much as we innovate, we are also ethical in the work that we do. Thank you so much, Christine.
Okay, thank you. To start with, I think we'd like to look at the place of legislation in the space of innovation. And I'd like to pose a question to the team here. How many of us have ever heard of the Amazon rainforest? Great. How many of us learned about Lake Victoria in primary school? Why would it be easy for someone to come from Europe and discover Lake Victoria and nobody from Kenya goes to the Amazon and discovers it. Why would our kiondo, we know kiondos, right? Yes. Why would it be a trademark elsewhere and not in Kenya? So these are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves, even as we look at innovation. What are we doing wrong? Where is the gap? Why are we not patenting our work? So what we do at the Open Institute is, one, we work with the policy makers so that we develop responsive policies, policies that are able to understand that we are at different levels, that we have different needs that we need to tackle. When we talk about the societal norms, and we are in communities where women are not expected to do 1, 2, 3. So how do we take care of this in the development and in the implementation of policies? How do we bring the women voices into the development of these policies? How do we ensure that they are heard, and not only just heard, but they are actioned? Whatever it is that you're bringing to the table is actually taken into consideration. The other aspect that we'd also look at is development of basic tools. We talk about technology, and again, I want us to look at the aspect of access to technology, access to simple things like smartphone. How many women can comfortably sit and buy a smartphone when they know very well that at the end of the day, they will not have food on the table? So it's such simple things that bring the whole lot of change. So when we're talking about policies, how are we ensuring, how are we giving that innovation, how are we putting it in such a way that women are able to engage in this space? What kind of incentives are we giving so that women are able to innovate? And it's as simple as looking at where we are, where we live. What is the problem that we are having at the community level? And how do we come up with a solution against it? But the most important thing for us would be, how do we ensure that we patent this information? Because a lot of times we talk about information coming up. Yes, you are trained, you identify a gap, and you develop an innovation around something. Then you don't patent it. It's as good as you never did it. Somebody did the work, you did the work for somebody, then they just came and blew it, magnified it. So even as we look at innovation, then we also need to look at the very basics. And finally, I want to talk about a tool that we are using at the Open Institute called Sabasi that we use for data collection. Very simple tool, offline tool. You're able to collect data and you're able to give input and use this data for decision-making processes. So it's those simple things that we push to the community so that they are able to make their voices count. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate it. And I can just tell you, for sure, all the questions you've raised, they are going to be answered right away by Donna Reggae. Donna is an amazing lady that I have a lot of respect for. She is the Senior Manager, IT Business and Governance, and she's also the lead and head of Women in Technology. Donna, universal access, universal connectivity. Where are we as a country? And what can you speak to the work that you're doing at Safaricom and also as engineers and in your sector? Where can you give us the reality check? Then, as you take that up, please also mention the gender digital divide. Where are we currently? And the usage gap. Thank you. So all these questions, Donna, on your table. Thank you.
Damaris, gosh, those are so many questions. It's like writing a composition. So maybe I'll start with the universal connectivity. So I believe this was one of our forecasts just right before COVID, and we are still at it as an organization. It's in partnership with a lot of government entities, and I believe it's a very great focus. The only thing that I think has made us stall, or rather it's slow in terms of progresses. I call out to a lot of organizations to partner with, especially in terms of penetration of the remote areas, because we face a lot of challenges in terms of from security all the way to just the geographical representation of the different areas. So we are in progress with that, and I believe that soon we'll be able to have a greater coverage, especially in the extensive remote areas. Before I proceed, there was something that was mentioned by Christine, and I think I share in terms of the challenges you face in innovation, where you're talking about legislation. At Women in Tech, one of the things that we do is we try to create, help girls and ladies come up with solutions that are to the problems in their communities. And we recently, year on year, we do a program with girls and a company called Technovation Global. And last year, the third time running, we did some work with Samburu girls. And those girls are brilliant. Through the help of Samburu Girls Foundation, we got girls who were able to create apps and solutions to some of the things they face. So two things. One was enabling them to access their parents, their mothers and sisters to access scholarships. And another one was an app to be able to connect their mothers to be able to send the handcraft, to sell the handcrafts that they make. And what we struggled with was at that point is these are very brilliant solutions that can help the people of Samburu, but what next? What next? How do we get them to sustain, to blow it up, and then to be able to patent it and make it work, other than just translate it from actually concept to visual to reality? And I think it is important that groups come up and see how best to support and work with us, because we believe in partnerships on how we can then help such things to come alive, because I believe Samburu needs it. Just coming back to your question, Damaris, on the digital divide. So I think for us at Safaricom, this is something we are trying to really work towards, especially by supporting our women in terms of how we can provide economic empowerment for them through financial services. The 2022 media report recently said that internet growth has grown from 13% to 46%, and a large population of that percentage was women. In Safaricom, we are doing and being intentional about our strategy in terms of products to be able to bring products that women can embrace. I'll talk about the recent one, Hustler Fund. We recently worked with the government to do Hustler Fund, and Hustler Fund was for all Kenyans. Statistics emanating from it is that 46% as of January of the people who took Hustler Fund were women. What is stopping us as women to take advantage? Safaricom has gone at the days where you would need land title deeds to be able to get financial services. Now Safaricom is giving you products on your handsets where you can access financial services. And in this case, we have M-Pesa, the MKCB, we have M-Shwari, we have Hustler Fund, then we also have Mali. And this is just promoting the woman to start now considering not only transacting, but saving, borrowing, building your personal credit history. And this actually plays out in you being able to grow your business, do your business, and even expand your business. But the uptake of the women, so it's at your plate, but you're not eating it. Just what I refer to what the PS said today, are we embracing these technologies? So like for example, the Hustler Fund, if only 46% of women took it, where are the rest of us? Yet it is there. It is money available for us to do business. So the government is also currently working with Safaricom to try and digitize the Women Enterprise Fund so it will be accessible to more women. I hope the uptake will be greater. And also to do things, we're trying to leverage on your comfortable spaces, your chamas, your groups, because we feel like that's where you feel is home for you. So we're trying to bring more in terms of digital skills for you to learn. We have a product, Lipa Mdogo Mdogo, a device available at you at a deposit and a installment pay of about 20 shillings. Yes, I know women, we know how to jipanga. Are we accessing Lipa Mdogo Mdogo for us to get this device? It is giving you a platform to be able to learn more about doing agriculture better, access to loans, and a marketplace where you can sell your produce. Again, the uptake is quite low. So women, where are we? Thanks. Over to you, Damaris.
Wow. Thank you so much, Donna. I really appreciate that. You've taken it up so well, and you did slide so well into my next question, which goes to Vivian. Vivian, most countries are discussing 6G. In most parts of Kenya, we are at 2G. How do we innovate business models for the future? Or rather, as we do digital literacy skills, how do we ensure their reliability and their sustainability for jobs of the future, business models? You know, in your desk as the Enterprise Africa Manager Lead at Microsoft, what is the situation on your desk and what solutions are you putting in place to ensure that this is now relevant so that you're not playing catch up? You know, one of the things that came here where I'm at in Barcelona in the Mobile World Congress is most developing countries play catch up. So from you, what can you say about that?
Damaris, I feel like you have asked me Donna's question, because that is deep end telco. So, but let me not dwell on 6G. I don't even know that we have 6G in Kenya yet. The last time we were talking about rolling out 5G. And obviously that's about increasing the speed of the bandwidth in order to be able to improve the connectivity. And increase the amount of content that can actually be shared when you have a 5G connection. We're talking about that when we're still in a country where we do not even have an in-country, we still connect outside the country for public cloud solutions, for instance. But that said, I think, like I said initially, when I think about innovation and now this, you're really talking about the speed of innovation and how we make sure we don't get left out. I think it's really a conversation that will leverage partnerships, right? Even if we get to 6G and we do not have the content that can leverage 6G, I don't think we have solved the problem, because the problem really is, are we building and developing the solutions that will drive the need for that content? Because believe me, if we have the content, the material, or whatever it is, an investor will come in, I believe, because investors, when they see an opportunity, they come in. An investor will actually come in and make the investment. There's nothing that will stop Donna and Safaricom from investing in 6G if they can actually see the viability of that. So I would step back and come and look at it from how do we partner together, government, private sector, and even the organizations that are talking about empowering women. In my work across Africa, one of the things that I am seeing in some of the countries, because I cover, for instance, Nigeria and Morocco, is that the banks are looking for solutions to enable them to upskill their SME customers. Now remember, in the SME is the customer that is not yet big enough to be a corporate, but is more developed than an individual, a one person, like a consumer. So I think one of the things that we need to look at these solutions, not just in isolation, but looking at them across from a community. So I'll give you an example. The banks have looked at the SME business and they can see this is really where the money is coming from, development. And if we really think about it, many of our SMEs are women empowered. And banks generally would be, we used to have solutions, banking solutions tailored specifically at women. Then there are banking solutions tailored specifically at SMEs. They are looking at their SME customer over the lifetime of a customer. And we've had conversations earlier today where we were talking about, I think we're talking about financing and the need to inform the entire ecosystem. We're talking about financial literacy, which is educating the woman. This is a challenge, for instance, for our banks. Why don't we look at it as an opportunity? Because an investment in that SME or that female-owned business through providing education opportunities will actually result in increased awareness for them to be able to develop, to grow. You know, it's the same as bringing in a customer from when they were, you know, a single enterprise, and they grow all the way into a large organization. So I think the things we need to look at from an innovation perspective is, I'm not a policy person, so I will not delve into the government, but I think we have opportunities in the private sector together with the government and together with organizations like Contrast to look at how do we grow the women from single all the way, because this woman can and will end up being a big business. I always laugh and tell people, nobody was born knowing technology. You know, all this technology has been innovated probably in our lifetime. Yeah, nobody, all these conglomerates, the guy who started the people who started the organization I work for, that technology did not exist when they were born. It was innovated. Can you imagine the person who banked them when they started in garages? Many of these American entrepreneurs, you know, they start in garages. When you look at their stories, think about the person who banked them then, and if they're still banking them today, actually that bank has grown because of the growth and trying to understand what is the journey that we walk through across. So this is a challenge. I'm saying these things, but also thinking as a challenge for us. And these are some of the things we do. For instance, at Microsoft, we actually have a non-profit. We have solutions for non-profit. Yes, we have commercial solutions, but when we look at the non-profits, because the non-profits really that, and CRON is then the bridge between us and the entrepreneurs, right? Or CRON is the bridge between the bank and the entrepreneurs, because that entrepreneur that you invest in today, tomorrow will be a multinational. But it's about, as well, collecting the data, understanding how the path and growth will start from here all the way to the end. So I think there's still a lot of work before we can even talk about 6G, and likely we'll leapfrog, like we've leapfrogged in mobile. We were nowhere when people were using landlines. Come mobile, and you know, we've leapfrogged. When we talk about mobile money, Kenya is the home of mobile money because we identified a problem and were able to solve it with a local solution. I mean, it's just amazing. The way we take M-Pesa for granted, I mean, in a good way, and then you go to a shop and pay with your phone. If you're with a foreigner, they're like, what on earth is going on? With our 2G, we can pay on phone. With their 6G, they have to log into the bank, you know, all that stuff. So I think the opportunity, even as we think about the long term, the 6G, the huge strides that it will be, we still have to go back to the grassroots, understand what are our problems, how can we solve our problems, then we will leverage the technology to maybe amplify the scale of the solution of that problem. So I'm inviting open engagement, especially not just government and civil society. I think private sector has a big role to play here if we can be able to partner with women and with our target customer from when they are.
Maybe Damaris.
Wow.
I'd also like to to chip in a bit.
Damaris,
Okay.
I have people who want to sindikiza my answer.
Okay.
No.
Is this Donna?
Okay, I can go as.
Okay.
So
and can you impression out of it and gives us a lot to brainstorm? Please go ahead, Donna, and also speak about interoperability because that was indeed yours. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to talk about two things majorly around the response, and I'll twist the question. So yes, 2G, some places are still under 2G and we are moving on. But I think as Safaricom, we've also, if you noticed, with the change of guard in 2020, we also changed our mantra. We listened to the complaints and we became a bit more customer-centric and customer-obsessed. And based on that, we were able to embrace what are those customer-focused products that we can start building, or the strategy that we can build around that. And in regards to that, so there are two things in regards to how the connectivity issue. So our new broadband or rather fiber strategy is about listening to the customer. So we have built fiber. Right now it is affordable by the who's, or rather the above middle class in Kenya. But if you notice, people are moving away from voice calls and now are making more of WhatsApp calls. So even for us as a company, then that means our voice revenue is dipping, and meaning we have to change and pivot. And we are now looking at ways of what can we do to create that product that makes the same fiber, the same broadband available to a mwananchi who is back home but is not able to afford the high wages that we are charging right now. So in this case, maybe even someone who lives in the eastern part of Nairobi, what is that rate, what is that product that still gives them the same fiber, but they're still able to access this internet because they do their business, they talk, they communicate. So the whole communication setup is actually on data. So that is where we have changed our focus to. So it's no longer about 2G, 3G. In fact, if you notice, we are even decommissioning and accelerating more of the 4G and trying to enable areas to also get fiber ready. And now we are connecting anyone. We are leaving no one behind. So soon you'll be receiving products that speak to your level and speak to the economy at which you can play at, and you'll comfortably receive the same service. Second of all, we have the device strategy. So what I had spoken about earlier, Lipa Mdogo Mdogo, this was actually to bring in a device that is 4G enabled, rather smartphone at basic level and quite affordable for the mwananchi. So this is what we're targeting to do, and we've gone a notch further where we're trying to see, can we then create a customized, personalized, Kenya-friendly device that is a smartphone that can enable our people to be able to get these services, because again, most of, other than M-Pesa, other things that we develop are now going into the smartphones. We're working with the government quite closely right now, and I think some of the beneficiaries are Murang'a County, Nairobi County, and they're putting all their services on a smartphone. Even we have, I think, is it Elgeyo, who have actually asked even for NHIF payments and everything to go on the smartphone. So at this point, we need to get this personalized device that once we put these services, this device is affordable. We take up NHIF, we try to take care of the healthcare, be able to get these devices ready and at hand for our women to afford and to be able to enjoy these services. So those two things, our broadband strategy and our device strategy, are some of the two things we have giving focus in this financial year, especially. We said in January, we've rolled out some, but our main focus starts in April when we start our financial year.
Thank you so much. And Daisy, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Shout out to Moses Gitonga from Digital Oasis for ensuring this happens. Trust me, it was not intentional that I be, so long as it was a, technology panel for me to be away. It all happened, and I am so grateful as you.
Great. Anyway, since we were going into plenary now, we can then just start with this panel. Yes. It's okay. I'll just be the moderator. Yes. Let me get a
Thank you so much, Winnie. Thank you so much, Winnie.
Thanks, Damaris. Damaris, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
yes,
just wait and listen to
here.
questions then. Just wait and listen to questions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mabea, thank you so much, including, patching in from Spain. I know what it's like when we travel, so I really want to appreciate you. I have a few questions. First of all, I want to appreciate the wonderful ladies. Every time I see women in technology, I think it's so fantastic. We got into technology courtesy of COVID, and it was, that's like how analog we are. But it really helped leapfrog us, and if we were to tell the stories of just how we brought the grassroots women in, I think the first few months were so frustrating, but these days, they actually have meetings, via Zoom. And Vivian, just to let you know, we do use one of the Microsoft solutions, the reduced payments. So we are able to provide them with meeting rooms. They just let our staff know, when they need to go online, and we facilitate them with those meeting rooms. So I do have a few questions. One is about the infrastructure that we use. I've always asked this question about who owns the internet? Who owns the internet and who owns this space? A lot of the platforms that we rely on for trading or even for sharing information are international platforms. They're not local platforms. Google, Yahoo, Zoom, not even, well, actually all of them. Oh, it was called Gumzo. Sorry, we were trying to remember that during COVID, there was a local meeting solution that was, they tried to market called Gumzo, something like Zoom, but it didn't pick up. So all these platforms that we use are international. These are global tech companies, right? And as you've said, Vivian, a lot of this technology is new. It's new technology. A lot of it has been developed in our lifetime. And I do think that we have the capabilities to develop our own unique products. And I think I heard just a mention from Donna, something about local, local solutions. So for me, and the reason why I'm saying this is because you find that you can be locked off these platforms. If you say politically incorrect things, maybe even if your country is sanctioned, our leaders might go there and, upset people, and they decide, Kenya, you cannot trade on these platforms. So for me, I'm asking, when are we going to start creating our own solutions? Because Kenya has led with M-Pesa, right? And we do have, I think we have the capacity. You've talked about some of these brilliant Samburu girls that you have been working with. So what are we doing, especially tech companies like yourselves, to develop local capacities to build platforms that are unique to us and that we can control, and that will also facilitate our own data gathering? Because I also believe that these platforms are huge data mining machineries that continue to put us at a disadvantage because they get to know more about us than we know about ourselves, and so are better able to control us. So is that something that, in the tech space you think about, and how do we go about it? That is question number one. Question number two, what are companies like Safaricom, because Safaricom are local, right? But also we have Microsoft that operates here. What are you doing to create, the venture capital type financing? We talk about these platforms like Microsoft. We know these guys started in a garage, but they were funded. Silicon Valley, there's a lot of money to fund innovation. We don't seem to be funding ourselves, especially for those of you who are building capacities and you're able to see unique capacities among these people that you're training. So what are you doing to actually build or even to enhance their capacity so that they can be the innovators of tomorrow? New spaces, new platforms, new applications, and all that. And then lastly, what potential does Konza Techno City provide for this? Because we have the Vision 2030 that has proposed this excellent opportunity for Kenya to actually create its own Silicon Valley type. So you're talking about innovation spaces, or at least because it's a technopolis. I don't hear much about it anymore, but what potential does it offer, and how do we integrate women and girls into those spaces so that we begin to push? Because I remember Anna Mutavati talked about really enhancing or pushing the STEM agenda for women and girls. So how are we feeding into that technopolis, the Konza Technopolis space? Thank you.
Very long. That was a whole essay, JD. Okay, so who's taking it?
So I'll take question one. Yeah? Then maybe, but feel free to chime in. So as Safaricom, as I had mentioned, when we changed guard, that we have been working towards to ensure this is one of even our current missions, is where we are we are using a new mantra to guide our work. It is build versus buy. So we are building, and we are putting our efforts to see that we build more than we buy. And we are happy to say that even the solutions that we are reselling to the government, most of them are things that we have built in-house in Safaricom. And even to the larger enterprises, there are things, thank you for the clap, there are things that are being adopted by the likes of insurance companies, just like even the queue management systems. The queue management system, we used to purchase it at 150 million within Safaricom for us to use it even in our retail shops. We built it. So now we are reselling it to government. And it was built by our own engineers. So please, don't be heartbroken. We're in the process. We are spearheading this. And other than that, as we try to do this, if you notice, we've also invested in terms of talent, because we believe that we need to have that talent in-house and we need to promote it locally. So we are not to spite, but as Vivian and team still our developers, but we have worked hard to create a talent pipeline whereby we are working with academia, we are working with different partners. And if you notice, even at Safaricom, within the last 2 years, 2.5 years, our software engineering team has grown by 222% because we are investing in building, not buying. So please know that we are at it, and even the communication suite that you talk about in terms of teams, in terms of the different communication platforms, we actually have been challenged by the government because when they reached out to help them digitize, one of the proposals we had was to partner, but they were asking, what about data privacy laws? What about all this? So now again, challenge back to us, what can we give them that is local? So again, we are at this. We are together and we are working towards giving you what is more Kenyanized, what is more local for you guys.
Thank you very much, Safaricom. Okay.
Unless. Okay, so I've written down so many things, but I'll do my best, I promise. First and foremost, she mentioned about partnership. Partnership is king. Something amazing about these platforms, problems are here, solutions lie in here as well. Microsoft is here giving grants, Kenya Red Cross trains in STEM. How beautiful is that? We mentioned earlier how to introduce STEM and then how to make sure that we actually implement it, right? So Kenya Red Cross at the moment has an innovation lab in Lamu. It's a fabrication lab, but we do a lot of capacity building as well. So we've started training the youth on taking up STEM, on coding. So this is where partnership works best. So I'm really glad a lot of us are on this panel. Secondly, there was a question earlier about how to play catch up. Like I mentioned, we have the innovation labs, right? But we have a very interesting project at Kenya Red Cross that is introducing community inclusion currencies. Okay, so this is a blockchain-based technology, but it helps us tap into the chamas that we talk of often, that are so common. I'm sure we all know how chamas work here. But the interesting thing about CICs, that's what we call them, community inclusion currencies, is that it's an asset voucher-based system that actually gives us back the spending power. So it allows you to go to the shop. If you have registered as a CIC user, a lot of our communities we have now, we're working in the refugee settlement as well. If you have registered as a CIC user and you want to buy a loaf of bread worth 100 bob, you can go to the shop with 50 Kenya shillings and 50 sarafus, what's the currency we called under CIC, and buy your loaf of bread. So there's different innovations out here. I think the issue is that we work in silos. We don't speak to each other often. So Microsoft doesn't know what Kenya Red Cross is doing. Safaricom is looking for what Kenya Red Cross is doing. So earlier today, I was at a forum at Strathmore University, and they've introduced what they're calling the Kenya Innovation Bridge with Kenya, the innovation, the National Innovation Agency. So what they're doing is that they've opened somewhat a marketplace, or they are working to do it, is that where innovators meet people who are looking for different innovations, investors. So there's a lot we're catching up on, of course, but there's a lot people are doing in the background to bridge the gaps in terms of innovation and just making sure that we are in the loop and all on the same page about what's going on and how we can each plug into it.
Thank you. That's a lot. That's a lot. Please clap for her.
Allow me to just answer the question about venture, about funding.
Okay.
So, 2 minutes. At Microsoft, we have an organization called the Africa Transformation Office. And it has 5 pillars, and one of them is about startups, where we are connecting accelerators, incubators, venture capitalists with startup with startups, and with a view to fast-tracking the Africa startup ecosystem. For instance, recently, we had what we called a corporate matchmaking, where we brought startups into the room, as well as corporates, because, I mean, giving the startups access to potential funders and also potential customers. So we could have a discussion around that from a venture, from a funding perspective.
Oh.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Well, as
I think. Okay, can you hear me? I'm gonna project my voice. I run an organization called Hills for Paths Foundation, and last year you had a.
It's not working.
It's not, so I'm gonna project.
Chick.
Okay. I think it would be interesting for the women in the room just to tell them about the Microsoft Hackathon that happens once a year, and which is a global thing because we did it as Hills for Paths Foundation. And it's an opportunity I feel that we benefited as an organization because we're trying our best to become more inclusive in how we teach when it comes to menstrual health education. We spent a week with your team. We still do stuff with Microsoft team. And it led us to think outside of the box as well as inside of the box, and helped us in terms of developing. We got the opportunity to come and do the science fair, so to speak, and speak to different individuals. So I think it would be wise for those who are in this room, maybe you can speak on a little bit about that opportunity that they can see how to tap into. So, and it's not just for the Safaricoms and stuff, any other organization that's in this room can do the same. I just wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you. And I
think
I also don't want to hog.
Yeah, that was a comment, isn't it? Or it was a question. Okay. Short.
The lady from the County of Champions wants to champion us off the stage. So yes, a hackathon, basically it's an opportunity for any organization to come connect with our developers. We have a 500-person development center in Nairobi. Yes, in Westlands. And annually we run this hackathon. So basically it's just for you to figure out how to leverage technology to improve your solution, how you develop your solution, how you market your solution. So thank you so much for that shout out. And really, I'm happy to take conversations on the side and to connect, contrast. I think the one thing that I'm getting from here, which has been echoed by everyone, information. There's a lot of information. We're not sharing enough. So I think we need to find ways and platforms for all your partners to be able to share their information centrally for people to access. But yes, we do run a global hackathon once a year, and it just gives you access to our development teams and ways to rethink, like I said, innovation. You're delivering the same solution, but how can you leverage technology to increase your scale, to improve your solution, and how you deliver your services. Thank you very much.
Okay, talking about hackathon, 1 minute, Winnie. So just to mention what we are doing at the Open Institute, and it's in line with the question Daisy raised about this information being out there. So there is something we are running with 6 young innovators, bringing the Silicon Savannah home. And it is dubbed, there is no app for this. There is no app for this. So we do not have a home for our health apps. So we are trying to work on something to ensure that the information that we share as we seek healthcare services, it is domiciled at home. So this is something that we are working on, and we will be ready and willing to share as the work progresses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one burning last one. You wanted to answer to that?
And it responds to her third question on Konza. Yes, so on the Vision 2030. So basically Safaricom recently launched, towards the end of last year, we worked with the government and other industry players, Microsoft and the likes, and we launched an industry digital talent program. And this program is basically bringing all players together in terms of private sector, in terms of academia, in terms of other institutions, just to be able to, one, empower regarding STEM, digital skills, and then also based on that, create a pipeline for thousands of youth to be able to get employment via the same program through the different institutions. So if you want more information about that, we could talk on the side. Thanks.
Great. So who talked about the African, it's called African Transformation Office. Yes. Great. Is it an totally African thing?
Yes.
Fully owned by Africans?
No, it is owned by, it's an arm of Microsoft.
Oh, it's an arm
but
of Microsoft.
It is run by Africans. Actually, the current managing director sits in Nairobi. So
Okay, Daisy doesn't think but Daisy, make it short. It should be one sentence.
Daisy, we need a sidebar.
Yes, we need a sidebar, but Winnie is not asking the right question. The question we were asking, yes, you've talked about Africa Transformation Office in terms of venture capital, to fund innovation and startups. But one of the things that we have seen so far, especially on the global stage, is that what are called African startups are not African.
Mm-hmm.
They are operating in Africa, but you will find it is foreigners coming in. Maybe there's minimal African shareholding. There is, they've got employees that are African, but by and large, the main players are foreigners. I'll give you the example of this food thing that came, Kune, where they were providing affordable food, the Kibandaski kind of pricing of food, but it collapsed. But they were able to raise a significant amount of money. We have other platforms that are considered African startups, but they are not African. Jumia, Uber, and they call them African startups. So when you talk about funding African startups, are these real African startups, Africans, Kenyans, leveraging on their own ideas and getting that support? That's the question that we were asking. Did you want to add?
Okay, yes, they are African startups. Probably it's a mix. It's really not my area of specialty, so I don't want to speak definitively and maybe create some misperception. But the idea is really to finance African-born, African startups with solutions for African problems. Yes.
Thank you very much. On that note, let us give them a round of applause. I allowed this panel extra, even penalty time, because it's on tech and that's where the world is going. So yes, and of course that is even the theme for International Women's Day. Thank you very much, ladies. You've done an excellent job. Sawa, so we've come to the end, even people are tired. I will allow for plenary because I promised that there would be plenary at the end. So if there was anyone with burning questions, Daisy, you don't qualify. Anyone with a burning question? Nobody. You people want Daisy to continue asking questions. Because if nobody asks, Daisy will insist on asking a question. Oh, yeah, there was somebody. Okay. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. I'm just worried about the young people. What are we doing about them in terms of enabling them to participate in this space? Our children in public schools, what is Microsoft doing for them? Our children below 10 years, for example, what is Safaricom doing for them? Because they will grow up and find this divide we are talking about, this space, we are leaving them behind. So what are we doing to help them? And I'm very interested in what Microsoft, Safaricom would say to this. Because Africa is in this space where quite a few are high up there in technology, and quite a number are down there, because it's not just about connection. It's also about access to digital commodities. Because so what if you're connected and your phone cannot even hold one app? Yes, your phone cannot even hold one app. Our women in the rural areas, their phones, yes, they're smartphones, but how smart?
Gotcha.
So we need to hear that and how this can be bridged, because we have a government focused on digitization. But who are we digitizing?
That's a fundamental question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Coach, Mike here. All of a sudden, their question. Okay, please, where is that mic?
I would like to...
You ask your question, just let us know to which panel so that we know who should be answering. It was in relation to which panel so that then it is captured correctly.
Mine cuts across all the panels, and it's in regard to the issue of capacity and the dissemination of information to the women sitting here and those that we represent. I think we have all realized that challenge, and I was just wondering, and of course allow me to say, excellent work being done. Thank you, Daisy, for this. But I want to concur with the concern raised on the issue of silos. And I know this cuts across, even in small organizations, we tend to get to be divided, and therefore our efforts are spread so thinly, very minimal impact. So just as a suggestion, is it possible in regard to building the competencies and capacities to disseminate this information for effectiveness? Is it possible to form a team that will gather the information across so that even in the next year, we are going to have feedback, testimonies? And I was thinking of Kibera and maybe Madare, where we can demonstrate and roll out here so we can see all people from the village and say, this thing can be done, we can change the life of women. Secondly is the issue of we cannot do without the men. So even as we do in, Women Economic Forum, from the discussions here, there's a lot of hindrances from the male counterpart, and we are supposed to work jointly. So I don't know how we can facilitate the realization of these goals by involving men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you had a rejoinder, yes.
I had a follow-up question to her question, so it would go to the Innovation and Technology panel. Just asking, even in terms of education, I think we've all seen the funny memes around our kids learning how to sell things kwa soko under CBC. Meanwhile, their counterparts in Japan and all over the world are learning how to make robots, to make e-commerce websites. How are we planning for the future in terms of technology for our children? How are we investing in their education so that they can be impactful? Because today in this room, a lot of us are not necessarily going to a market. So it is fairly sad to see that we will have children doing beba beba, soko soko, 20 bob as a class project, whereas, that is not competitive for the world in which they shall live. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know if, where's Safaricom? Hey, no, now the questions have become many. When I asked you guys, you didn't want, so I'll only stick with the people who raised their hands first round. I will go on confidence. It's okay, Mhesh, you can sit. Yeah. You understand? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My question goes to the gender response budget team. And I'm highly concerned, and that is why I've insisted on standing, because I had something called all-inclusive budget, and not a budget that focuses specifically on certain projects or projects sensitive to a certain constituency or a certain gender or a certain category of people. And I heard the peers raise about the same in her speech. And I really got concerned based on my experience last year when we were doing party manifestos, and I am a person with a disability, and I realized that certain manifestos were actually blank on issues of persons with disability. And when I went further, my understanding was that it is actually the people with disabilities in those parties who said we want an all-inclusive. So all-inclusive means there is something you are calling setback. Yeah? It means you are retracting what you have gained, because we have to keep on asking ourselves, have we actually achieved in terms of affirmative action? And for me, yesterday there is somebody who talked about, can we first make practical what has been provided for before we also start becoming very innovative, over-innovative, until we go back to zero. So for me, these are inclusive. It endangers us, because we are talking about all inclusive of where we are already not included. So when you give me affirmative, no matter how small it is, at least it ensures I am on the table, not on the menu. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I'll allow here my colleague Moses to ask, because we have worked with him. He has done a lot of work. Oh, yeah, even has a mic higher.
Thank you very much, Winnie. So I'm in technology world, and I wanted to, maybe I don't know if it's Daisy, I'll ask this question, and other team that is in technology. So how do we marry technology and also progressively use it with character? Or how do we ensure that technology doesn't mess our young, like children? Right now we are talking about ChatGPT, we are talking about Perplexity and many other innovations that are coming very fast. And so many of them, they have good side, but also a very challenging side. Could maybe an organization or maybe an event like this, we also front, I don't know if it's policy formulation or something that will protect the kids and protect also, I know CA is trying to do things, but also in our own capacity and also on the rights organization. Yeah, because things are moving very fast. Right now, many of our parents may not know maybe things like Perplexity or ChatGPT, but our children are already there and they are putting their stuff there and getting a lot of information and data. But parents don't know. So how do we protect them as we also innovate? It may not be an immediate answer, but maybe something to do with policy. Thank you.
I'll let the lady from Safaricom answer the questions, because she wants to leave and there were many for tech. Yeah.
Hello. So in response to, there's a question that was about the device that cannot, back in the village, is not able to hold an app. So as I mentioned earlier, we are trying to work actually and see how best we can build. That's what I mentioned, a customized and personalized smartphone that is capable to handle all the applications that we need, that are vital for us and that we're actually building. And this phone is what we're trying to determine what it will look like within Safaricom, so that we don't have the struggles that you're having where you have a smartphone, but it can't hold anything. So we are trying to address that, to have actually our own Kenyan smartphone. Because making a smartphone is not a difficult thing. It is actually just what we do physics in school, bringing it all together and assembling it. And I think we can do it in country. So please watch out for that. Then in terms of our kids, so I'll start with that question about policies. So yes, we're doing so many things for the children. This is where again I bring in partnerships. So at Safaricom, we're trying to work towards bridging already not the curricular gap per se, but in terms of bringing our children up to speed to what they can get in school. But we are asking and reaching out to partners that deal with children's rights and all to now help us with the policies, because we can't do it all. We need to work together. Then back to Safaricom. So we have a program, the one that I lead and I head, is called Women in Technology. Women in Technology is run, allow me just to explain, is run by 6 pillars. We start with children, age 6 years old. And age 6 years old, we basically do a program called Kids and Tech. It's 6 to 12-year-olds, and in this program, we are basically trying to inspire children and motivate them to start knowing about robotics, to start knowing about coding, and this is basic coding. This past weekend, we had actually an event within Safaricom premises. We had picked up speed, but COVID hit, and you know how COVID was, so we were not able to, because they're normally in-house, there are things you come together to do, so we had to be mindful of who we bring into that space at that time. We have just resumed. Actually, this was our second event. We used to call out to the public. We'd send out adverts. Yes, Women in Tech is not the Safaricom big brand. It is like a CSR. It's a group of passionate ladies. We're about 40 of us that started it, and we ran it. And so we, at times, send out information. We have a Twitter page, we have an Instagram page and all. It may not reach many people, but we call out for people, parents to register their children, and the children come, and then we normally host them within the premise, and we teach them basic things. Because we know in the curricula currently, these things are not covered. So we are trying to bridge that gap. Then unfortunate bit, okay, first of all, the good side is when we charge your child to come, we provide a snack, and they spend the morning with us till noon. The money basically is for the logistics of getting the materials. We try to get very easily reachable materials that can be reused, but they carry the experiments away. But also a fraction of the money is to support children who are in disadvantaged homes. So we bring in, if we bring in 30 students, we bring in about 5 or 7 who we bring in from the children's homes and all that, so that they also get that opportunity to learn these skills. Then we have 47. When you have talked to you when you're a child, you've been triggered the STEM concept, you're in high school, you're about to choose your subjects. We reach out to the high schools, and we try to do one school in each of the 47 counties every financial year, and we gather you in our nearest data centers, which is regional. We have at least in every region. When we host you, we spend a day with you. If you're traveling from far, we sponsor your travel, at least for you to come, because it's us who are coming to give you the knowledge. We teach you, one, we spend time to counsel you because of the life issues you're facing at home, whether it's FGM, whether it's poverty, whether it's early marriage and all that. Then number 2, we try and show you that we as women in technology in Safaricom, we have made it, so you can make it. We show you our workstations. We take you through what we do on a daily basis. So hapo ndio tunavaa viatu, boots, tunavaa helmet, tunaingia kazi, and we want that girl to be able to see us at work, get inspired, and be able to go and know that she can do it, go back to school, pick the subject. Then we have Technovation Global. Again, it's in high school level. This one now, girls in schools, we reach out to schools every year in December. Then your school registers you. Girls group up in teams of 5 girls. You choose a problem in your community, create a solution to that problem. You compete all the way. We provide mentors for you. We work with universities to get, and even internal staff, to provide mentors who teach you how to code, how to create a business plan, how to then pitch your business proposal, and you compete all the way to the global level. We have taken girls to Silicon Valley every year since we started from 2016. And we have done schools ranging from the Precious Blood to the Samburu girls who now made it to the finals in the previous season. Then we have campus outreach. Campus outreach now, you have taken science, STEM courses. You're in the university, where normally in public universities, for instance, you'll find during our era, 5 girls and 70 boys. You're struggling, you're wondering, is this really for me? Because at the time when you're graduating, maybe 2 only. So at that point, then we are telling you, you can make it. We are teaching you, 1, this is how the market and industry looks like. These are the things you need to do to sustain yourself. We also talk to the boys, because you need the boys to work with you for you to also to be able to excel. So we don't leave them behind. Then number 3, we are also able to start showing you what you need to do to prepare for the work industry. Then we have an internship program. The internship program is a 3-month paid internship within Safaricom. It is only through a competitive process. You apply, we do recruitment. If you're successful, you join us. Through the 3 months, other than teaching you hands-on technology work, we also give you an opportunity to give back. It is mandatory. Just the same way we are giving, you have to do a project where you give back to the community. Then after the internship, we can either employ you if we have opportunity, or employ you through our partners. So we have career fairs, so you can get employed through Cisco's, Oracle's, Microsoft's, Google's, and all the rest. Then lastly, we have the Women Networking Forum. This forum now, you have taken you through that whole pipeline. You are now in the work environment. We're asking, what next? You need to be a holistic leader. We want you to be able to sit on boards and grow this country. We want you to be able to be, one, financially stable. You need to be a good parent. You need to be a good wife. You need to be a career person. And so we create opportunities, platforms, cocktails, workshops, webinars to be able to give you this kind of information, teachings, learnings, knowledge sharing to be able to make you this holistic leader. So that is what we do for the children all the way to the working woman for women in tech. Thanks.
Donna. Hey, me, I'm in shock. I think you should have just been given a panel for yourself only. Amaje, did you guys hear all those things that Safaricom has? Me, I'm hearing them from the first time. Ati from primary, paka I get onto a board. I am in shock. Where is this information and how can we get it? Yes, because there are children in all our counties. Yes. In fact, me, I can go back to school to come back kama mtoto wa Wasingishu. Yes. Yeah.
You know now, as Winnie is saying, we are shocked that these opportunities are there. Can we partner with you where you give us quotas and we send people, we send these children from the different counties where we work, because we have partnerships across the country, you know? So can one of the outcomes be that you actually give us quotas? You tell us, for this cohort, we will give you 100 spaces from, 5 from each county or something.
No, you see, and the thing is, Daisy, before that, can we just have a session with you, Donna? Even if it is a webinar. You just take us through first, so that, Daisy, there are several quarters we need to bring.
Yes,
primary, secondary, high school, college, working, all of them. So, Donna, I think we will simply get in touch with you so that we'll just have a session, because now we are realizing we did you a disservice.
Totally.
You should have just had your own panel. Because Yako, it was just, quotas. Yes, yeah. We don't even know. But yes, so you are just telling us where we can get the information in the meantime, and then you can go. Donna needs to go. Munaona situation here, Kenny.
So the information, we have a website, then we have, where we are active most is our Instagram page. It's Safaricom_WIT. It's the same tag for our Twitter and on LinkedIn. But I would gladly say I'm happy to come have conversations so that we can, because I said partnerships is the way to go, and that's the only way we can also scale. As a voluntary group, we are doing what we can because we saw the problems we had when we were doing STEM as the leaders in STEM. So for me, it is more about having these conversations on what we can do. And I don't mind coming personally or sending my team where possible. So I will just say my names, my number, and my email address loudly so that no one will feel like I didn't give it to them.
Start.
So my name
07.
So my name is Adonna Reggae. The number is 0720.
0720.
Then a 07 again.
07.
66. 36. Yeah. And then the email is
email?
D for Donna or D for dog.
Yes, Donna.
R for rabbit.
DR.
E for elephant.
E.
G for giraffe.
G.
E for elephant.
E.
At safaricom.co.ke.
At safaricom.co.ke. We will definitely get in touch. Thank you, Donna. We will not even want you to send somebody. We will want you. Unless you are in hospital, giving birth to that bundle of joy, we will want you to come yourself. Thank you very much. I have to stop it here. We are way past time. Thank you. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Nyinyi ni wamama wenye nguvu. You have stayed until now. Daisy. Yes, I want to now begin to give the vote of thanks. Yes, and I want to first appreciate this fantastic digital team. These are the only men in the room up to now. Simameni kwanza wamama wawaone. Yes. Please stand. Please, you guys clap. Clap, clap, clap. You know, I have the power to tell those guys of tea not to give you guys tea. Yes. Please clap for these guys. You have done a tremendous job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kwanza, for me, I am just grateful. Yes, I have seen things. And you know, these young people are the ones who are going to get those opportunities of donor. Oh, ulisikia Instagram. Wamama wangapi hapo wako na Instagram page? Let me see. Hey, boy, and you want those opportunities donor is talking about. Then listen. Now look this side. How many of you have Instagram? All of them. Now you mnataka hizo opportunities. Buji chekini. But thank you very much, guys. You guys have done awesome. Yani, ile siku tutakuja Palani Safari Park tutawaita nyinyi. Mkuje mkule na sisi. Great. Thank you so much. I want to thank, yes, and Moses for coordinating this. Moses Daisy says, we give you a special thank you. Please clap for Moses. Moses, you have done awesome. With very short time, he works in the night. We call him, we send him things. Thank you very much. This whole team, and of course, assisted by Lillian. Lillian, stand. Lillian, let me tell you, we have pulled this because of this young girl called Lillian. Yes, she can do magic. Actually, abracadabra, Lillian is the expert. Thank you, Lillian. And Lillian will believe in contrast. Sijui tutaishi aje. Anaenda hata good, but thank you, Lillian. This was your last and you have done it excellently. You have actually accomplished more than we could think or imagine. Thank you so much. All the other partners, Dennis. Unajua nakaa amenyamaza. Dennis, thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis. Pia ananyamazanga tu. Yes. Na Simon. Ndio you Simon, cameraman. Thank you, Simon. Where is he? Stephen, yes. All the people of Contrast who have made this happen. Cindy, there's some, yes. Thank you, Steve, there at the back. Thank you very much. Yes, Winfred in absentia, she's doing it at the background. I think a lot of you have communicated with Winnie. Winfred, huh? No, Winfred is not here. She's in the office. She's coordinating from that end. Thank you. Susie here. Thank you, Susie. Yes, I'm here. I've not slept. I shall go and sleep. All our other partners in absentia. Yes, I'm going to. Yes, we have. Please stand. We have, because them they are still here. UON is here. Thank you very much, UON. KU is not here. They have gone. Global Affairs Canada. Is KU here? Oh, just one. Great. Okay, so thank you very much. Global Affairs Canada, who have left, thank you very much. UN Women, of course, #1. Thank you very much. No, Bernard left. He told me he was leaving. Care Kenya. Aminia Dada. Akina Mama wa Afrika. Yes, Damaris for checking in from Spain. Akina Mama wa Afrika. Mkiupatana na wao muambie tumesema asanti. Steve ukirudi Uganda, ambia kina mama we are saying thank you. Mudhoni of SP Advisory. You know, she's gone. Many people have gone. And then thank you, the participants. And I really want to, the Ministry of Gender, Public Service and Affirmative Action. Thank you very much. And of course, Safari Park, asanteni sana. Asante. Tunajua tumewasumbua juu chini, but you have delivered. Na tumeshukuru. Na nyinyi participants, please, mimi ninawaambia asante. Because without you guys, we would not have made this happen. So thank you for taking your time. We know you have left many things to be here. We do not take it for granted. Thank you very much. Let us stand. J-Lo collections for the bags. Yes. Who else? There are many. Everybody. And the ones I forgot, si kwa kupenda kwangu, but nimesema asante. Everybody who helped us in one way or the other. Let's stand and pray and then we can leave. Okay.
Now, unajua ule ako kwa insider project hajionangi. Anaonanga wengine. Wini kuja hapa. Tafadhali. Mtu ya picha yako wapi? Na Daisy. Na Mokami. Simon. The whole team. Tafadhali. Kujeni. Kujeni. The planning team. The planning team. The planning team, can you join us? Anyone here was in our planning team? Tafadhali? Tutawa release very soon. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Mike, yes. Anyone else we are missing? Some have gone, obviously, and some were here yesterday, but tutawafikishia vote of thanks, because without this team, I'm telling you, we've spent so many meetings online, kwa Zoom na nini, na they've done an amazing job. I mean, every one of us here, hakuna mtu contribute kitu kidogo, because every little helps. Everywhere, anybody who had information, we had very good networks. We are in the middle of the night, who knows so-and-so who can come and bridge in this gap. We tunapata mtu volunteer and all that. So team, asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Amen. Okay? So I'll just say a quick prayer. Ndio niwa bless. The grace of our Lord.
Yes, okay. Okay, so let us say the grace. Yes. May the grace of our Lord Yeshua Messiah and the love of Yahweh and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Go in peace. Thank you so much.
And Johnny Masses. Johnny Masses.
Women Voice and Leadership started in 2019, February. That is when the grant was formally approved, and it has been able to contribute towards the enjoyment of women's rights and also progressively contributing to gender equality through working with the women rights organizations and women movements in Kenya.
It's very critical to us. I mean, what we want is to create this dispensation and this space where we will actualize women's right and women's voice as we try to beat up support drums for our sisters.
How best can we be able to approach strategies for mitigation of violence against women, or be it teen pregnancies or elimination of retrogressive progress in an innovative way that speaks to the community that they seek to deliver services from.
We have been convening women to ensure that the women's movement is continuously giving pushback in regards to the implementation.
And the ultimate goal is to see enjoyment of these rights by women and girls, and also institutionalized improvement of women rights organizations and movements, strengthened capacities of women rights organizations, and also the networking and alliance building efforts that are able to sustain a healthy women's movement in Kenya.
After the WVL project, as QEPs, we've been able to achieve a lot. We have been able to prepare policies and manuals that guide us in our day-to-day activities. We were able even to start our own table banking project through the resource mobilization training, and members are actively giving towards the sustainability of the organization.
When you come to the coast, you'll see very many marginalized communities. Like we have many problems with the girl child. There's early pregnancies, early marriages. Then within the coastal regions, you also find there are quite a lot of defilement cases that at times go undocumented or are discussed within communities and left at that. And I've also felt the need to empower our community.
When you involve women much on politics or leadership, there is a lot of parts that they can help, because whatever happens, a woman is a backbone of a society.
we realized how many gaps we have in the organizations, from the structures, the systems, how we run things in our finance, just basic things. But this is something that we're all learning as we're going along. So of course there's some things that we had absolutely no idea.
We now feel that we have that capacity with the continued training from the WVL project. We feel that our organization is now strong. We have the policies. The board members are able to meet regularly. The staff members are able to meet regularly and come up with plans on how they are going to address issues that affect women and girls.
We've been able to also notably see a lot of vibrancy and also efforts towards a sustained women's rights movement that has been able to also provide platforms both at the local level, that is at a grassroots level, national level, and also regional level, to advance advocacy efforts and also networking and alliance building support.
We also provide a lot of legal support because part of eliminating and mitigating gender-based violence entails reporting matters of violation and abuse. And so in the process, we capacity build them on how to refer survivors of gender-based violence.
We are able to be facilitated to go and reach girls in rural areas, to women in rural areas, and empower them on sexual reproductive health, gender-based violence, especially sexual harassment. Yeah.
So we are happy that through the WVL project, we have knowledge products that can be used for harnessing evidence. So we get to leverage the voices of women and the contributions of women to the economy.
We got a meal officer, we got an HR officer and a finance officer with better way of documenting our progress.
We've also notably seen improved programming, and this is seen at scale-up opportunities and sustaining impact at scale. So we've seen organizations, especially women rights organizations at local level, being able to sustain their impact at scale and also being able to scale up their programming and deepen their different programming areas with the interventions they're doing.
We have capacity build the staff, the board members. The staff is now able to do what they know, what they need to do. You also need to look for partners who can make you move forward so that you are able to run the organization without financial strain.
Tena wameweza kutufanyia capacity building kwa staff ambayo tumeweza kufundishwa maneno ya communication, maneno ya human rights, maneno ya resource, kwa sababu staff wameweza kupata capacity buildings mingi na ndio imetusaidia katika ofisi yetu.
The knowledge and skills they are gaining are not just for them, but it's also for them to be able to understand how to design, how to run the office, how to manage projects that would then lead to sustainable development.
So for us, it's really a very big impact to see that these women have moved from one stage to another until they are able to express themselves. They can even be able to speak on behalf of other women. They are able to speak on behalf of their children, especially in the area of advocacy.
We are looking upon women rights organizations and movements in Kenya to really push the safeguarding of the gains that have been made within the constitutional frameworks that are able to support women's leadership and voice and agency.
One of the areas we still would like to work on is to capacity build, continuous capacity building of WROs, to the extent at which now they will be able to apply for bigger grants.